I did it again, everyone. I forgot to unmute myself. We'll get the hang of it one day. Let's try that again, shall we? Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening today. Yeah, I noticed as well. I'm a bit too late. But hey, there to notice them being pointed out. So, let's try it once more then. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful time today. Let's give a special shout out to Post for being the first guest to arrive, claiming the best seat in the house. And, well, welcome to everyone. Rage, enjoy yourself with your lurk. Pepsi, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for the well wishes. Biker Guy, Starblind, Luminous, Zetsu. Thank you to everyone for coming out tonight. It's always great to see you all. And thank you all of you, for helping me to get affiliate. I wasn't expecting to get this quickly, but I've tried to do my best to set up some nice things for you guys to spend your points on. It's not much at the moment, admittedly, but if you collect enough of your service tickets, you will be able to use it to adjust my lighting tonight. Dr. Leon, welcome! Yes, it is Final Fantasy time! And perhaps it may even be the final stream of Final Fantasy. I don't say that because I don't like the game, but we're pretty near the end now. We only have, I think, 2 major dungeons to go, and honestly, tonight I want to kill chaos. I need to kill chaos. It's not a desire, it's like a hunger or a thirst. I'm going to kill chaos. I get too much enjoyment out of that silly meme. It truly is the Final Fantasy. Exactly. I've got some plans for tonight if things go a little bit quick tonight, which I don't know that they will. I don't know how long the stretch of the game takes to complete. I haven't run it in a little while. But we'll see how it goes. If it ends up being a normal length stream, then maybe we'll kind of end at our usual sort of 4-ish hour mark, and if it goes a little short, or if I've just got a bit too much energy to put to use, maybe we'll do our little fun activity that I've got planned as a little extra. We'll see. But I do hope everyone's doing well. Don't let your dreams be memes. But I like memes, especially ancient memes. The older the meme, the better. My sense of humour was definitely very heavily formed by the early days of YouTube poop, if anyone remembers those. Back in the day when King Harkinian saying "Dunno" was the funniest thing in the world. And, oh goodness, if anyone remembers this one, the old Volvic Volcano adverts that got used in a lot of YouTube poop with the claymation dinosaur. What you drinking, Mr. Volcano? Thank you for help, yeah. YouTube poop, definitely. Dr. Leon, thank you for your subscription. I really appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. So as I was saying, now I've got the affiliate, people can subscribe, but by no means should you feel obligated to. It's certainly very much appreciated, but I don't want to lecture you guys on how to behave yourselves. You're all smart individuals, but nonetheless, thank you, Dr. Leon, for your subscription. It's really, really appreciated. Epic Sex Guy is just a viral song. Yeah, some of those old YouTube poops really were something different. They don't make them, well, they almost don't make them like they used to. There's a couple of people that still make very good ones. I don't know if he still does, but there's a YouTuber, I think his name is Jimmy Davis, who makes incredibly good YouTube poops. Nintendo's finally shutting down anything that uses online functionality for the 3DS and Wii U next year. Yeah. It's a shame for the 3DS. I'm sure that all 3 of the Wii U owners that still play it will be very, very sad. I actually have a Wii U. I got one quite shortly after the release, probably within the first couple of months. And I think I have maybe 4 games on it. I have Nintendo Land, I have Smash Bros, I have WarioWare, and it might actually just be 3. I really didn't get much use out of that console. It's kind of a waste for me. But that's the same one I had, yeah. I kind of bought it just for the Nintendo Land game, and honestly, Nintendo Land was a very good game. I kind of wish Nintendo made a more fleshed out experience of it, like a standalone release that would be, this is big Nintendo theme park, but alas. And it's my Wii, mostly for the speed race of the video game. The Wii was a real mixed bag when it came to its content. You had stuff like, there was some good stuff on there. You had your Mario Kart, your Smash Bros, your Metroid Prime. The Metroid Prime trilogy is, in my personal opinion, well, I haven't played the remake, but it was the best way to play it. And then you had, of course, a billion shovelware titles that were just minigame compilations and the like. Wii U for when you want to play more Smash. Exactly. I have it both on the Wii U and the 3DS. I think I actually played the 3DS one more. Smash Bros. on Wii U kind of came out around the time when my schedule changed a lot. So if my accent doesn't make it clear, and I'm pretty sure it does, it's a very distinctive accent, I am in England. I'm in the United Kingdom. As a result, it's currently 10 o'clock at night for me. However, this is by no means considered late. My schedule is kind of, well, I like to consider it very lazy man's EST, but it's probably closer to whatever the two earlier than that is. Mountain time? I don't know American time zones that well. But I usually wake up sort of somewhere between 4 and 6 in the afternoon, and usually go to bed somewhere between 6 and 8 in the morning. It's not necessarily very healthy, but I'm used to it. Lots of my friends live in America, and a lot of the hobbies I do involve them, so it just works out for me. As a result, though, I don't get to see a lot of my friends that live locally very often. So when Smash Bros. On Wii U came out, didn't really get much of a chance to play with it that much, so I don't really dabble with it too much. Well, I did play the crap out of Speed Racer, the video game, because I found it fun, and it was my favourite movie at the time as well, so yeah, it was fun to make all the... Yeah, exactly. It's always nice when you've got something that has a licensed game and it's actually surprisingly decent. I always remember my benchmark for good licensed games was Toy Story 2 on the PlayStation 1. That was just generally a good game. It didn't need to be a Toy Story game, it could have been anything, but it was still a good game in spite of that. You said that schedule back when I was working the night. Yes, what I'm kind of dealing with. My shifts aren't necessarily night shifts, they're kind of late shifts. I usually finish somewhere between about 10 and midnight, depending on the day, which is why sometimes my schedule's a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes like tonight, when I'm not at work, I'm able to be here at this time, but my other streams I've got planned later in the week, they have to be a little later to accommodate for that. Just as a reminder for that, shameless plug for myself, on Friday we're going to be doing Master Duel. I'm going to be inviting you guys to come and duel me in person. Well, in person. Yeah, duel me personally. We'll be doing some viewer duels. And then on Saturday, I'm going to be doing some more Gundam Battle Operation. I watched the VOD back of that one a little bit, and I do apologise for anyone that was there for that stream. Even after adjusting it, the audio was still a bit louder than I would have really liked. I'm going to make sure to try to keep it quieter next time, because, yeah, I didn't realise how loud that was, and that might have been a bit uncomfortable to listen to, so I do apologise for that. But yeah, so with that in mind, the later streams this week will be a bit later. Friday will be an hour from now, and Saturdays will be starting an hour, 2.5 hours later, just because I need some time to get in and get everything fired up for the stream, of course. I mean, imagine playing a racing game and crashing into other races, there you go, boom, or knock you off the track, and there you go, when you get points for it. Well, I mean, there's quite a few games like that. I remember on the original PlayStation, I had a demo disc containing, I believe it was part of a series called Destruction Derby, which was pretty much that same thing, where you had cars, but they had a health bar, and of course, F-Zero. I love F-Zero X. I need to look into, they've done like a Battle Royale thing on the Switch, haven't they? F-Zero 99 or something? Salty Olive, thank you for the follow! Hope you're doing well. The Twisted Metal experience. Yeah, I never played Twisted Metal. It's one of those games I'm aware of, and I've heard a lot of good things about. But I've never got around to actually playing for myself. That kind of passed me by. I used to think I didn't really like car games in general, and I'm not entirely sure if I do, to be honest, but I like arcadey races. I like your Mario Karts and, Crash Team Racing, Diddy Kong Racing. If it's got a real car in, I'm probably not so much, but if it's like fantastical car, like, kart races or arcadey races, yeah, I can definitely vibe with those a lot more. So guys, I'm going to take us over to the game screen, and we're going to get ourselves going on our quest. We'll kind of touch base on where we're at, and I'll run you through our game plan. So, as usual, please keep your hands clear of the closing doors. Wouldn't want anyone to hurt their fingers, and I'll meet you there in just a moment. Alrighty, here we are. On the title screen, I haven't loaded up this time. Let me just, okay. So, we're back with Final Fantasy, the Pixel Remaster, with our heroic party, who have got their job promotions. So last time, we began last time having just defeated the Fiend of Earth, the Lich. We have since defeated the Fiend of Fire and the Fiend of Water, and also our characters have had their promotions. Asuna is now no longer a fighter, but a fully fledged knight, able to use some low-level white magic. Chat, despite still having a rather unfortunately low HP bar, is now a red wizard, able to use higher-level magic and equip better weapons and armor. Aquarina is now a white wizard, able to use the highest and most powerful white magic in the game, and Yumi, unfortunately, has lost her hat, but is now a black wizard, able to use the most powerful black magic in the game. And Zoro, thank you for the subscribe! Oh my goodness, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. I really appreciate it. I'm so thrilled that you enjoy the stream so much to do so. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great evening tonight. Who stole Yomi's hat? Technically, it was Bahamut. The Dragon King Bahamut gave us our job promotions. Welcome, Zordon. I hope you're doing well, and thank you again for the subscribe. I really appreciate it. That's awesome of you. Enjoy the emotes. So, we have 3 of our 4 crystals lit up. We have the Fire Crystal, the Earth Crystal, and the Water Crystal. All that remains is the Wind Crystal. And then, of course, well, it's a Final Fantasy game. You can kind of guess we're not going to be done just after that. But to begin with, let's go back into the town, because we've got a lot of gold from that last dungeon. And I believe there may be some spells here we might have wanted to purchase. Let's just do a quick bit of shopping, kind of refresh ourselves where we were. Null, Death, and Healaga. I don't know if we're... Yomi! Welcome, Yomi! Yomi, I hope you are relaxing. Yomi, relax. Relax, Yomi. You need to relax. This is a threat. No, I'm kidding, of course. I hope you're having a good time, though. Fight you? I'll fight you, Yomi. You're Black Mage. You've got no HP. So we are going to grab Healaga. This is a very powerful AoE heal. I don't know whether Null Death will be necessary, but you know what? We'll put it on Aquarina anyway, because I don't know what else she'll be using that slot for. We're going to go and grab our black magic spells here. See if we've got anything here that's interesting. Saber and Blind. Oh yes, so Saber again. This is a good spell, but only the Black Wizard can use it, so there's no point. The Black Wizard is not going to be using attacks. And Blind, yeah, we aren't using Blind because it will never stick. I'm disappointed in you for having done work when you should be rest. Well, we all know Yomi's a workaholic. Game looks kind of different. I don't know. It might be the characters, because we've got our job promotions. Maybe that's what you're referring to. I don't believe I've changed any... It might be, like, ever so slightly... The scaling on the screen might be ever so slightly off, because I've done other games and changed it between it, but I'm not sure, Leon. Might be on your end, I don't know. The Black Mage have no HP, but can quickly make it so no one else has any... correct! 100% correct. You don't have to worry about having no HP if the enemy dies before they get a chance to hit you. Speaking of which, let's make that happen for these guys. How is the volume on the game, by the way, guys? Because I had to change some things for the streams in between, so make sure that it's not too loud, not too quiet. Just let me know how it sounds. Sounds great? Awesome, thank you very much. I was saying, I didn't realise till looking at the VOD of the Gundam Battle Operations stream later that I didn't realise that the sound effects in that game were a lot louder than I thought they were coming through as, so it was a little hard to hear, so I apologise for that. Definitely the audio of all time. I mean, this game does have some good audio. Yeah, mate. Alright, so we're going to go back to our airship. There's a few places we need to go to. I need to remember if, actually... Hold on, I'm trying to remember that there's a side area here that I don't know if we need to go here first, or... You know what? I'm going to do this in the order that I know is safe, just to avoid backtracking, because you guys don't want to sit and watch me backtrack for 5 hours. I mean, certainly hope it wouldn't be 5 hours. This game, I'm hoping to get it done tonight. So, one of the items that we acquired in the Water Temple, the Sunken Shrine, is the Rosetta Stone. This is one of those moments where, again, the game doesn't directly tell you what to do with this, but I know where we're going, so I'm going to save us the guesswork. But you remember from the first stream, this NPC here, Dr. Un. Aquarina, thank you for the cheer, thanks for the bits. Hope you're having a great evening tonight. Thank you so much. So, you remember this NPC from the first stream, this unique NPC, Dr. Un, who claims to be some sort of genius. Well, let's see what he has to say about the matter. Just a moment, let me see that tablet. This is the Rosetta Stone. This makes it possible to decipher Luthanian. Yes, of course. That's what that was. It all makes sense. Here, allow me to express my gratitude by teaching you Luthanian. Or Luthanian, whatever it is. And just like that, it's literally just that easy, guys. That's all you have to do. Just find a stone, find a guy that knows it. There! Now you can speak Luthanian too! And that's it. I don't know why people go to college or why they do things like Duolingo and get harassed by an owl when they can just go ahead and, find a stone and learn it. So hold on, I started Double Gundam because of you and got one of my friends to check out your stream, Lady Helm. We're both super happy about that, yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Sordon. I hope you're enjoying Gundam Double O. It was my gateway Gundam, and I do think it's a good way into the series. It is a bit slow to start, I'll admit, but I hope you're having a great time with it. Oh, because in YOLO, you obviously love owls. Just saying, if you've done Duolingo, that owl has no chill. So, ooh, we got some purple lighting on. So yeah, guys, I've added some little redeems for you guys to play around with. With the power of your service tickets, you can modify my lighting. That tasted purple. I will say, I'm not sure if it's a limitation or I'm just a bit too stupid to figure it out. But if anyone redeems other lighting, it will overwrite any current ones. Again, I'm not sure if that's a restriction that I couldn't bypass, and now we got pink. Or if it's just something I couldn't figure out. But yeah, just bear that in mind that it can be overwritten, so just bear that in mind while you do. Pink's not too bad. I don't quite like me in pink. Pink does look quite nice. So, we're going to go ahead and beat up these wolves. And you know what? We're going to go ham. We're going to get a chance to rest, so actually, right, I almost forgot. Last time as well, we got some very important items. We got the healing stuff, which is an unlimited use of the heal spell. And we got gauntlets, which is an unlimited use of the Thundara spell. We also got the light axe, which is unlimited use of the Diara spell. And giant gloves that cast saber when used. Unlimited use again. And I already got emotes. Yeah, I've had these emotes for a long time. I actually had Helm emotes before I even decided I wanted to become a VTuber. I had emotes that actually Yomi made for me with my previous iteration, my previous design. And I just liked using them because I liked having personalized emotes to use on servers. And then when I decided I wanted to redesign myself, which again was even before I decided I wanted to do VTubing, I actually decided, you know what, let's get some nice emotes by, a professional, and we're gonna get ourselves, get some new ones that all fit the design. Yes, the power of having OCs before you started streaming. Exactly, yeah, exactly. They do, Zordon. My emote artist, same artist that did Yomi's emotes, 88 Designs, wonderful, could not find fault with the service if I physically tried to. I would have to actually look for something to complain about me, even then I wouldn't be able to. Oh, that's true. Thank you as well for your subscribe. Thank you, guys. We're halfway on the subscribe goal already. Thank you, everyone. And, of course, thank you to Yomi as well for subscribing. Did so off-stream because she wanted to make sure she got that founder's badge. Thank you for the subscribe. Enjoy your emotes. So, yeah, 88 Designs. If anyone needs emotes, strongly recommend it. Another VTuber I watch is hosting a watchdog of Hellraiser. Ooh! I'm not one for horror movies, admittedly. I'm kind of a massive wimp when it comes to being scared, I'll be real. But I do respect it, especially because of DBD with putting in Pinhead. one fake crab sticker. You know, Akarina, that's a good idea. I should try and get some stickers on my stream as well. Thank you for the idea. I kind of had to rush to get these glows put in, the lighting changes put in rather. Because I've never done redeemed it before. I didn't have much. Yomi, thank you for gifting to Luminous. Thank you so much. Wow, I was on a hype train, guys. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. Thank you, guys. What was I saying? I've lost my train of thought now. Oh goodness. Speaking of horror flicks, have you heard of Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? That sounds familiar. Was that by the same guys that did The Mighty Boosh? Ocarina for the cheer and start a hype train. Oh my goodness, thank you guys. Thank you so much. My first stream is an affiliate and you guys are already getting a hype train going. Thank you so much. Am I more of an action drama? Yeah, I do generally quite like action flicks, comedy flicks, horror just doesn't really, it's just not my cup of tea. I said, I'm a massive wimp when it comes to being scared, so I try to avoid that sort of thing. I don't find Dead by Daylight to be horror, though. In my mind, Dead by Daylight is... It's too arcadey to really seem as horror. It's, you know, it's basically just an elaborate game of tag that just happens to have a horror coat of paint, you know? But thank you guys for that, for the hype train and the subs and the biddies. Thank you, everyone. It was an old 80s British series made with, like, Rope and a Dream. Oh, okay, I think I'm thinking of something different then. I know, I've definitely heard of it. I just couldn't place it. Yeah, that's why I'm at. Great to look at it, because yeah, DVD is hot. Luminous with the bits as well. Thank you, Luminous. Keeping the hype train going. I appreciate it so much. I don't know why, but I don't like to start trains, but I chip in. Honestly, that's fair. There's a, it reminds me of a phenomenon that you guys may or may not have heard of. There's a thing called the bystander effect. This is a real psychological thing, which is that people don't like to be the one to take action first. It's actually why emergency service personnel, like, what's one for, like paramedics and so on, they're trained to point at someone in a crowd, pick them out and say, you go and grab me some water, you go and call the police, or whatever they need to be done. Because if someone's picked out and told to do something, they're more likely to do it than if people are just standing around waiting for someone else to do something about it. So kind of interesting, actually. So we had to go and get ourselves the Luthelian tablet because these guys are the Luthelians, the descendants of the race that once lived among the clouds, the sky people. Exactly, yes. Someone get me water versus you get me water. Exactly. You get me water gets much better of a response. Use a vessel you call an airship. It was built by one of our ancestors, a man by the name of Sid. I actually don't know whether this name drop was in the original translation or not, or if it's something they added. But hey, Sid, Final Fantasy, like, you can't escape them. I was just patiently waiting to see your next stream to sub to you as soon as I heard you go through. Oh, Zordon, thank you so much. That's really touching that you actually, like, excited to do so and waiting for it. Thank you. For me, for some reason, I had to go second. I always volunteered to be second. That's fair. There's nothing wrong with wanting to have someone to give you an example. So, the reason we had to come here, guys, is there's twofold. The first is the actual main reason we had to come here, the plot critical reason. Again, all these NPCs look the same, but this one here is specifically important. Before you leave, Legendary Warriors, take this chime with you. Aquarina as well with the subscribe! You're pushing the hype train level 1. Thank you, Aquarina! Wait, is level 2? Oh, is that level 1? I don't know what's going on. On mine it's level 1, but... Oh, level 1 complete! I see! We're building level 2. I see. Founder's badge, I believe that means you are one of the first 10 to subscribe to the channel, so thank you for being among the founders, Aquarina. How fitting that you're both one of the founders of the subscriptions and also one of the first people in my very first game I streamed. So, we get to take this chime with us to grant passage to Mirage Tower. This is one of 2 items we need to progress the game. I wasn't sure if we needed to get the other item, so we've done that now as well. The other reason here is because this map has some hidden magic shops, very sneakily tucked off in the corner of the map here. In the NES version, it was even more so because obviously you didn't have the map to help you. And Dr. Leon, it's gaming hours, RGB time, let's go. And Zoro Nebula, I found you on Twitter and thought your kid design was pretty cool. Thank you, Zoro. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great evening tonight. I remember a funny thing that happened in another stream, so I randomly at some point ended up getting a first badge way later on. Very weird, but weird. Alright, so we're going to go into the magic shops, and I believe, if I recall correctly, yeah, here we get some good stuff. We can get the full life spell. That is incredible. Post, you going for a lurk? No problem, Post, you enjoy your lurk. Have you ever had a good time tonight? We're going to go ahead and see what the black magic is. I seem to recall this wasn't as good, but I could be wrong on this. Oh no, this is actually very good. This is a flare spell. We definitely want this. Oh, Post, thank you as well for the sub. Thank you, Post. That's so nice of you. I appreciate it. You guys all been so supportive. When I started this whole thing, I was like, you know, I'll be happy if I can maybe have 3 people watching me, and now I've got 8 people subscribed. It's kind of crazy to me. Thank you guys. Seriously, it really does mean a lot. So, with that said, we're going to get ourselves going. We're going to get ourselves off to... Let me just check our spells real quick. You've got what I want you to have. You can't get level 8. Okay, yeah, level 8. So I was getting thrown off because I've been comparing this game to Dungeons & Dragons for the whole playtime, pretty much. And there's definitely some similarities there. I was thinking for a moment that the maximum spell of winners was a 9, because that's what the case is in Dungeons & Dragons, but it's actually only 8 in this game. So we've actually got our most powerful spells in the game at this point. So our mages are pretty much set. So as we can deal with this guy, this auto attack should take care of him nice and quickly. Yeah, piece of cake. That's a good level up. So there's actually one more thing I want to do, which you do have a lot of health. Yeah, so the White Mage actually has pretty good HP growth, which makes sense because you don't want your healer to be the person that's made of tinfoil and dying when you look at them funny. You know, the healer needs to be able to take a few hits, otherwise they're not going to be able to do any healing. Speaking of which, let's do some healing. And you know what, Yoni? Let's put the flare to use. Oh, and thank you for the follow, for making our follow goal. 210. Thank you so much. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Wow, this is already... this is opening up to it's a fantastic start. Thank you, everyone. So there's... I forget which town we need to go to. There's one town I specifically want to go to because there's something we can buy there. I think it may be this one. We're looking for a piece of armor. Yeah, you guys have been meeting the goals every single stream so far, and like honestly, I can't thank you enough for it. Like I don't think we've had a single stream where we haven't beaten the follower goal. Here we go. So we have a few options here. So we have the ruby armlet, which is actually an upgrade for the red mage. We're going to grab ourselves one of those. And the protect ring. This guards against instant death, as well as being about one of the few bits of hand equipment that the mages can equip. So that's going to make our casters pretty... Actually... Hold on. Aquarina has more defense than the red mage now, as well as having more HP. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. It's time for you to get yourself back in the back row. Let a real tank handle things. So as a reminder for everyone that wasn't here for the first time, the order of your party in this game actually does matter. The party member in first place will be targeted roughly 50% of the time. The one in second place, roughly 25% of the time, and the last two, roughly 12.5% of the time. So having Aquarina as second place makes perfect sense because, yeah, we really should have ourselves... our high defense, high HP characters at the front. Oh, guys, thank you as well for that, for getting the level 1 hype train. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. We've got one more pit stop to make, and then we're going to be on our way to the final... well, not the final dungeon, but we'll be on our way to the destination that will get us the final crystal lit up. Got a fishy emote. Let's go. Fish? Has anyone in chat... I'm a huge fan of the Crash Bandicoot series. Has anyone in chat played Crash Bandicoot Twinsanity? That game was pretty good, but there is one cutscene in that game where Dr. Neo Cortex is trying to talk with a penguin. The penguin is just making penguin noises. It's just going, and Cortex is somehow able to understand what's going on. And Cortex is talking to the penguin like, the check bounced? Are you sure? Well, you know, things have been going not so well these days. Wrath of Cortex, the last game didn't do as well as we'd hoped, and the penguin goes, very angrily, and Cortex just goes, fish? Just offers them a fish. That specific cutscene has lived rent-free on my hard drive for so many years. It has ruined the word fish for me. Alright, let's, oh right, yeah, we're going in a different order now, so we need to do healing stuff on you, attack on you, and let's just go Sandala. I should do it. And he's includes it. That's fair. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a PC port. That would be a fun game to stream. Ooh, that's an idea. I might do a Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy stream at some point. That's one of my favourite games just in general. The original Crash Trilogy was probably a contender for one of my favourite games on PS1. Not my actual favourite, but certainly up there. So when they released the Insane Trilogy, I was hooked on it. I have 100% of that game. Well, I have 100% of Crash 1, 100% of Crash 2, and 108% Crash 3, because it actually goes above 100. So I might have to give that one a go at some point. That'd be a fun one to do. So we're going into this waterfall, and because this is a fantasy game, everyone knows that behind waterfalls is always a cavern. Did you play the DLC that was released? I think I did, yeah. There was, they had Stormy Ascent and Future Perfect, right? Yeah, I did play those ones. Future Perfect was really nice because it was the first original level I actually made. Stormy Ascent was a level that was originally in Crash 1 that was considered too hard to beat. Or just in general, you know, not too hard to beat, but too hard to include as an essential level in the original game, so they cut it. And they actually put it back into the Insane Trilogy, which is a really nice little touch. If you've ever played the original Crash Bandicoot, you may remember the level Slippery Climb. That level's kind of infamous for being very difficult, and Stormy Ascent is that, but harder. High risk. So these guys, I think, have Petrify, but I think we're fine. Yay, back to purple. That tasted purple. Yeah, guys, feel free to, you know, have fun with the lighting redeems there for you guys to enjoy. I've set it for 3 minutes currently. I'm, you know, still feeling things out then. There is a non-zero chance that I may tweak how long they last down the line. Might make them shorter or might make them more expensive. I don't know yet. I'm still feeling things out here. I feel like they're at a decent pace and decent cost at the moment, but you know, see how things go. Especially if down the line, you know, because they can be overwritten. If that ends up being an issue, I might. If I can't work out a workaround for that, I may have to tweak things. But we'll see. We'll see. I think they're working pretty well for the moment, though. Gonna save up for the RGB one. Yeah, go for it. The RGB one was actually a little bit hard to get. Well, not hard to get. It worked in a slightly different way to the rest of them. I'll just say that. Also, I do want to give a shout out, actually. Jeremy, would you be so kind? Because I forget how the I think there's an underscore somewhere, and I can't remember whereabouts. And then could you please shout out ID10 for me, please, Yomi? Because ID10, he helped me figure out what I needed to do to get this working. I would never be able to work this out without him. And he is fantastic. Amazing tech support gremlin, and super helpful. Thank you, Yomi. Thank you so much. And Tizilla, welcome. Hope you're having a great evening over there. I'm currently tasting purple. Yeah, ID's a great guy. Just not even just like, you know, helpful, just generally great guy. Oh, we got the obligatory guy blocking the door, so let's see what he is. It is a bunch of mummies and a bunch of cockatrices. We should be able to just nuke it. You know what? We're gonna get ourselves some high level stuff going here. Yummy! It's flare time. Thank you, Betty. Awesome. But yeah, I hope the matchmaking hasn't been going too harsh on you tonight. Oh, console version, so you'll be okay then. Come on, I want to see the flare. I wasn't looking at the flare last time, I was distracted. I want to see the flare. I think this might kill them. There we go, there's the flare. There we go. That's not bad damage. We'll take that. I just want to make this. Yeah, get your stuff done. So, here we go. So again, Final Fantasy has always had technological elements in it. This guy, I forget whether he's explicitly said to be a robot or a golem, but this version of the game certainly makes him out to be much more robotic, in my opinion. I have been waiting. Take this cube. Tee it out, Matt. Flying Fortress, please. And we get the warp cube. Osworth. That's it. We needed to come here to get the warp cube. If we didn't get the warp cube, which is something I've definitely done on at least 2 of these runs, we'd have to come back here later. So we get a wizard staff, we get another ribbon, a gil, even more gil, and the defender. So, the wizard staff, if I recall correctly, is... Where is it? Oh, this wasn't the one I was thinking it was. This casts Confuse when used. We ain't using this. Confuse is terrible. Defender casts Blink. Probably won't be using this either, to be honest. But I think it is an upgrade for our fighter, so he can have that. And Wizard Staff is a small upgrade for Yomi, so might as well go to Yomi. I feel like Helm is thinking, a young circuit. Well, when I say something like this, I think of it less in terms of being young, more in terms of It's how a human would probably feel if they met a caveman. Kind of like, oh, they're just simple-minded, they can't help it, it's kind of endearing, but you kind of feel a little bit sorry for them. What am I doing? You need to use healing staff, you need to attack, and you can do block. There we go. Adi, welcome! I was just shouting you out, saying thank you for your help with getting the lighting redeems going. Hope you're having a great evening. So, Primitive said, yeah, exactly. The Grand Tour's chaos is going well. We are on our way to the Flying Fortress. We've gotten the Warp Cube, and we've gotten the what do they call it? The Chime? The Chime, yeah. Yeah, thank you again, ID. So much. Right, so we're just gonna auto our way through these encounters here. Again, it's both a good thing and a bad thing with this game, depending on your perspective. Which is that once you kind of reach the halfway point and you get all these infinite use magic items, the game really does become very kind of auto-attack for the most part. But that's fine. As I've always said, I will go on record, I like easy games. And I think we need to, personally, I think we should normalize the idea of liking easy games not being a bad thing. If you like hard games, that's great. Go ahead and play hard games. There's games like that for people like you. But if you enjoy easy games, you shouldn't be ashamed of that. Yeah, we reached the floor goal. You guys have been crushing the goals every single stream. It's amazing. Yeah, you guys, yeah. Exactly. Sometimes you just want to enjoy the games and the story. 100%. I actually have a funny story, actually. So, there's a first-person dungeon crawler game called Zanki Zero. It's got a subtitle. I think it's like Zanki Zero Last Beginning. It's made by the team that made Danganronpa. Now, Yomi got me into Danganronpa, so I was like, oh, you know what? I like Danganronpa. I'll give this a try and see what it's like. The game itself is not bad, but it's definitely wasn't my cup of tea. The first-person dungeon exploring, I didn't really vibe with it so much. And it actually kind of, I was saying earlier how big of a wimp Helm is, it actually kind of gave me a bit of a spook at times, because some of the dungeons have very limited visibility, like in the distance the rooms are just black, and I felt like I was going to get jump scared. So I started playing the game. I was like, I was on board for the story, but I wasn't really enjoying the gameplay. So I thought, you know what, I'll turn the gameplay difficulty down. I'll turn it down to easy mode, and then at least I can kind of fumble my way through it without too much thought. So I'm sure you guys have encountered this before, when a game will describe the easy difficulty as being for those that just want to enjoy the story. That's a very common phrasing for it, right? Zanki Zero said the same thing. The easy difficulty was described as for those that just want to enjoy the story. And it was the most literal interpretation of that statement I have ever seen. The easy difficulty of that game removes every single random enemy from the game. There are no enemies in the game, apart from the bosses. It removes every one of the survival mechanics, because there is sort of survival mechanics in that game. In fact, on the higher difficulty settings, one of the survival mechanics is actually you have to go to the bathroom. If you don't go to the bathroom and have an accident in the dungeon, then your attack goes on cooldown for like 2 minutes. I guess because of the shame or something. Imagine needing to go to the bathroom and having biological functions. Couldn't be me. But yeah, so it removes all the enemies and all the bosses become one-hit kills. I'm not gonna lie. In a weird way, I was surprised about it, but I was kind of glad about it because I probably wouldn't have finished the game if it wasn't for that. Because of that, I was able to finish the game. Got it. I'm not gonna say like, oh, I finished the game because I didn't really play the game. I was just kind of coasting through the story. But because of that, I was able to enjoy the story, and it was a pretty good story. In having that, I mean, some Nintendo games have that. Choices just grant more access. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, hard difficulty for Pokemon games would also be nice. I will never forget, Pokemon Black and White had the dumbest thing where they had difficulty modes that you could unlock upon completing the game. But only upon completing the game. Pokemon White, you unlocked an easy mode, and Pokemon Black, you unlocked a hard mode. Well, I guess I can sort of understand the logic behind locking a hard mode behind completing the game. But what's the point of locking an easy mode behind completing the game? If you've completed the game, you've proven you don't need the easy mode. I'm gonna be real, Pokemon games aren't especially hard. Black and White too. Yeah, so Black and White actually, I think Black and White are kind of challenging because if you look at the Pokemon in the Unova region, they're actually surprisingly like min-maxed. A lot of the Pokemon in that region have very good stat spreads that make them really pretty strong, which I think leads to that game being a little harder than some other gens. I still remember for the Star Fox game a while back, they had an easy invisibility mode, and some gamers still fit about it. It always just amuses me when folks get annoyed about things that they can just not shoot. Yeah, I agree with that. The one thing I will say, personally, you can have a different opinion about this. I have no problem with easy mode, with funky mode, with, the Mario Bros. Infinite Flight, invulnerability to loot mode. I have no problem with that. The one thing I will say, though, is, in my personal opinion, if you're going to review a game, you should play it without those sort of options, purely because that is the default version of the experience, in my opinion. Not to say that you can't enjoy those experiences, but I think when you're reviewing a game, you should review what would be the standard version of that particular experience, whatever it may be. So we're in the Mirage Tower here, guys. Thanks to our map, we can see that we actually haven't got to go anywhere. We can just go straight to the store here. And we get a mechanic. But again, we've seen half these guys before. Okay, I want to point something out. The Black Knight here, because of how our sprites are chibified and he isn't, it makes him look like he's really tiny. He's just a little tiny little guy. He's just a tiny little dude. And but I felt like killing later. That's fine. One more should do it. There we go. Yeah, exactly. You just play the intended product. Again, there's nothing wrong with playing on easy mode. There's nothing wrong with playing on hard mode. But if you're reviewing it, then it's hard to review a product that you're not engaging with in its intended purpose. It would be like getting, say, it'd be like if I bought a car, and then as soon as then to review the car, I turned it on, floored it, and wrapped it around the nearest lamppost and said, wow, this car's really bad. Look at how badly it got crashed into that lamppost. It's like, well, yeah, that's not how you meant to use a car. RGB time, let's go! Real gamer hours here in the Mirage Tower. I'm glad that you guys like the RGB one. So it was again, a little bit not hard setup, just different setup, but I think the results turned out pretty well. I usually play it on easy or normal to in games. I just want to have fun and not feel frustrated. Exactly. It is. I personally am the same. I usually go for normal. Sometimes I will tweak it down if I feel a bit like it's a bit hard for me, or sometimes I turn it up. But generally, yeah, I generally do opt for the more default difficulty by default. More FPS, yeah. Okay, so we had some. Okay, we go there last. Yeah. Loot everything here. Now I'm going to turn my mouse on RGB mode, then name it Helm-Chan, get my hands on. Yeah, I may. Be normal. Yeah, personally, I always like to start on what is the default difficulty, and then, depending on how I find the game, I might tweak it. If I enjoy the game, though, I'll definitely go back and try on a harder one. For example, my favourite racing game of all time, Crash Team Racing, I play that game on hard mode, because I've played that game so much, I know the game, I love the game, I'm experienced with it. Final Fantasy 14, I started with, what's the word? I started with playing very casually, and then because I was enjoying it, I decided to go ahead and eventually try the hardcore raiding. I got burnt out very hard on the hardcore raiding, so I did kind of drop out of it after a few years. But yeah, that's the progression. And yeah, drop out. This is Final Fantasy 1. This is the Pixel Remaster of it. We got some stuff there. What did we get? I actually wasn't paying close attention. I was too busy rabbiting. Oh, right, we got another ribbon. I should equip that. So we've got the Aegis Shield and the Vorpal Sword. Okay, so that's probably better for you. Wait, it's not? Huh. Why is the sword so bad? Doesn't have any hidden qualities on it. Strange. Alright, whatever. Well, Aegis Shield's actually... Diamond Shield guards against lightning, Aegis Shield guards against sword, bone, and poison. I think I'll give him that. And we'll put the ribbon onto... Yeah, put it on Red Mage, because they're kind of backup healer. Yeah, Fantasy 1 Droppo, it's one of those games that not many people give a lot of love to, and I can understand why. There's not much story to it, it's very bare bones. Once you kind of get to this point in the game, a lot of it just becomes do the same thing every encounter. But I still love it. It's, sometimes you don't want a great big, grand adventure where you've got 15 cutscenes and an hour of tutorial just before you start the first fight. Sometimes you just want to sit down, be good guys, fight bad guys, and save the world. And we get the Healing Helm. So the Healing Helm, this is really funny, I don't know why they've done this. The Healing Helm is a helm that casts heal when used. It's actually good. Not really. You can't use it. Yeah. So it's not like the healing helm's not that good, but we now, between the healing helm and the healing staff, have 2 items that are infinite uses of the heal spell. So we can, if we need to, have 2 characters use that. So I could have Asuna and Chat attack, while Aquarina and Yomi both use healing items if we need it. Obviously, at this point we don't. I didn't know you were a healing spec help. I'm actually a tank. I can play healer. You do not want me playing healer anything remotely challenging, though. I'm not good at it. What would you say your Final Fantasy game is? Your first was 10-2. That's a really strange one to start with, as I'm sure you've been told. I actually really like 10-2. I think it gets a lot of bad press because it was not what people were expecting. My standpoint on 10-2 is that its biggest crime is being called 10-2. But my favourite one... So the first answer is... The answer that's kind of a slightly cheaty answer, I would say my favourite Final Fantasy game is the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Has an unlimited free trial up to level 70 and now includes both A Realm Reborn and the Morbid expansion Heavensward. And as of this Tuesday, it now also includes the second expansion Stormblood with no limitations on playtime. I have 10,000 hours in that game, send help. But as for my, as far as my mainline Final Fantasy game goes, because I think it's a bit of a cheat to call Final Fantasy XIV a mainline Final Fantasy game because, you know, it is an MMORPG, it's not the same. I would say my actual favourite is Final Fantasy V. Well, or 9 actually. It depends on what day you ask me about it. It would be one or the other. Well, here's the thing. That's the thing. It depends when you ask me. 9, I think, is the best. 5 does so many good things. There's no such thing as a perfect Final Fantasy game. 9 has its problems. 5 has its problems. The things that are problems in 9 aren't problems in 5, and vice versa. Usually, if you catch me off guard, I will say 9. But I have been thinking about it recently, and I do really enjoy Final Fantasy V. So, yeah, those would be my 2 overall favourites. Again, 10-2, very good. There's very few fantasy games I think are bad. Depending on how quickly we finish this game tonight, you might find out a little bit more about what ones I do think are bad. We've got a little golem guy over here. Master, we have waited so long. Okay. He says that because we have the warp cube. If we did not have the warp cube, he would give us some sort of hint about it. Because by having the warp cube... Wait, it's not this. Where do we go? Where are we going? Oh, right. Yes, right. I am misremembering. Those flashing tiles distracted me. What about Final Fantasy -1? There's not a Final Fantasy negative, however, if you're a big fan of so bad it's good stuff, there is a Final Fantasy anime that I think Square Enix are trying as hard as possible to forget about called Final Fantasy Unlimited. It is categorically not good. It is objectively really bad. But if you're into sort of guilty pleasure, so bad it's good kind of stuff, it's worth checking out. You got 10 as a gift and love the story. It does a good job of explaining what happened in the first part of 10. It does. 10-2 has some big problems. The biggest problem with 10-2, in my personal opinion, is actually just trying to 100% that game. As far as I know, it's the first Final Fantasy game that actually has a listed completion percentage, and getting 100% in that game is ridiculous. I was looking at a guide when I did my last playthrough of it. I wasn't trying to get 100%, but I was just trying to get, do about a reasonable amount of things. Chapter 4 of that game is literally watching cutscenes that are not guaranteed to trigger unless you do certain things, and if you skip the cutscenes or don't watch them through to the very end, boom, no 100% completion for you. It is actually awful. But the game itself, for the most part, very good. Alright, we're gonna loop around. So there's our next floor. We've got a room in the middle, which I think has more loot in. We're gonna speed through these guys. Yeah, 10-2's battle system actually is one of my favourites. really enjoy Final Fantasy games. I mean, I say Final Fantasy games, any RPG, but Final Fantasy is the one that comes to mind most. That have job systems in where you can change your character's jobs on the fly. That's part of why I love Fantasy V, actually. V's version of the job system is, in my opinion, the best. Just hands down. It's very breakable. You can destroy the game with it without too much effort. But I think that's part of what makes it great. If you want to go looking for the combos, oh yeah, they definitely exist. The dress fit mechanic is what I love. As someone who loves transformations from Power Rangers, it just felt like a game made for me. I 100% agree. The dress fairs were very fun, especially because I enjoy the fact that they have, they have different costumes for everyone. You know, some games that have job systems like this one, all of your characters that have the same jobs. Yes, same, exactly, Yomi, yeah, different fun characters in different outfits. In this game, if we had 4 white mages or 4 black mages, they would all look the same. They'd all look the exact same. In Final Fantasy V, that is not the case. They all have unique outfits, and of course, because 5 was an SNES game, sprites are quite limited. They're not that detailed, but there's still some nice differences. Whereas by comparison, 10-2, PS2 game, nice 3D models, nice animations. They went way harder with the costume design in 10-2 than they needed to. But bless them for it, because there are some very, very nice costumes there. I think one of my favourite has to be Yuna's Black Mage one. That was always a favourite of mine. Alright, we're going to try and get ourselves... We'll try and get ourselves to a certain point. Kyra the Evil! Kyra? Thank you for the follow! I apologise if I've butchered your name. I hope you're having a good evening tonight. Didn't FF1 to 5 come out on Game Boy? So the original release of Final Fantasy 1 through 3 were originally on the NES. In fact, 2 and 3... Give me something flew into my vent there. 2 and 3 were originally only on the Famicom. They never made it to the West. 4, 5, and 6 were on the Super Nintendo, and they were 4 and 5 were made to the West originally, and 6 as well, Super Nintendo. They then, I believe, did port every one of them 1 through 6 to the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, as well as I think every one of them had a PlayStation 1 port as well. I'm not sure. Kayara, thank you, Kayara. I apologise. It's the part of streaming you never have to think about until you have to tackle it in person, trying to pass people's names on the fly. I hope you're having a great evening tonight. Right, so we're going to loot all this stuff. Thor's Hammer. Thor's Hammer, that's another one of those items. This one, I'm certain. Yeah, so Thor's Hammer also casts Thundara, so now we have 2 infinite Thundara items should we need it. Cottage, Sunblade, that's 10,000 gil, and Dragon Mail. We're going to whack. I think that's for you. That's actually not... Gaza's Lightning. Okay, we'll leave you on that. You can't wear it. Can you use Thor's Hammer? You can, and that's worth having. Did we find anything else good? Just double check real quick. Sunblade. I think that's undead. How was that on you? That's better. Can the Red Mage use it? Okay, we'll put it on you. I think it was the first one. Yeah, I think you are right. I think it was. Does this FF also have guns so it's like an 8? Unfortunately not. The Gunblade was originally unique to Final Fantasy 8. However, in Final Fantasy 14, they actually added a class that specifically uses the Gunblade as their main weapon. It is the tank class called the Gunbreaker. They added it in the... third expansion? Hold on. Get my expansions in the mix here. Dragon's Sword, Stormblood, Shadowbringers... What was Endwalker in? What did Endwalker add? Endwalker was Sage and... I can't think what... It's either in Shadowbringers or in Endwalker. I forget which of them. But yeah, he's a tank class, and they actually go all in on the Final Fantasy VIII references, to the point where a lot of the Gunbreaker class's abilities are literally just named after School's attack. Like, you get Rough Divide, I can't think of all of them now, Blasting Zone. I can't remember all of them. I don't play Gunbreaker that much. It's not my favourite tank class, but yeah, if you really want to play a Final Fantasy game that does have what's it called? That does have a Gunblade class in it, and you don't want to play 8, and I would not blame you because 8 has a lot of problems. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14. I'm gonna shill Final Fantasy 14 a lot. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not paid by Square Enix. This is not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag could be sponsored. Hashtag call me Square Enix. I have 10,000 hours in Final Fantasy 14. I've been playing the game for about 8 years now. So suffice it to say, it's definitely something that I am a big fan of. Our friend left on a journey to the west. He took the warp cube and went to see our master. So yeah, again, another hint for the warp cube if you didn't have it. What about Circle Onyx? Oh god, Onyx is such a meme Pokemon. Right. Okay, sure. Just one shot you, sure. Here's a question for you guys in chat. That enemy there, Wyvern. How do you guys pronounce that? I've heard 2 pronunciations of that, and I honestly flip-flop on it myself. Do you pronounce it as Wyvern, or do you pronounce it as Wyvern? Because I can see either way. Well, I got a lot of Wyvern enjoyers in the chat tonight. That's fair. Again, there's no right or wrong way to it. It's a fake made-up monster, so you can name it whatever you like, but it's interesting to me that people have different approaches to that one. Another guy blocking our way, Blue Dragon. His guy should die in like 2 hits. Oh, actually hit kind of hard. Lots of Wyverns tonight. That's fair. Wyvern does kind of sound more Old English, you're correct. I actually did play FF The Four Heroes of Light on DS. Did you know it was a planned sequel to the... Yeah, it evolved to Bravely Default. Yeah, it's great. I loved Bravely Default from what I played of it. Helm did not finish it. Act surprised, Helm did not finish the video game. But, yeah, I enjoyed Bravely Default from what I played of it, and it's very telling when you look at it and how it's, you have your Black Mage or White Mage, a lot of classic fantasy classes. Kind of like Data and Data. Exactly, yeah, lots of those. Use the warp cube to travel beyond the sky. It will take you to their flying fortress. So we stand here, push A, and we swoosh up into the flying fortress. So this is the real dungeon. So when we went to get the warp cube, there were 2 items we needed to get into here. The first was the chime that we got from the Lufenians. If we didn't have the chime, we wouldn't have got into the tower in the first place. We wouldn't have been able to get this far. If we didn't have the warp cube, we'd have gotten all the way through the tower, gotten to the warp circle, and then realised, oh wait, I can't go any further. And we would have to go all the way to the waterfall. Thankfully, I actually remembered it this time, so we don't have to worry about that issue. So we're here at the Flying Fortress. And again, this is one of those very cool, very cool aspects of Final Fantasy's games, This is very, well, it's not techy per se, but there's certainly some tech influence here. That the series has always had. It's part of why I love Final Fantasy. It has that great blend of fantasy and technology to it. I had to play FF12, but the level scaling of the enemies frustrated the hell out of me. I can certainly see that. Flying Fortress Skyfire! As long as it's not the uncensored version. You don't want to get cancelled. But yeah, level scaling on open world games, I think, is something I have a very contentious point on. We'll see. Don't get... Oh my god, Naomi, that's incredible. I love that. Oh, that's amazing. I've never seen anyone use that out there. It's fantastic. Yes, Dad of Light. I think that was a full Netflix series. It's about a dad that reconnects with his son by playing Final Fantasy 14 together. Very wholesome. So guys, before we get ourselves cracking into the Flying Fortress, I'm gonna take a little break. There'll be ads coming shortly. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna refresh myself. I'm gonna go and apply some. I'm going to go and conduct essential maintenance. Smiley! It's going well. We're just about to take a little break. But I hope you're doing as well. Hope you're having a great evening. Don't break, just do a defect. Exactly, yeah. We're going to take care of yourselves. Stream of self-care, viewer self-care. Get yourself a drink, get yourself snacks, whatever you might need. Mind the closing doors. I will see you all again very, very shortly. And we are back! Hope you were all behaving yourself while I was gone. Let me see what was going on in the chat here. Yomi, lurking a bit more playing on Genshin? Good! Good, Yomi. It's good to see you actually lurking. You're actually taking care of yourself and resting for a bit. Don't make Lady Helm get mad at you. Exactly. Yomi is a workaholic. I'm pretty sure anyone here that knows Yomi knows that Yomi is a workaholic, and we are trying to help her with this. Thank you for welcome back! Also, I see Yomi was referring to some terrible jokes. Hey Yomi! Hey Yomi! Yomi, I know you're still there. Yomi, did you hear about the fire? The fire that happened at the circus? It was intense. I don't care if she's on break. I'm gonna clip that and send it to her later. Oh, okay. Well, we're back. We're back in the saddle. We are in the we're back in the Final Fantasy, and we are in red mode. Let's go. You know what? We're red mode, so let's go back on the red mode. Chaos, my element. I'm gonna banish a light in the dark. Special summon BLS. All right. So again, thanks to the power of cheating, exploiting, we can peek through the walls and see every single room here has something good. So let's go and collect it. We're actually getting quite near the end of the game. I was low-key worried that we may be here a little longer than I expected, but no, we're making great progress. We are 100% clearing this tonight. No chance we don't do it. And in fact, we may even finish early enough that we can do my little extra surprise I had. It's nothing too... The extra surprise is nothing too fancy. I don't want to set expectations too high. It's just a little silly idea I had. Oh, not like Cass. I don't think I run any ice other than Dustin. So you're that kind of Stratos. I see. The kind of Stratos that searches any elemental hero or destroys any back row. That kind, I see. I've never played heroes. I respect them. Purely because I have a very vivid memory of playing against a hero deck on Master Duel, where the hero player, he's popping off, he's comboing off, he's doing hero things. And on a pretty good board. I forget exactly what it composed of. I think he had an Ab Zero. I think he may have had a DPE. It was kind of around the era people were all running DPE. So he had all this good stuff. And then somehow this man managed to... I Nibiru'd him, and this man managed to rebuild the exact same board that I had just gotten rid of after being Nibiru'd. I don't know how he did it, but you know what? I learned that day I have to respect the heroes. Repaste construction gradient adhesive. It's not a bad strategy by any means. I mean, they're definitely a fan favourite, that's for sure. Let's do my attacks correctly this time. I kind of messed that order up. There we go. I forget what it was. I think it was I pulled a Royal Rare hero from something in Master Duel. I think it might have been a Faris. Something like that. But yeah, I've never built heroes. Heroes in Master Duel is a really expensive deck for no real reason apart from the fanboy factor, I guess. Earth Medusa, which presumably does Petrify, but I think it's dead, so I think we're fine. I usually revive a Dusted if I can, and Super Poly was the token. I'm gonna be real, I didn't even know that a Dusted heroes make tokens? I had no idea. The only things I know about hero is I know about DPE, Plasma. I know Ab Zero is very good in Goat. And the Nibiru token, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And obviously I know about Dark Law Pass. The standard hero end board. Yeah, that makes sense actually. I never actually considered the idea of using the token for the poly, but yeah, I guess that checks out. Claws down. It's really funny. I don't know whether we've got resistances on anything. Well, actually, I know we've got a few. We've got... What are you getting protected from? You're getting protected from... You're immune to poison. You're immune to every status. You're immune to every status. Yeah, it's literally just the Black Mage that's actually vulnerable to poison right now. Glory to the Academia, as the new kids say. Is that a reference to the new anime? I am not up to date with the new anime, I'm afraid. That's whipping me a little bit. Last Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime I watched any of was Zexal. I watched a decent amount. I think it was like episode 50-ish. And I just kind of fell off on it a little bit. Oh, you brought Strauss along, Zordon? Well, thank you. I thought you were having a great time with Strauss. Arc V. Ah, I see. That was the pendulum one, wasn't it? Look, we've got a second healing helm. We now have 3 items that can just... Oh, we don't actually need that technically, do we? That's... No, that's actually better. Okay, we'll put that on you. There we go. Yeah, pendulums are one of those battle mechanics I'm low-key afraid of. Every time I see pendulums, I always underestimate them, and then something happens, and the next thing I know, I'm just dead. Actually, in Master, where it's usually just, Hold on. I'm trying to pass this now. I see the D's nuts at the end. Because I can... Okay, yeah. D's nuts, thank you for the follow. There's 100 bunnies all lined up neatly in a row. If 99 of the bunnies took a step back, could you have a receding hairline? Very good, very good. Mostly good off of Astrograph, Electromite combo. Yeah. Electromite is certainly a card, that's for sure. I wish that there was good support for other summoning types like Electromite. I can imagine if there was some sort of Xyz link monster that allowed them to, what's the word? Imagine if there was a link monster that allowed you to treat it as a level for an Xyz summon, that'd be pretty cool. I'll change it back now, no problem. Thank you for the follow either way. Yeah, well, you've got, but I know that Sprite, Gigantic Sprite, can treat Link 2s as being level 2s. But it'd be nice if there was just a generic Link monster that's just like, oh, you can target one monster you control. This turn, this monster can be treated as a monster of that monster's level if you use it for an Xyz summon. Something like that. I run from these black flans, because I seem to recall these guys are just very high defensive and they just take ages to die. Alright, so that's peak. So this room's got 2, that's got 1, 2 in the right, 2 in the bottom right, nothing in the left, 1 left, and 2 left. Oh, welcome back! Welcome back! So in that case then, let me try that again. Thank you for the follow, Totally Not Ren. Hope you're having a great evening tonight. Let's start actually mopping these guys up. The one thing that is quite good with this game is the level curve, once you get past the Earth Shrine, is pretty decent, honestly. The Earth Shrine I'd like to do a little extra grinding for, but after that point you're usually good for the end of the game. As long as you just fight more or less everything you come across. I think it would help Pens in Archetype Code talk about like links, like you use match from hand and then send them face up to the extra. That could work. I could see that being very broken though, because then they could potentially just pen some of the materials back out again. That might be a bit rough. Okay. Zordon, you've unlocked a memory here. I have to share this one because I was kicking myself for this. I went to locals a few months back. I've only been to locals a few times. I only started playing physically pretty much this year. And my game 1, I was on... Was this my Trap Tricks deck? Or my... No, this was my Life Twin Sprite deck. And I was playing into Mathmex. I lost the die roll, lost game 1, cleaned up game 2 convincingly. Game 3, they go in first. They get out their, what's it called? Laplation or Alimbertion, the one that does the negate. And I'm like, oh, okay. I know I have a way around this. And I misplayed so hard because I forgot that it's a negate for an effect and not for a negate of an activation. And I could have made Sky Cavalry Centauria bounced the Placian Alimbertion, whichever one it was, because it would have counted as damage steps, so they couldn't have negated it, and then I could have gone into a Zeus and probably cleaned up the game. Because I forgot it was effect and not activation, I didn't do that, and I ended up losing the game, and I was so annoyed about it. Alimbertion is a certain negateless niche. Yeah, I don't know all the Mathmech names off the top of my head. It was... There's an Xyz monster that if it's made with a certain thing, becomes a once per turn Omni negate, but it negates effect, not activation, so you can't use it in damage step. Exo, welcome! Hope you're having a great evening over there. Had a great time having you for the Jackbox and Yomi server on Monday. It was worse. So yeah, what are we doing here? We're doing Ocarina of Healing. You attack and you. So yeah. Yeah, so that was the one that I was kicking myself for the more. I mean, I didn't do great in locals. I think I finished exactly in the middle of the pack, but I was kicking myself because did it have one of 3 effects like to search level 4? I believe it was tied to the main deck monster, if I remember correctly. There's like one Mathmech main deck monster that if you use it to make an Xyz monster, that Xyz monster becomes a it gains an Omni negate from the material. Something like that again. I'm going to prepare late day meal stuff soon for your stream also. No wonder, no problems, Ocarina. Thanks for being here. Having a great time and I hope your stream goes well. So, I was in the other voice chat for a bit too long, so I didn't know if y'all played Paint this week. No, we didn't actually. What did we end on? We ended after the second round split the room, but it was a lot of fun. The great thing is there's so many games that we didn't play that we could definitely do another game night at some night and just, do the ones we didn't do. It's not Alan is stupid to know if I see it Utopia being Bontex. It's, yeah, well, the Xyz monster I think was Alan Bersham, but it's the material it was made with that gave it the Omni. Now I just fight these guys to see if they actually are tough or if I'm misremembering. There you go. Okay, yeah, these guys aren't as tough as I thought they were. Ah, okay, we'll fight these guys next time then. It might be Division. Again, I'm not an expert on the old on the Mathmech names. The only ones I know are I know Geomathmech Final Sigma. That's the only one I know off the top of my head the full name of. But yeah, it's one of the main deck ones that gives Omni negate to the monster that was made with it. That's what it was. But the negating question again is effect, not activation, which is why it was a misplay. Because it's one of those things that a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players don't know when they first learn it is that effect negation and activation negation are 2 completely different things. Activation negation means that they can activate another one if it says you can activate it once per turn, but also activation negation can be done in damage step, effect negation cannot. On those weird quirks of the damage step. Final Sigma was funny because I can make him in Malefics. I can believe that, yeah. I kind of wanted to play a deck that made him one time, but I ended up making... I built Super Quants instead because Great Magnus is just a much funnier towers in my opinion. Very fun actually. I remember I played a duel, one of the first times I played him with actual physical cards was actually against Mathmech. This was a different time. This wasn't like at a tournament, this was just like, casual play. And the Mathmech player was there with their partner. And they seemed pretty confident about the deck. They'd obviously been building it. And it wasn't a bad deck by any stretch. I'm not going to pretend it was. I lost the game 1. And they had like some really big combo off of it that they made, I don't think it was Final Sigma, it was a different synchro, but they made its attack really, really massive. It was like a 12,000 beater or something by the end of it, so obviously I lost that. And I remember, like, when they sat down, they said to their partner, like, oh, shall I make them see... the exact word they said, which, it was very funny, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't take it as BM or anything. They were like, they asked their partner, shall I make them see God? And I was like, hey, play to the best of your abilities, I want to see, play your deck to the best of your abilities. And yeah, they crushed me game 1. But I'm not going to lie, I convincingly swept them in games 2 and 3 because they did not know that Struck by Pixies is a thing. Or they just didn't plan for it. Did you know you can't negate the activation of Gambler of the Sands? He has no once per turn on activation of his effects. Well, you can negate the activation of it, surely, but he can just try it again, yeah. Of course, if it's like a Baron, then she'll just pop it afterwards. So we've got the black and the white robe there, which are, despite their names, actually not very good. They're worse than the diamond armor we got here. Basically, these are more utility items. So white robe casts Invisible, and the black robe casts Blizzara, which means we now have multiple elements we can throw at the enemy. Retake Super Point again, it's just they lose hard to Kaiju. Yeah, Kaiju are awful for that deck. It's like one of my favourite decks is Trap Tricks, and Trap Tricks gets absolutely destroyed by Lava Golem, because normally it's Sarah Rafflesia Pass. And yeah, I've lost weight when you go to Lava Golem. You know, I didn't do this, but I actually went to YCS London back in April. I wasn't in like the main event. I knew I had no chance in the main event. I was not going to touch that. Plus, my schedule didn't allow me to. But I went in on the Sunday. I went to the main event. The Sunday events rather. Melody, how you doing? We're doing well. I was talking about my experience at YCS London on the Sundays. Huggies, thank you. YCS London, I went on to the, it was called the Sunday Mega Challenge. It was a 7-round Swiss tournament. And I did not win a single round. I won exactly 2 games. I took a game off of a player who was playing Kashtira, which really surprised me because at the time I had never read a single Kashtira card, so we take those. And I won a single game off of a player who was playing ABC, which, you know what? I'm not gonna lie, base as hell playing that deck. Alien Isolation and Scream now was good stuff, Well, I'll get fun with it. $100 per card, I'm not gonna spend that much in a children's card game. Ooh, okay, right, chat. Anyone in chat that plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Physically, let's have our Yu-Gi-Oh! Confessional. What is the most money you have spent on a single Yu-Gi-Oh! card? 19 Decline, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a great time. Hope you enjoy the stream. So, for my Yu-Gi-Oh! Confession, the most I have spent on a single card, which isn't that much, admittedly, I have spent £30 on a copy of Sprite Blue. It wasn't the, what's it called, the high rarity one, which is an ultra, but that's the most I've spent. I have also spent a decent amount of smaller amounts, like I bought a Zeus for 25 and so on, but... So, 300 on Aeneas. Dropout, do you actually have an Aeneas? If so, you'd better hide it. You don't want Konami finding out about that. Oh my god, you actually got the username right. That's surprisingly rare. I'm glad I could down it for you. Diamond Shield and a ribbon. Alright, that's another ribbon. That's our 3rd ribbon. So now all of our casters are completely protected from status effects and half damage from all elements. This is really good. We need this for later. Diamond Shield is... We actually already have it, so we're kind of fine. Stone Golems! I think these were the guys I mistook the Clay Golems for in my last... last stream of this. I believe I thought they had really high physical defense, but really low magic defense. I think that's these guys. Let's hit them with Blizzara, and we'll hit them with Golems. They can try to get it from me, but I'll take Atom's advice, Warping Fate, aka cheating. I used to sell cards a long ago. I sold one for like 500. It was an official misprint Ghost Ray of Rainbow Dragon. Oh my gosh, I've seen the misprint of Rainbow Dragon by the Dark Message. I've seen that misprint before. Wow, that's awesome, No Rage. It's wild how much some of like cards can go for, especially the misprint ones. I don't know where it is. I think I still have knocking around somewhere a misprint of base set Pokemon. It's not that exciting of a misprint. I think it's a fairly common misprint. But I had a, it was either Ninetales or Vulpix, where instead of saying 60 HP, it said HP 60. Or it might be the other way around. It's one of those. Whereas card is a $600 Charizard GX. Yeah, wowzers. Wow. You guys got some great stuff over there. Awesome. Oh, Health, thank you for the sub. Hope you're doing really well over there. It feels like might just because I've got my chat on one window and this on the other, but it feels like my alert's a little delayed, so I do apologise if that isn't the case, but Hale, thank you! I hope you're having a great evening over there. And thank you again for the sub. What's the sub goal, guys? Which is also the last of the Founders badges. This will be the last of the first badge next year now, if you're interested in that. Pulled out a random pack I got for Christmas back in 2019. Wow. That is incredible. I wish I could have good luck like that. The best luck I've had with my pulls is I pulled the Kashtira field spell out of my entry packs at the YCS, that was not bad. That was an easy like 20 quid card at the time. And probably the best pull I've had. I actually have it right here. I'm gonna give it a little tap. That's it in the top loader. I have a collector's rare Stake Your Soul, which I'm currently holding on for because I kind of want to build Vanquish Soul, but man, that deck is expensive. Every single thing in it is an ultra rare or better. So to drop by and drop a sub real quick. Busy today. Have fun, Helm. No problem, Hell. You enjoy yourself. As I always say, have a great time, even if not necessarily a long time. Thank you for the sub, and good luck with whatever you're going to do today. Hope it goes well for you. If we ever get Discord, we should post our shiny cardboard there. I might make a Discord at some point. I'm not rushing into things. I don't want to put too many things on my plate at the moment because I still want to get some more redeems and maybe some sound bites and some stickers for you guys to play with using your bits and channel points. But when it comes to a Discord, I will definitely at some point. I'll definitely have a Yu-Gi-Oh section. I say Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever card game. I don't play any other ones, but hey, always fun to see other people enjoying their cards. Yeah, Vanquish Soul is crazy high rarity, especially if you compare it to the OCG. They actually gave the entire archetype a rarity boost for TCG for no reason. In New Year Anniversary Yu-Gi-Oh! Tune, I pulled one Lady Labyrinth Silver Castle, and I have no idea if that's good or not. That is very good. That is very good in Labyrinth, yeah. Lady... I think... Is Lady the one where she's in armor, or is that Lovely? I always get those two mixed up. But the one with her where she's got swords, the 3000 attack one, that's very good. That should definitely be worth a little bit. I'm pretty sure Labyrinth run at least 2 copies of that, maybe even 3. Siku Vermilion, thank you for the follow! Hope you're having a great evening. Hope you enjoyed the stream and hope you're enjoying the Yu-Gi-Oh! Talk. They always bump it if it's popular. TCG likes to suck you dry and then randomly not print others for Aeons, right? There is a really... Okay. As a card that, as far as I know, I might be wrong on this, I haven't been paying too close attention to the releases, there's a card that I've been waiting for to put in my Live Twin Sprite deck. It is really not good, but it's very funny. It's called Leela Ramp. It's just a card that burns your opponent if you summon a monster from the graveyard and gives you a bit of healing. But it's very funny because you can use to chain block your own effects. So in Evil Twins, you can go, bring out your 2 twins, chain link 1 key skill to draw, chain link 2 leader to pop, chain link 3 leader wrap to chain block and do your other stuff. Needle Fiber OCG was out like 3 months in, then it dropped in the TCG era. Yeah, gosh, I do not miss Needle Fiber. Also, a month ago, I got sad because I lost my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card. Oh no! I ordered a copy of TCG Player despite ordering one copy or sent a full set. Oh, well, heck, I mean, as long as you didn't pay for the full set, then hey, bonus. That falls down to seller negligence. You know what? Because if it's a normal, so they probably just wanted to get rid of... Oh, did I? Wait. I didn't actually go up, chat. I was too busy talking Yu-Gi-Oh! I was not paying attention. That's fine. We'll be fine. This is a little reminder to you guys in chat, because I know some people have joined a bit later. I am going to be doing a Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream on... hold on, I've looked at my own schedule now. On Friday, that's right. Friday at 6 PM Eastern, I'm going to be doing some Master Duel. If you would like to join, we're going to be doing some viewer duels. So I'd love to see what kind of weird brews you might be cooking up. If you miss Needle Fiber, then I'll shake your hand, congratulate you, you're wrong, yeah. Needle Fiber is like Auroradon and Galaxy Tomahawk and Verte. Nothing fun ever happens when those cards hit the field. Alright, let's do this properly and actually progress rather than go the wrong way. Certain TCG players will give you a bonus item if you order from them. Okay, I guess that makes sense, yeah. I suppose if it's just an old normal monster, it probably doesn't have much value, so they're probably just like, chuck that in there. RGB mode, let's go! Game of hours, wait, what? What am I... Hold on. How did I get lost? This dungeon's... By gaming so hard, we forgot where we are, chat. We'll figure it out. Because he was mostly broken with Dragoon and DPE. Yeah, you're not wrong, but at the same time, it's also... It's just a very cheesy card. I do not miss the days of the DPE engine running. Oh, that's the up, right, okay. Hold on, wait. I'm ashamed to admit it, guys, I may be slightly lost. This guy can cast Flare? Ow, actually kind of hurt. Yeah, there's a spell which we just called Kill. I just find that funny. The thing I always think is funny about Verte, just because it's a funny mental image, and I'm surprised no one's drawn this yet. Okay, hold on, let me see. What goes here? What does this take me? Is this down or is this up? Okay, we're going the right way now. We're going the right way now. But yeah, it's a funny mental image. When you think about the fact that it's Predator Plant Verte, surely the idea is he's eating the fusion materials? But then, where does the fusion come out of? So I'm just kind of imagining, like, Verte just eats these two heroes and just vomits up DPA. It's all gross and slimy. I don't play Master much because as I used to, because another VTuber got mad at me for the way here. Well, I promise you this, I will not get mad at you for the way you beat me. I know I'm not very good at the game. I know I play very bad decks. So I will not be mad about you beating me any way you choose. I'm not going to act like I'm going to get frustrated potentially, but I will never get mad at someone for choosing to play a certain deck. Even if it's Runic Stun. I'll roll my eyes, I'll grumble, I'll complain, but I won't be actually mad. Seriously, do not bring Runic Stun, I will not be happy. Okay. Gold Needle, small Gil. He has a ton of Gil, I actually don't think of Sasuke's Blade! Oh man, Sasuke? He's from that anime, Naruto. My favourite anime, Boruto's dad. Wait, where is Sasuke's Blade? Oh right, yeah, so a funny thing actually, yeah, I remember now. We can't use this. This is literally only usable by the ninja class. One of the few benefits that class gets. Well, I say few benefits. They get black magic as well, but it's not that great. Yeah, bring some fun decks. I'd love to see something very goofy. One of my favourite bad decks is, I call it Gingerbread House Turbo. It's just an extremely bad stun, not stun deck, stall deck that just focuses around the card Gingerbread House, which is not a good card, but it's just very funny. Or Return His Father. When's his dad getting animated, right? I love these guys' little laser effects when they shoot. Here's the thing, we just got healing every turn now, so I don't even have to worry about healing. It takes care of itself. Hold position turbo. My win card is calling a judge. Because I'm sure that the Yu-Gi-Oh heads of the chat have seen, they released a new structure deck recently, which is Red Dragon Archfiend, the Jack Atlas one. They put a little promo card in it, which is it's a non-playable card, but it's a card of Jack Atlas. He has no attack, no, he has 3,000 attack, he has no level, and his monster type is human, which is just very funny because I'm imagining a universe where you find a way to convince your opponent this card is legal, even though the card itself tells you it's illegal. And then you find a way to put it on your opponent's side of the field, and then you flip Rivalry of Warlords so they can't control any other monsters. The dumbest floodgate known to man. Shadow King 69! Nice. Hope you're having a good evening. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're enjoying the Yu-Gi-Oh chat. Yeah, it's like the Duelist Kingdom card. Yeah, it's that same sort of... It's a normal monster card, but it's not playable. Analyzing tier match. No weakness. Same thing. Between Synchro, Xyz, Pendulum or Lynx, if you had executive ability to move one of these, which one? Pendulum's not even close. Not even because I think they're really good, I just think they're too weird. Like, I feel like when you sit down to play as a Pendulum player, it's like you sat down for a game of chess. You've got all you're putting your pieces on your board, and you've got your pawns, you've got your knights, you've got your bishops, you've got your queen, and then your opponent gets their pieces out, and they put down a Space Marine, they put down an Imperial Guardsman, they put down a Tyrannid, and it's just like, sir, what, this is chess. It's like, yeah, I know, these are my chess pieces. Are you sure? Oh yeah, definitely. That's how it feels to me. Lynx for me, they're just watered down synchros. I don't mind Lynx personally. I think that they could probably do a bit better I think that the links should be less generic. Because, yeah, all they do is make access code. Exactly, yeah. Access code and, what's the word? Update jammer. Update jammer access code is just the dumbest combo. It's so annoying. As it weird, I have a thing for Officer of Troy 5 is, I can't blame you, that man has some incredible eyebrows. You may or may not know, he was actually in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, kind of. There's a character in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series called, I think his name's like Tetsu or something, and he is literally just the exact same face as Officer Trudge. Very funny. Did he say the same thing? Okay, he just said the same thing. So the game spoiled it, guys. Tiamat's here. It's so funny that they throw out silence, and every party member that I would care about getting silenced is immune to it, so it's very funny. He's like the same guy. Well, I mean, he can't be the exact same guy, surely not, because, 5 takes place later. Unless, considering we're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh!, I would not be surprised if there was some sort of side manga where it turns out that Tetsu fell through a wormhole, ended up 500 years in the future. Wait, it is actually confirmed? I'd heard Little Karibo do a joke about that. I thought that was just a joke. That's actually confirmed? That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Man. That's why I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really serious, and sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh! Just like, yeah, you know what, screw it, this high schooler's gonna go into the future and become a motorcycle riding police officer, why not? Oh, this guy's called Kiraja, huh? I had no idea. The sub confirms it. Oh, I see. I don't even watch 5Ds in dubs. I generally prefer to watch dubs, just personal taste. And I'm not gonna lie, some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dubs, the times where they're having goofy fun with it, I really enjoy. Like in, hey, Gamer Hours, let's go! For example, when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, where you have, what's his name? Don Zalug. How his voice actor is just doing a Christopher Walken impression. So we get the Protect Cloak here. This is actually really unique. This is classed as a shield item. And it's another way we can add defense. So, honestly, we're just going to slap on Aquarina. She's got so much defense. Might as well make her a bit higher. If you had to remove an archetype from the game, which one and why? Ooh. Okay. Maybe not that hot of a take. Probably a pretty cold take. I'm going to say Tearlament. Tearlament has been consistently good, even though it's been hit so many times that I think you can run maybe 6 main deck Tearlament monsters total at this point. Actually, no, I forgot Kashtira Tearlament, so technically 9, I guess. But yeah, I would remove Tearlament. It's just so annoying. I hate it. I like the artwork. The monsters are all very cute. Merly did nothing wrong. But yeah, it's not a good one. Season 4 in GX has seen zero reference to Robin, the purple-haired girl, Tristan Lights, and the nerdy. Oh, interesting. I have a friend who's competitive player and friends with muscle. Oh, that's awesome. That's really good. I have a friend who plays Yu-Gi-Oh! more than I do. He goes to his locals a lot more. He's not like a competitive player or anything, but he taught me more or less everything I know about the modern game, and we play Dueling Book from time to time. Tech ring, some guild, potion, and okay, is that out? No, we actually don't need that particular. We already had them. Cool. Cool. We are in great shape. Oh, that's actually really bad. The slow spell in this game doesn't actually slow down your action. It slows down the number of hits you can do, which in turn means you just deal less damage. But we have got, yeah, there we go. We got enough magic, we're fine. Gordon can tell you, I know the meta through osmosis. It's very funny, when I went to YCS London, I was chatting to some of the guys there. And I will say, I had a great time at YCS London. I got destroyed. I did not even come close to doing remotely well. But everyone there was lovely, very pleasant, very polite. No one was like rude or anything, everyone was lovely. But it was very funny when we were just like chatting between the rounds. And I was saying to them, like, yeah, I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Last year. And they all kind of gave me, like, this horrified expression, like, oh, God, you got into Yu-Gi-Oh! During Tierlist? And I was like, oh, no. I got into it through Master Duel. I wasn't playing Tierlist. And they're like, oh, okay, thank God. I did try. I had a great time with it. It was a really fun experience. I would do it again. I would also definitely lose again, but I would do it again. Especially because the deck I'm building at the moment is... Alright, here's my abomination of my newest deck. It is the new Gate Guardian support, but I am combining it with a branded engine. So, it's really not good. It's objectively terrible, but if it goes well, I can end on a double spell negate and Mirror Jade with protection in the graveyard. It's not the worst. It's really not good though. It's really wonky. It's going to be terrible. Ah, Melanie, thank you. Yeah, I put all these new light redeems in. The purple one seems to be very popular actually. From the observation window, you can look out on the entire world. The observation window looks out upon the world. The four forces of fire, earth, water, and wind appear as mists converging on a single point. At a point at the center of the four altars. This must be the location of the Chaos Shrine. Oh, wait, actually have a little cutscene here. That's nice. This wasn't in the original version again. So yeah, this shows where the four altars are and where we're going to be going after this. Everyone gets stressed off when deck building because people don't get on the budget player. I get stressed out with deck building because I'm bad at it. Let's see here. Where is the up on this floor? Bottom, left, okay. Yeah, I'm really bad at deck building. Most of my decks, I just start by net decking the thing and then tweaking it from there. Let's go kill Chaos. That is the plan. We are definitely killing Chaos tonight, chat. I can promise you we are killing Chaos tonight. We've only been here 2 hours. We're nearing Tiamat. We are killing Chaos tonight. We are cancelling the apocalypse. Chaos! Being budget in this day and age is like rolling in glass. Revolution Single 65 is a non-collector's rare. Oof. I will say, though, apparently, citation needed, my friend who taught me Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been cooking with the new Jack Out the Structure deck, and he reckons it's pretty playable just off of 3 copies of the structure. Kind of like the Trap Tricks one. I bought 3 copies of the Trap Trick structure deck, and it's pretty much good out of the box. You can put some other stuff in there. It's always nice to put up a Goose Goo in there, maybe some Parallel Exceed, some other trap holes potentially, but it's very playable out the box. They've done a really good job with us by the new structure decks recently, I've got to say. So this floor was really obnoxious in the original NES version of the game because you had no map. This is one of the few instances of this game where the map wraps on itself. So if I walk off the right of this side, I will reappear on the left side of the screen. And the basic idea is it's meant to be tricky so you get lost. Thankfully, because I have the map feature, I know I can just go up and then left. Or I can just go right and then up, which I think I'll do right first. More of these little Astos guys. Revolution Synchron. I actually don't know what Revolution Synchron does off the top of my head, I will be honest. A lot of decks these days are good out of the box now because the packs are where the real threats come. Back in their day, Marek had triple Mirror Force and Lava Gun. Yeah, you're not wrong. Although, I will say that the Trap Tricks one, Trap Tricks was not a bad strategy before it got its new stuff. The stuff for Trap Tricks is really good though, is the in-engine stuff. Pudica and the Field Spell are incredibly good for the deck. And the new Xyz monster, Pinguicula, and Actipus, the new Link. Trap Tricks can OTK now, decently reliably. It's kind of surprising as someone that was coping really hard with it for a while. Recurring treatment comes like a level 1 with inherently good special summon condition. I need to play a synchro deck. I really haven't dabbled with many special summoning, or extra deck I should say, types. I mostly play Xyz and Link decks. I guess you could technically say I do a fusion deck because I have the Gate Guardian deck, but that's not really a fusion deck. It kind of has the whole... You don't fusion summon them, you special summon them by banishing pieces, so no Monster Reborn for you. What is a Blackwing structure deck? I I have a very vivid memory. Back when I was at the Whitelist, I remember my last round was against Blackwings, and it was one of my worst rounds. Right, I'm gonna throw a quick save here, because there is an enemy on this floor that is the optional super boss of this game. It's an enemy called Warmech. And if we find it, well, here's the thing. I want to do another quick save just to double check, because, you know, I always save twice. If we find it, I will fight it. I guarantee you, if we fight it, we will die. But I will show it off regardless. Warmech is a very rare encounter, though. It's something like a 2% encounter on this map, so if we do find it, I will be surprised. If you're going for 100% bestiary completion in this game, Warmech will probably be the last one you find, because he's just a very rare encounter. Funnily enough, he wasn't actually my last encounter in this game. I thought he was. It turned out I missed one enemy in the desert that was just called, like, Tyrannosaurus or something. Wasn't even that rare of an encounter, I just happened to not run into him. Alright, we have made it. We have made it to a beautiful green orb. Quick save. Death! Right. Alright, so just behold the green orb. Just ponder the green orb and see what it has to say. The Lich, Marilith, the Kraken. You have defeated 3 fiends and reached my lofty perch. All the better. May the image of Tiamat, the fiend of wind, be the last to burn in your eyes. Alright. Tiamat. We're going to do our standard strategy, which is, as some of you know, we are going to just buff the heck out of our fighter, and they're just going to go to town. Do you have any buffs you can give? Not really, I don't think so. Really? Yeah, let's cast Holy, why not? We'll give, you give haste, you can give temper. So we're going to get our set up turn here, but we're going to hit this guy like a ton of bricks. Ooh, Ice Storm, that's going to do reasonable damage, probably. Yeah, not bad, not bad. So, you might have noticed there, Asuna took a lot more than everyone else. Every other party member has a ribbon, and the ribbon halves all elemental damage you take. Right, isn't fighting like OP? Like FF1 through 3, it's very good in 1. I wouldn't say it's OP, it needs support. Fighter on its own will not hack it, but Fighter backed up with a haste and a saber or whatever, that will definitely do a lot. You know, it's just, we got incredible spells to do it. It does, you know what this guy looks like, he looks like that one Thunder Dragon. I always get Colossus and Titan mixed up, but he looks like one of the Thunder Dragon fusion monsters, you're right. We're just going to stack Tempers on the fighter now, to just make him as huge as we can get him. Depending on what order these spells go off, the Tempers go off first. I think there's a non-zero chance we could one-shot this. Okay, maybe not. But still, 719 damage, not too shabby. Colossus is a triple head with a flip effect as banned. Wait, Colossus has a flip effect? I thought Colossus was the... I'm gonna get it mixed up. I've never played Thunder Dragons, so I only have a vague knowledge of them. I'm probably just getting them mixed up. Yeah, more Tempers, I think. More Tempers. There we go. Oh, this is gonna do so much damage. It's gonna hit so hard. Yeah, that's pretty hard. That's pretty hard, I'd say. 2 hits, easy peasy. And down goes Tiamat, the fiend of the wind. I get another level up for Aquarina. Very nice. I was thinking of giving a weak Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetype a boss monster to make it slightly better. Yeah, I can see it. Process of Focal was banned for the flip effect, mainly used to reset your effects like Raijin and Invoke. Oh, I see. Alright, we've done it. We have successfully restored all of the crystals of the elements. And now, of course, it is time for us to leave. Because we know our next destination. We've seen where we're going. Because tonight, chat, we are killing Chaos. But let's get ourselves back to Corneria, where it all began. With a nice, good night's sleep. get ambushed by some desert berettas, as is tradition. Oh, we'll just blow all our good stuff. We're about to go and rest. We don't need the spell charges. That's okay, strategy. It's easily done. God knows Yu-Gi-Oh's got enough complicated effects. One can hardly fault you for mixing up two cards that have similar-ish effects. Alright. Welcome to Cornelia. I like swords. Welcome to Cornelia. I like swords. Welcome to Cornelia. Ah, good old 8-bit theatre. I remember watching the animations of that so much back in the day. Yeah. Well, let's have a good night's rest where it all began. Wait, were you guys here before? I don't remember if you guys were here before. Oh, you're just tutorial guys. Okay. Actually, before we go back to the Chaos Shrine, I want to make a small detour because I remember when we were going through the game not the first time, when we were going through the fire area, Crescent Lake, an NPC there said, come back after you've vanquished all of the fiends. I genuinely don't remember if there's anything they say or do differently if you do. So I just want to check on that. Maybe they give us something good. Probably not. They're probably just going to say something very... Yeah, the old man, yeah. They're probably just going to say something very trivial to us if I had to guess, but let's find out. Let's see. That's the same. That's the same. Oh, yeah, this is different. This is different, actually. The four forces gather... Four forces gather in the Chaos Shrine, the geographic center of the four altars. With the forces again flowing freely, the time to go to the Chaos Shrine and strike at the root of darkness has come. Ooh, there's some green lighting. Very nice. Goes with this scene quite nicely. The four crystals shine once again. The combined power of that light is the only means of breaking through the wall of time. The architect of this disaster is beyond that wall, 2,000 years in the past. You would have no memory of this, but before you wandered into this land, time flowed properly for you. But that flow of time has become warped for you now in this time. The chain of time has become looped back upon itself. You must travel back in time to the link in that chain that gave birth to this cycle of wrath and destroy it. A sequence of disasters that began 400 years ago. It was triggered by events that happened only a scant few days in our past. But whoever set this in motion has now fled 2,000 years into the past. Whoops. I see time spiraling. Whatever went back 2,000 years in the past has brought the world to the brink of destruction. And now, 2,000 years later, it travels into the past again. A cycle of wrath without end. An ever-repeating 2,000-year cycle. A warped destiny that gives birth and rebirth to wrath. But it's no more than an illusion. A fantasy. A final fantasy? Yeah? And only the Warriors of Light can break the cycle. Bring the light of the four crystals to us. Warriors of Light, only you can do it. I'm pretty sure you said that before last time. Power must be directed towards its proper end. Okay? 400 years ago, it was wind. 200 years ago, it was water. Then came earth and fire, the four forces that make up the world. I am Lucan. Oh, you say the same thing. So, to decipher what actually was going on, to explain what's going on here, the plot of this game, this world is in a time loop. At the start of the game, we defeated the Knight Garland. Knight Garland went back in time and released the four fiends. The four fiends then woke up over the course of the 2,000 years until we get to current day. And we're basically stuck in this time loop, but we're going to be breaking it by going back in time and defeating Garland himself. I don't know why the game had to take so many words to say that. It's not that complicated. Where are we going? I went the wrong way. Oopsie. We don't need to say it. To heal. We're going to go to the Chaos Shrine. Throw a quick save. And in we go. For the final dungeon of the game. This is the final thing. So we were here at the beginning of the game. We've looked at these rooms. Hope you tried out Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy. I tried the demo of it. I will be perfectly honest, the gameplay did not really grab me. It wasn't my particular cup of tea. As I've said before, I don't like hard games, I like easy games, and it was a little too difficult for me. However, I do enjoy the memes that it spawned, and I will be jack posting about chaos until the day that I die. So, by coming back to the Chaos Shrine, we can get a random encounter. Yeah, I was going to make a comment about these guys seeing this huge party of, like, really buff guys, but I guess they are zombies, so I guess I can't fault them for thinking they might have had a chance. We're going to interact with this 5th orb. Using the power of the 4 crystals that we now light up, you focus the light of the 4 shining crystals, fire, earth, water, and wind, on the black crystal. The flow of time surges and space begins to warp. Just one step forward and you will travel back 2,000 years in time. Dark Souls run with later, I heard. You will not catch me playing Dark Souls. If I play a Souls-like game on stream, it will be as a result of some sort of absurd sub-a-thon challenge or something. And even then, I will make no promises that I will finish it, because I probably won't. Let's see. We're going to put Shadow the Hedgehog in control, because we're not controlling Chaos, Zordon. We're destroying Chaos. We are here to kill Chaos. Let's see. This area is very large, and I don't remember which staircase we need to take. I don't know if it matters, but you know what? We'll just keep going. We'll just take both of them and we'll work out from there. The Armored Core. Yeah, also not really my cup of tea. I played Armored Core 4 Answer back on the Xbox 360, and it just wasn't really my bag. Again, a bit too difficult for me. The Garland and the 4 Fiends time move stuff. See, that was like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay strat. Summon Garland on the field, activate plot device, remove from play Garland, special summon 4 Fiends. If Fiends is destroyed, Chaos is summoned. You're not wrong, that really does. I would play that archetype. Kind of sounds a bit like, it sounds like, what's its name? Yubel with extra steps. I would have to pay you billions to play Souls games. Yeah, I would do it only in some sort of challenge, I think. Are you excited about Mario RPG and taking on the Square Enix boss? I'm excited to see what they do with that. Because I think it could be quite interesting. So, in Mario RPG, there's a hidden super boss that is basically a Final Fantasy boss. Not a specific one, it's just very much styled like one. In the Japanese version, it's actually a bit more of a joke than in the English translation. The Japanese version, the boss jokes about how he comes from a 2-dimension, and this world is 3D, so it doesn't suit him. Well, so to go back. Twins, welcome! Hope you're having a great evening. So that's some Mario RPG stuff right now. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they do with that, because they might go ahead and what's the word? They might change that, or they could keep it. I could see them go either way. Okay, so that's that one over there. Checking the map real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything important. Okay, I don't think it actually matters. I think either of these works. I think. We're just gonna go with it. We're gonna go for it. Hay guns and stone guns. Hay ones were weak to melee. This should just be fine. I just realized I've got Aquarina on the gauntlets and... Actually, nice better, actually. Out on the healing staff. Ooh. Oh, this guy's actually kind of resistant, huh? Oh, you know what? We're fine. Maybe I just read the... I don't know. I wasn't paying too close attention to the Blizzard. I was thinking maybe they just resist thunder. That could be it. Okay, this is the wrong way. I thought that was an intractable. I was mistaken. It did matter which way we went. It's fine. Bonus experience points. How goes the chaos killing? We are just on our way to do so right now. We are on our way through the Chaos Shrine. We are on the final stretch, actually. And when I say final stretch, stretch is definitely an appropriate word for it, as you will see. Oh, that's gonna hurt, actually. Hold on. Oh, okay, that's not too bad, actually, these guys. These guys aren't too tough. Just play Mario U on Switch, because I have no other game that does it. Yeah, fair enough. Make sure to give Cass a good kick in the shin for me, will do. I liked, because of restrictions of saying death, they changed Garland's line to just, I'm going to knock you down. They kept that in this version of the game, Rage. It's a wonderful... It is such a meme line, but I'm so glad they kept it in like even the most recent translations of the game. It's so weird as well, like there's so many other ways they could say, like, I, Garland, shall stop you here, or I, Garland, shall lay you low. You know, lots of other ways they could have done it, but knocking down it is, I guess. Let's see. Then this should be the correct path. I think. Helm, I also heard you like the gym cannon. One Kira parts in the Dual Mobile Suit Gun. You're thinking, I think, of the gun cannon. The gun cannon is nice. The gym cannon actually hasn't been, as far as I know, featured in any animations. It's one of those mobile suits variants that they made lots of media about, but no actual games about, like books and such. Where do we go? I've done this before, though. Oh, right, there's a door there. I see. Yeah, the gym cannon is my favourite one. I just like the simplicity of it, you know? Just take a gym, put a cannon in it, gym cannon. Jobs are good. Yeah, gun cannon's very good. There is a kit in the Origin line. I think it's called the Gun Cannon... What's it called? I can't think of the full kit's name. It's a higher grade gun cannon kit where the main body is yellow and it has two extremely long cannons you can put on it, kind of like the same length as gun tank cannons. I forget what it's called now. It's like gun cannon early type something cavalry, Iron Cavalry Division or something like that. But it might be early test type or something. I forget, but that is my favorite gun cannon just because I like yellow, but I also like just long cannons. Okay. Oh, I didn't buy any potions. We're fine, we've got loads of them. We should be fine. Just shovel this. Oh, I just realised we have an ad break going on. I missed that. Whoopsie. We have an ad break going on? It says ad break, but people are talking. I don't know. It's fine, we're not doing anything too interesting right now anyway. Make our way through for a little bit. I was going to take a break, but the time ran away with me. Nice level up for Asna, nice one for Karina. Not bad on Yone, pretty level ups. Green Dragon, easy enough. Pretty good. Oh, definitely. This is just stronger evil, I believe. This should be pretty easy to take care of. Yeah, sure, go ahead, science. I literally don't care. No one that is scienceable matters. Actually did not do much, did it? Huh? There we go. Okay, that sounds like right, Ethan. And another random encounter. Easy peasy. I'll wait till just so that those are stuck in ads. This is a somewhat significant part, so I'll just take this opportunity to just reorganise real quick. Get all our good stuff at the top. Helm. Actually, hold on, sort by items. Then we'll put good stuff at the top. Say we want the top. What else do we need here? We need... Welcome back everyone from ads. I apologise. I was trying to keep a handle on the adverts so that it didn't interrupt anything. I apologise, the time got away from me slightly. I will try my best to keep the ads to the ad break so that people don't miss anything too exciting. Well, you didn't miss much though, just some random encounters and some more walking through the same old hallways. Stratos has returned as a twin. Wait a second, isn't Stratos only at 1? I don't think you're allowed to do that. Anything else we need here? No, okay, we're good. Sorry, I want to wait here for just a moment, because this part of the game here, I believe in the original, is a potential soft lock. Oh, he's at 3 now? Oh, okay, I'm misremembering then. So, at this point, you interact with this. We play guitar. And that opens up this hidden stairway beneath the stone here. I think exactly the loot. Do you remember, Leon? So I believe, and I may be just remembering, but I think this was a potential soft lock in early versions of the game. You can escape the Chaos Shrine using the teleport spells, but I believe if you don't have them, then you're kind of screwed. Fortunately, although it's a soft lock, it's not an unescapable soft lock on the original versions. So yeah, you can't escape this area by traditional means. You can't just walk out of the Chaos Shrine, because we went back 2,000 years into the past. We're not in the same time zone anymore. If you have the teleport spells will get you out. But if you don't have the teleport spells, and if you forgot to talk to the princess and collect the loot, you wouldn't be able to open this passageway, and you'd now be stuck. The only consolation is you wouldn't be able to ruin your save file, because in every version of the game where this soft lock could happen, you can only save when you rest at an inn. So it's an annoying thing. You'd have to redo the whole dungeon up to this point again, but you could escape it, go back, get the loot, and come back here. Thankfully, in this version of the game, the loot is not optional, so we're good. So quick peek in the rooms, make sure there's nothing we want to get. Nope, we just want to beeline it to the top left. I'm going to see a lot of familiar enemies here. This part of the game is kind of like a mini dungeon rush, where each area has enemies that you've seen from a different part of the game. I don't actually know if they scale them up or not, so some of them seem surprisingly easy for this part in the game, but then again, the game itself as a whole is fairly easy on the whole side. Well, that being said, I will be eating those. Have I built any gunpla kits, Dropouts? Have I indeed? Yes, I have built plenty. I have a very large high-grade collection of over 200 kits, including my biggest flex. I have the high-grade Neozeon and the high-grade Dendrobium. And I'm not gonna lie, the high-grade Dendrobium was the most miserable building experience of my entire life. I would not recommend it to anyone. Yeah, over 200. It's the course of, oh my goodness, about 15 years of collecting. I went through a period, kind of when I first had my own income, where I bought a lot of kits. Like I go to the London Comic Con every October, every May, and I would routinely come back with anywhere from 5 to 10 kits. It got to the point where there was this one stall there, this one shop, that would recognize me on sight. And in fact, one year they even teased me when I bought a Frame Arms Girl from them. They said, "That's not a Gundam." So yeah, I have a very big collection, but I have eased up on it in the past, in recent years, because frankly, I just don't have the space for it anymore. I have... Hold on, my tracking's going to break for a second while I turn around and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... About 10 shelves that are basically full of Gundam kits. Actually, I tell a lie. One of those shelves is mostly Digimon kits. And a Blue Eyes White Dragon kit, which was very good. The Blue Eyes White Dragon Figure-Eyes Amplified kit is chef's kiss. Very, very fun build. I tried building my first Gundam kit in the Facebook. Oh no! You have to be careful with them. Some of them have very, very delicate pieces. I have definitely broken pieces while building before, but I don't think I've ever broken any so badly that it stopped the build from being functional. It's more just like, oh, he's got like a small tip of something. A Gundam Armada. So basically, I'm not gonna lie, I'm proud of my collection. I will also say, I am by no means the best Gunpla builder you will find. I basically just straight build them out of the box. I put stickers on them if they have stickers. I don't do panel lining or anything like that. I've tried it in the past, I could never get it to look good. I don't know. People make it look so easy, but I just struggle. It's so cool hearing about your hobbies, Helm. You've definitely got me intrigued with Gundam. It is certainly a heck of a rabbit hole you can get yourself down. That's for certain. You know how some people are really, really into Star Wars? You can certainly get to that degree with Gundam. 100%. Because just like Star Wars, there's so much expanded universe stuff and so much obscure things you could try that it's a real rabbit hole to delve down. I'm afraid I'll break any kit I try to build. Yeah, I can understand that. The Easy 8 real grade, the antenna apparently doesn't have a notch to stick in. Really? That's kind of disappointing, because if it's a real grade. I think the worst connection I can think of on any kit, and to be fair, this one kind of is understandable because it's an old kit and it's not a very good kit. The old high-grade Jim had the beam saber did not have a very good connection. You kind of wedge it in at a weird angle and it just kind of sits there. Hezzy! Welcome, Hezzy! Hope you're having a great evening tonight. You spy high-grade kits a lot than my wallet size screen at me. Yeah, that's fair. Just really want my own gun. Well, I will say 19 or Decline, whatever you want to be called by. If you want a Gundam kit, they do kits that are designed to be kind of beginner-friendly. I forget what they call them. They're like first grade or something. But they are literally designed to be... They are admittedly quite simplified, but they are designed to be easy to build. Another one, actually, it's not Gundam, but if you want to get some mech... If you want to build a mech model kit and you want something that's quite easy to build, but also looks decent on a shelf, there is a line of model kits called 30-minute missions. And they're like Gundams, they're mechs, they're robots, but they are deliberately designed to be very, very easy to build. Case in point, I bought one of them just to try them out because I'd never built them before. I think I built it in about 15 minutes. I'm pretty quick at building. But yeah, if you want to get yourself a model kit, 30-minute missions are not a bad option to try out. Another good one is they have another line called 30-minute sisters, which is the same deal where they're very easy builds, but they are mecha musume rather than being actual mechs. Twins! Well, smashing in through the window there, I'm going to have to clear that up afterwards. That's okay. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Really are. 30-minute missions really are good for a small budget, or if you want to try a few easier kits. They're very good for that. I don't think there's only one model kit line I've built that I would not recommend, and that is actually Frame Arms Girls. Although they look very nice if you have the talent to paint them and make them look good, they really don't look very good out of the box without paint. You basically need to paint them. Which is a shame, because the girls are very cute. I will say, however, the Frame Arms Girl anime is quite fun. It's a very cute slice of life kind of take on the idea, and it's very good. Also, most of the bulk of Gundam's lore is in the 1 Year War. Yes, 100%. I'm pretty sure there's more details on the 1 Year War than there are on some actual real-life conflicts, to be honest. It's kind of wild. That's another thing that I love with the Gundam metaverse, is that the word? Franchise, I guess? Just there's so much to it, and you can just ignore the parts you don't like and engage with the parts you do like. If you just want to see mechs punch each other while guys yell, hey, you've got G-Gundam for that. I can't paint my mechs, we're getting away with all of the things I like doing. I have tried painting, and the results were acceptable. They look okay on a shelf, but only if you're in only if you're looking from far away. What's your opinion on those Gundam figures that you just pose in cool ways? There's a few different ones that you could be talking about there. I'm assuming what you're referring to is the what's it called? Robot Spirits line? They're okay. They look nice next to a high grade. They're about the same scale. I've only ever actually bought one of them. I bought the Robot Spirits of the standard Jim Cannon, and it was nice. Unfortunately, I guess I must have held it a bit too rough. The effect part, the peg for the barrel of the beam gun, it got broke off in there, so I kind of broke that, and it was not very hard to do so. That was a bit disappointing, but that being said, it still looks nice on the shelf, and it's still my other gems. Found two simple ones you like, but you don't know which one to build. Well, Declan, if you guys can tell me what ones they are, I can offer my humble opinion. My bro might make a switch to the twins, but yeah, right? Too many twins. Alright, so what's in this door? Yeah, we can peek through both these doors. Alright, this is just an empty room. Again, shout outs to this map feature. If I was playing this and I didn't have the map, I would have to walk through this entire thing without knowing where I was going, and I might find nothing at the end. Is that right? Send you images of them. Yeah, tell you what, Declan, you're in Yomi's Discord, right? Go ahead and drop it in the Toys channel. I'll have a look when I'm done with the stream. But guys, this looks familiar, doesn't it? Got another orb here. Another yellow orb. A little quick save. And we're going to now ponder the orb. Alright. Back to the Lich. So this time, this is not just... Oh, no, I haven't got a Discord yet, no, I thought you were in... I might be mistaken. Are you not in Yomi Quinley's Discord? If not, you could always just... Let's see here. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so in Yomi's Discord, put it in the Toys channel there, and I'll have a look when I'm done. Blue! Ooh, nice. Bit of a deeper shade of blue, rather than cyan. Now, doing no blindfolded and earplugged run of this game, I am certain there are people that could do that. Alright, so there's a boss, so it's standard boss strat time. We're going to go for our Giant's Gloves on you. We haven't got any buffs you can do, have we? Not really, so we'll just cast Holy, why not? And then we'll get the Tempers going. The Tempers flowing. Ooh, orange! I like how the orange one looks, actually. The orange one's quite nice. There we go. Very appropriate for Spooky Months, actually. I may have some surprises down the line for Spooky Months. I've got a very particular plan for a certain game I'm going to be playing near the end of the month. And I'm definitely going to be having a surprise, if I'll just say that. Danny! Danny, welcome! Thank you! Hope you're doing well. Everyone's having a great evening over there. Alright, we got our fighter nice and buff. It's time to start. I wasn't even paying attention to what the Lich was doing. But you know what? No one's dead, so it couldn't have been that good. So we're just going to dump more Tempers. Here we go. You need to find you a GPO2 MRS. I have that kit, actually. I have that high grade. I actually don't have the... Oh. Oh, that's kind of bad. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. I have the MRS kit. I actually don't have the regular version of that kit, funnily enough. Okay, we should be fine here. We'll actually use up one of our heal archers and just spam more Tempers. Okay, if it works, right? Okay, I reckon he'll probably die. He'll probably be dead next turn, I reckon. We're doing about 800 of damage, so I reckon the next one will probably do about 1,000. That should be enough, I reckon. 1 damage. It's cute that he thought a melee attack would do anything to the fighter. Yeah, I guess we'll just go back to the healing staff here. Or healing helmet, the same thing. And, you know what? Let's just throw some spells, because I don't want to go too ham with... He's undead. That should work. $1557 damage. Very good, very good. I like it because I think it's a unit chunk of what was a potential Gundam instead of GPO3 Storman. That is what I've never seen it spelled that way before. Yeah, the GPO2 is a real chunky Gundam. Alright, well guys, you probably guessed the gimmick of this dungeon by now, because look over there, we've got another fire orb. We've got a bit of a roundabout way to do it. We're going to go through a door up there. And now, of course, hey, we're in the area with the fire orb. Oh look, now we're suddenly finding red dragons instead of earth dragons or whatever those other guys were. Dungeons have gimmicks since when, right? Not gonna lie, Final Fantasy 14 could stand to take a few notes in that regard. I love Final Fantasy 14, but I'm not gonna lie, the dungeons in that game are very samey after a while. We'll go Sandara, and where's my Blackbird? Bizarre, there we go. I know how to spell it, so I gave it a college try. Hey, that's fair, that's fair. I think it's just S-T-A-M-E-N, I think. Stratos, Lady Helm, knowing that you know I enjoy Power Rangers, what gun do you think I would most likely like, even though I express interest in the Zaku? If you're talking about robots, okay, it's technically not a real Gundam, but there's a Gundam series called Gundam Build Fighters, and I can't remember what it's called now. There's a Gundam in that which is literally a Megazord. It is made up of a lion, an eagle, and I think the other one's like a crab or something. I think it's called the... It's called like the Z3, I think, something like that. If anyone recognizes what I'm talking about in chat, please help me out because I'm drawing on the name. Why, Alakotsun? You're the third robot I've found here. Well, have you treated other robots as nice as you've been treating me? Have you had a great evening tonight? We're making our way through the Chaos Shrine here to go and destroy... Was it Z3's order? Did I have it correct? I can't again. It's been a while since I built it or watched that one. Helm, do you just cyber butler? If so, I'm here to help my friend. Well, I mean, certainly that doesn't hurt to have more hands around the place. Really, hands make light work. Yes! G-Gundam does have a horse Gundam. That is also great. Oh, Post, thank you. Yes, if you remember the one I'm talking about, please do, because I know that I knew it the name at some point, and I have since forgotten it, because it's been years since I built it. I'm glad my question could drag your luck. The other ones that are Power Rangers fan might... Tryon 3! That's the one, that's the one. Yeah, if you like Power Rangers, you will definitely like this thing. It is basically a Power Ranger mech. If you want something that is a little bit more normal for Gundam standards, then you might like, what's it called? The Gaia Gundam. The Gaia Gundam is a transformable Gundam that has like a robot mode and a, I don't know if it's meant to be like a wolf or a cat, a beast mode basically. You didn't watch Build Fighters Engage? That's fair. I actually really enjoyed Build Fighters. I didn't like Try as much, but standard Build Fighters I did enjoy. Funnily enough, I have a couple of friends that I actually got into Gundam who had never seen any Gundam series. I convinced them to watch Build Fighters. I told them, look, you don't need to understand anything about Gundam to enjoy this. You'll miss out a few references, but you won't miss anything out too major. And they watched it, they enjoyed it, and they liked it so much that that is what got them into Gundam. Love the IBO suit transform. Fair. When you say that, because Gundam Triumph 3 yeah, it is from Try. I didn't dislike Try. I just didn't like it as much as Build Fighters. Anyway, I'm sitting here talking away, and we've got round 2 versus the Monolith right now. So again, standard boss strat, giant gloves for the fighter. White Mage, what can you do? Do Protera, why not? You can pretend to be helpful for a moment. And we're going to get Timbers flaring again. I do a little bit of damage to the fighter, perhaps. Respectable. But I mean, we're fine. That's called the Assassin type, and that's called the Reaper type. Oh. I know definitely there's a Reaper Gundam. Gundam Death Sight. That's a very, very cool Gundam. Oh my gosh. Metagon, thank you for the sub. It's definitely a delay on my last place, but thank you, Metagon, for the subscribing and for helping us to meet our sub goal. Thank you so much. That's the last of our founders badges, guys. Thank you. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Metagon. What did I say? As ordinary I know a person who likes certain acts, I showed him Heavy Arms custom from Endless Waltz. Yeah, that's a good suit. That's a good suit. My favourite version of the Heavy Arms suit is the TV Endless Waltz version. The one that looks like Endless Waltz, but it's got the orange colour scheme and the belt-fed magazine gun. What am I doing here? We'll just do Jabazar. And you can do more tempers. I'd be like you both, the artist did a great job with Inverse. I'm really pleased how they turned out. Also, I looked at images of what you recommended. I'm very much liking these Gundams. They are good designs. The mech designers in Gundams really do good work, I have to say. I don't think there's many Gundam designs I actually like. So how are you? I'm doing well, Wyatt. I'm doing fantastic. Just got, I'm hitting my sub goal and everything. I hope you're having a great evening as well. Alright, we just want to keep our stuff healthy, so a little heal lager here. We've done some tempers, so we'll just throw out some more. Probably not fire, that probably wouldn't be great. We'll throw out a. You know what? Screw it, we'll just throw out some Blizzargers. Well, I was going to use my level 7 spell slots for. There's a lot of great designs. I like unicorns. Yes, unicorn is gorgeous. I went to Japan a few years back and I got to see the 1-to-1 scale unicorn transforming. That was amazing. We actually arrived about 5 minutes after it just transformed, so we were kind of kicking around for a few hours, killing time just so we could see it, but worth the wait. Definitely worth the wait. We're pretty much good now, I think. Just waiting on our way for some more. You know what? Healing Helm and Blizzard. There we go. That should do it. Small quirk of this game, actually. I believe in this game, the flare spell is actually fire elemental. In some Final Fantasy games it is, and some it isn't. It's very inconsistent. Yeah, we're fine. Taking a little bit of damage, but... what days do I normally stream? Unfortunately, it is slightly inconsistent due to my real-life schedule being inconsistent. Usually, though, Mondays and Wednesdays will be the days I will be mostly able to do. And otherwise, wherever I can fit in with my other obligations. I will say, though, plug, shill, if you'd like to keep up with my schedule, I always post it on my Twitter account, or my X account, which you can find in my About section. If you're not following me already, that will be the best way to keep up with my schedule and find out what I'm going to be playing when. What's my favourite series? Are you talking Gundam series, Strauss? Or are you just talking just in general? Let me just issue my commands here while I think on that. This. And Blizzard. Yeah, I went to Japan with some friends. It was a fantastic time. Like, obviously, I'm playing Final Fantasy. My name is Helm-Chan, so obviously, I'm at least a little bit weirdo. But despite that, it was a wonderful holiday. It was the best place I've ever been to vacation, and it's not even close. If you have the chance to go to Japan, take it. You will have a great time, I guarantee it. Gundam, but let's also get in general and double. Okay, so for Gundam, I'm going to actually nominate 2 because I don't think it's fair. You'll see why. My first one for Gundam is G Gundam. I love G Gundam. It's absurd, it's super dumb, but it knows it is and it rolls with it. But because G Gundam is so unlike any other Gundam series, that's kind of a cheat and we all know it. So my quote-unquote real answer is tough. It's either going to be, depending on what day of the week you ask me, it would either be Double O, because that was the first one that got me into it, or it would be 8th MST. I like them both a lot, for different reasons, but depending on which day of the week you catch me, I'd probably give you a different answer. General series, though, oh, that's even tougher. Oof. So I'm talking like anime series, I'm assuming here. That really is a tough one. So I'm being quite slight. You've got me thinking now, Dropout. So I don't actually watch that many series, is a weird thing. A lot of what I watch these days is stuff that's like, what's the word? Like YouTube content or streams and such. Yeah, I actually don't know if I can give you an answer on that one. I'm at a loss myself right now. I guess... Actually, no, you know what? Okay, I have got one. Digimon. I absolutely love Digimon. Growing up, Digimon was my favourite show. I had back then, Helm's been through a few iterations, and back then, we used VHS tapes, and I would always set my VHS tape to record Digimon every day. Season 1, the original Season 1, I would record it, get home from training, and I would watch it of a night. And Digimon Season 1, or Series 1, Digimon Adventure as it's officially known, was the first series I watched from start to end on TV. And to this day, it is one of only 2 shows that have actually made me cry, that I can recall. The other show that made me cry is hilariously embarrassing, because it was literally 1 episode of Monster Rancher. I have only ever seen the 1 episode of Monster Rancher. I had no context for what was going on in the show. I had no attachment to any of the characters. But from what I recall, it was an episode where the wolf monster had a brother, and I guess the brother was evil or something, and they fight, and the brother ends up dying in his brother's arms. And it was just like, oh my gosh, this is so sad. Why is this so traumatic? This is a kid's show. Anyways, so yeah, Digimon, I love Digimon just as a whole. If anyone is up to date with modern Digimon product, Digimon has released a device a few years back now called the Digimon Vital Bracelet. It's a very passive device. It's not really like a proper Digimon. You haven't got to feed them or anything. But you raise a Digimon on a watch, and I have a complete collection of all the cards that go for it. All the Digimon on it, rather. My favourite Digimon is Tamers, or seriously, Tamers is also good. Honestly, any of the first 3 series of Digimon are good. I fell off of Digimon really hard with Frontier, which was the 4th one where the kids turned into the Digimon. I just didn't think it worked as well. In my opinion, part of what makes Digimon good is the dynamic that the children have with their partner Digimon. Because, the children have their own flaws, and the Digimon have their own flaws, and together they become better together, And I think that turning the kids into the Digimon kind of took away from that angle a little bit. I played some of the DS Digimon games and haven't watched the anime in a long time. That's fair, the DS ones aren't bad. My big gripe with the DS ones, and this is a really, really petty gripe that definitely is a me thing. I don't like the DS games that much, partially because they're very grindy, but mostly because I don't like the fact that you don't see your own Digimon in battle, you just see the ones you're fighting. Ooh, Decline, Queen Chessmon. Impeccable taste. Impeccable taste. I love Queen Chessmon. She is absolutely gorgeous. I really wish that she was in more games, because beautiful, beautiful, beautiful design. Alright. Water Orb, we all know what comes next. It's Kraken time. Let's see if Kraken can beat his record for how much damage he did to us. For those that weren't here during our last stream, when we fought Kraken the first time, he did exactly 0 damage to us. Over 3 turns. Let's see if he can improve upon that. No, not Scourge. Where is it? Jealous Blast. There we go. Sure, you can do Proto, why not? Temper. There we go. Okay, he's done it. He has already done more damage to me with that 1 attack than over his previous battle. I always like the meme where they compare Pokemon and Digimon evolutions. Digi-evolutions were basically cars and tanks. Yeah, you're not wrong. And that's why I love it. Okay, here's my hot take. Let's compare the most iconic Pokemon. Some people say Charizard. I'm going to say Pikachu. I'm going to say Charizard for this sake, okay? I'm going to say Charizard is the most iconic Pokemon. I know it's not quite true, but let me cook on this one, right? Compare Charizard. What do you have there? Well, you've got a pretty big dragon. He's got Fire Breath. That's about it. Not nothing special, but nothing too sad. Now let's compare that to one of the most iconic Digimon, Metal Greymon. You have a dinosaur with wings and a robot arm and missiles that shoot out of his nipples. I'm sorry, Charizard just loses. I don't make the rules up. Question, you're a maid. Where do you work? I work at the Helm Manor. There are many of us here. I'm just one of many maids here. One day I will have some sort of lore video, PowerPoint, pamphlet. I'll have some sort of lore thing for you all. Let's see here. We need to just chop off the black quiz a little bit, and we should be pretty much fine at this point. Thundagas. Yeah, there's some Thundagas. Easy peasy. No damage at all. Yeah, so I always like to say with Pokemon compared to Digimon, I always look at it from the perspective of Digimon grew up with its fan base. Digimon, it knows that it's an old franchise, and it's not afraid to do some stuff that's a little bit more mature. I don't mean like lewd sense, but if you're familiar with the more modern Digimon media, you might be familiar with games like Digimon Survive or Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Those games, they're not like mature rated, but they're a bit more mature in themes, The characters show a little bit more skin, there's some allusion to some slightly creepier things. People die in Digimon Survive, that's the whole point of the game. Whereas Pokemon did the opposite. Pokemon decided, you know what? We've got our fans. We don't need to appeal to our fans anymore. We're going to appeal to our fans' children instead. And I think that's part of what Pokemon has done. It's a bit of a misstep, if I'm entirely honest. I'm not saying Pokemon has to go mega edgy or anything, but I am going to say that Pokemon definitely would do better to be just a little bit less patronising to its fan base. Just a little bit, not much. Again, I'm not asking for Ash to go, I choose you, Glockachu! We don't need guns or anything, but... Alright, well, he certainly put up a bit more of a fight than last time, but Kraken is still kind of a chump. We're actually getting very close to the end here, guys. Pikachu is my favourite Digimon from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's right. Alright, wait, so I actually went this one without even looking at the map, because this floor I know off the top of my head. You haven't seen Pokemon... Oh yes, Pokemon Sword and Shield. Oh no, I have played Pokemon Sword and Shield. That game certainly had writers working on it. I'm gonna quote a line from Pokemon Sword and Shield. This is an actual line from Pokemon Sword and Shield that a writer was actually paid to write. You know what? I think it's about time that I brought about the darkest day. For the sake of Galar's future, of course. How does someone write that? How does that get past quality assurance? How does anyone write that and think that is acceptable? I know that Pokemon games are for literal children. I know they are kids' games and that you're not meant to take them too seriously. But come on, kids aren't stupid. They know that is bad writing. The funny thing is that, for all its faults, Scarlet and Violet, I'm not going to say the story was incredible, but I feel like it was a step in the right direction in terms of being things just slightly more mature. Just a little bit. Didn't the one guy from X-Men actually nuke the world, unlike Sword and Shield? So rehashing stories about only a couple of gems, but yeah, you're not wrong. Sword and Shield still outsold Gold, Silver, Crystal. That's one of those facts that I want to say you're wrong, but I know you're right, and I hate that you're right. Gold and Silver is my favourite generation. I have a lot of fond memories of that. Granted, it was very much the time that it hit, how young I was at the time, but... yeah. I think the closest I felt Pokemon got to adult was with the Detective Pikachu movie, but that had its fair share of typical... Zordon? That's a fantastic example. I actually really like figure of my own words here. I actually really liked the Detective Pikachu movie. Personally, I think that it was a better video game movie than either of the Sonic movies. Not that they were bad. I just think the Sonic movie, especially the first Sonic movie, you could have made the first Sonic movie into anything. It could just be adventure movie starring an alien, and you wouldn't need to change the plot that much. The Pokemon Detective Pikachu movie, though, did the best job of selling the franchise, I think. But there is actually a very adult joke in that movie that went over some people's heads until I pointed it out to them. And it's the part where, minor spoilers for Detective Pikachu, at the start of the movie, the main character pulls out, I forget what it is, like a bottle of powder or something. He sniffs it, and then he gets attacked by the Apons. And afterwards, that's when he starts understanding the Pikachu talking to him. He's now standing at the end of the chase sequence, he's in the streets, like, going mad because he's realising he can understand his Pikachu and no one else can. And he has this realisation where he goes, oh, it's that thing, that stuff that went up my nose! And he gets a dirty look from the passers-by. And I was just like, you know what? I was not expecting a drug joke in a Pokemon movie, but you know what? That was pretty funny. Alright, on that note, We get the Masamune, the legendary katana without match, and the best weapon in the game. I mean, the numbers speak for itself. We're going from 46 attack to 72. Oh, you know what? I just realized I actually forgot something, Jack. I forgot to go and get my Excalibur, but that's fine. Yeah, I forgot the Excalibur. One of the things we collected in the Flying Fortress was Adamantite. I kind of glossed over it because I was talking. We could have taken that back to the dwarves and got Excalibur. Doesn't matter, this is better. But yeah, the thing with the Masamune, this is one of the best ones in the game for a few reasons. Where is it? Actually, it doesn't show there. Let me just remove it for a second to show off my point here. Every single class in the game can equip this. So this makes, if you want to do like a dumb solo run with like White Mage only, yeah, you have to wait till the end of the game, but your White Mage will get a good weapon at the end of it, even if their strength still not very good. It's also very funny to me that this game that is very Western aesthetic still has a katana as the ultimate weapon. At least people didn't edit out guns by having people point at each other. Freeze or I'll shoot you with my invisible guns! Good old 4 kids. Oh wow, yeah, look at that! That was 1,111 damage, yeah. Slight upgrade, just a little bit. And again, reminder guys, this also raises accuracy by 5%. Accuracy in this game, remember, determines your number of hits. In this game expresses it as a 1 to 100 number. This number, this 92, that's 92% of 255. And every 32 is an extra hit. Healer with a sword, yeah. Combat healer. Digimon is like, you can never have enough guns. Yeah, again, I'm not going to say like, I'm not out here glorifying guns or anything, but Digimon is not afraid to have slightly more mature topics like that, Let's just shovel these potions. We're in the last stretch, we ain't going to need these for much longer. Get the jug on. White Mage will can Silver Hammer for more than half the game in solo runs, but I don't need him Maxwell. Come on. Oh wait, hold on. Shoot, I'm not actually using my spells. Whoops. That's weird. Why were they not doing that? I think I set everyone on what they should be doing. Blackbird and... There we go. If you think of Josuke Higashida, oh god. Oi, Josuke! I used the handle to scrape away 2,000 years of time to go back in time and fight this Garland guy! Ain't that wacky? I missed that name. I don't know why, the Oi Josuke meme, I don't know, always sent me. I didn't know that. Okay, we're fine. We're still fine, I mean, we probably die next round, right? Oh no, not Null Blaze, please! Anything but that. There we go, easy peasy. Which JoJo season was your favourite anyway? Oh, that's a good question. I actually really like Stardust Crusaders. I know some people don't like it so much because it's very monster of the week, even for JoJo. But I don't know, I just like it. The characters are pretty good, the stands are pretty inventive. And I do like Old Joseph. Old Joseph is one of my favourite characters. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Wyatt. I hope you've been having a great time tonight. Yeah, this should be fine. I need to catch up on JoJo actually. The last one I saw was Golden Wind. And I haven't actually seen it since then because they put it on Netflix, and I don't have Netflix. Alright. Oh my god! Yeah, I love... Although I like English dubs, Joseph's Japanese dub is iconic. Fun fact actually, very obscure fact. If anyone in chat knows the game Patapon, I promise I'm going somewhere with this. If anyone in chat knows the game Patapon, they recently announced a spiritual sequel Kickstarter called Ratatan, and they've put up a Kickstarter for it, and there's videos of it available already, including like 3 of the songs. They've just put up full versions of the songs. One of the characters in Ratatan is like a big boat character, is voiced by Joseph Joestar's Japanese voice actor. That's just a fun little voice acting reference. Fun, Patapon! I love Patapon. Very fun game. Alright, round 2 with Tiana. Let's see if she's just as easy as last time. Spoiler, yes. Did you know Heihachi is also old Joseph Joestar? I did not know that. I love voice actor connections like that. It's always very funny when you find characters that are very different voiced by the same person. That is great though. Let's try Protera, why not? And start tempering. Change the Patapon soundtrack. Look, I don't blame you, it's a great soundtrack. It really is. Again. Protera up. We should be pretty much fine. Alright, we'll just get another round of heals going. Yeah, it couldn't hurt. Another round of tempers. We're out of MP on temper, that's fine. We're gonna have more MP. We've got some effers. No problem with JoJo on a character standpoint. Oh, do tell, I'm curious. I like JoJo, but I'm not gonna defend it, you know, blindly. I'm not so fangirlish as to ignore its flaws. Have you ever watched High School DxD? I have not. I know the name. That's not the... No. The moment that I was getting mixed up, I was thinking of High School of the Dead. That's a very different one. I know the name High School DxD. I actually don't know much about it. I can't remember which one that actually is. No, don't attack, because I don't attacking. Let's just go in with our magic items for you. And you know what? Sure, Blizzaga and... well, we've got 7 flares. We can go ham. Yeah, I didn't think. This will do, hopefully. Okay, I was kind of hoping Flare would do a bit more than 400, but you see, this now, however, is a perfect illustration of why, unfortunately, black mages aren't particularly good. Because they do blast, but by the end of the game, blasting isn't that valuable. That was 1 spell charge for 500 damage. Flare just hits attack after being buffed twice and does the same. Kind of unfortunate, but we'll keep at it. It's the most we can do with them right now. Yeah, that's pretty good, 1900. This might even finish him, actually. There we go! Last of our rematches of our boss rush, as the Fiend of Wind crumbles before us. Everybody's power is too specific. Like, I had a friend that was very into the series, and he went over everyone's powers, and most of them I'm like, when would you ever use it? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Part of why I like JoJo is partially because the powers are so specific, and because a lot of the fighting isn't really fighting, it's more about the mind games and outsmarting them. But I can definitely see how that would be not for everyone's taste, absolutely. Alright, we're going to throw a quick save here, and descend. So guys, these killers here will be an ominous pentagram. I think they're trying to tell us something. I think what they're trying to tell us is we're approaching our prey. But first we've got some mind flares to deal with. Oh, it's gotten symmetrical. There we go. Piece of cake. And of course, chat can't even get a good HP level up right near the end. That was their last level up. Alright, we're gonna throw some we're gonna chug some ethers. And by some I mean, yes. All out ethers. Alright. Let's step in. And here he is. Here is Garland. Do you remember me? I was once the most renowned knight of Cornelia. 2,000 years from now, you killed me. I am Garland. Oh, you did defeat me then. But the four great forces saved me by sending me back through time. Once here, I sent the four fiends into the future, where they shall once again use the four great forces to send me into the past. In 2,000 years, I will remember none of this. Chaos! But I will be reborn again here. So even as you die again and again, I shall return. Born again into this endless cycle that I have created! Alrighty guys, it is time for us to kill Chaos. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. There's a non-zero chance we're gonna fail here. So, Chaos! He's the final boss of the game. He has a lot of nasty tricks up his sleeve. He has things like haste. He has things like slow. He has things like flare. He has things like tidal wave. And guess what? He even has a healing spell. And in this version of the game, he has no AI script. He just throws all of it out at random. And that can be absolutely devastating. So we're going to try and do the best we can. Standard strategy, buff up. Ow, that hurt a lot. Yeah, bosses with healing, yeah. Originally, I believe he was only allowed to do it once when he was at very low HP. But in this one, he can technically do it whenever he feels like, I believe. So we are going to just throw as much shields and heals. We might even start spamming Protera, because I believe it does stack. We're going to just, you know what? You know what? Let's throw an extra copy of Saber on you. As we get an extra actually, we need some healing on... Yeah, we need some healing on the Red Mage, so we'll go for Curaga on the Red Mage. While we go for Tempering with everyone else. If he doesn't AoE here, Red Mage may die, but we do have a White Mage for full life. That's actually great, that's the best person I could have hit. That was still 300 damage to the fighter, by the way. Our strongest guy, who already has a defense buff on him from Protera. No big deal. So I'm a bit focused here, chat. This fight is, we're gaming now. It is gamer hours, as we need to try and pay attention to what's going on here. We're going to go for a Healaga. We'll have you do some more tempering. That should be fine. Everyone else resists it apart from the fighter, who can tank it. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, we might be okay. Nice damage, nice damage. I actually don't know if temper hurt cap in this game. I'm assuming that this version at least wouldn't let it underflow. Ooh, white lighting, thank you, very nice. Okay. We're pretty good on HP right now, so I'm gonna throw an extra copy of Protera. You're out of tempers. Alright, guys. If I can get this to stick, I will give someone a gift sub. Because I have never seen slow stick to chaos. He is vulnerable to it, but I've never seen it happen. That's fine, that's fine. Protera is good. Getting a lot of damage on here. Miss, of course. Okay. I'm gonna try... Is that actually the chance, Jack? Is that actually what it is? I knew it was really low, I did not know it was that low. 3 and 256 chance? Wow. Wow, that explains why I've never managed to get to 6 of him, jeez. I do have to spell at least, that's quite nice. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna heal Arga. I want to keep trying it, yeah. Screw it, screw it. Red Mage has done his buffs. Unless I really need... Oh, shoot. Misclick. Oh, well. Unless I really need Red Mage to do something else, I'm gonna try and get slow to stick. I will stick by my word. If this sticks, I will give someone a sub. Okay, I think we can go... How's HP? HP's looking good. I'll go for another Protera here, I think. Slower? Let's go slower! Oh, what am I doing? I want temper. There we go. Oh, this is gonna hurt, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, that hurt! Okay, we're fine, we're chilling. We are good. We are fine. So the awkward thing about this game is Protera just raises our physical defense. As far as I know, you can't actually raise your magical defense in this game, and slower misses. We're doing alright though, guys. We might get this first time. Not counting chickens yet. We'll try slowly though. And, not more Tempest. But we might even get maximum. Wreck. This is what I would call wildly suboptimal, chat. I actually don't know if that removes the tempers or not. But we have our full life. Red Mage? Try buffing yourself a little bit now? Let's buff the Red Mage, sure. Okay. It's fine. Fight will be back up. Got full life. Unfortunately, I don't get any of the... They don't have haste anymore, but we can reapply haste. Yeah, Chaos hits like an absolute truck. This is honestly an absurd difficulty spike. They buffed Chaos... If this was the original version of the game, I'm pretty sure he's already dead. They buffed his HP from like... I think it was originally 4,000 and they buffed it to like 20 or something. Like absurd amount of buffing on it. We'll rehaste the fighter. Starblind! Thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid! You've joined us just as we are here to kill Chaos, or Chaos might be killing us, I'm not sure. Welcome to the finale, Yoni, could you shout out Starblind for us, please? Temper for the fighter, just in case. Oh, you know what? Ad's about to start, no, we are squeezing that ad. We are not getting an ad in the final confrontation. Heck no. Thank you for Starblind. Shout out. Chaos looking kind of gold, he is. Okay, we've got the heals back up. We're back in good shape. I didn't see how much the fighter's attack did, so we're going to go for a Curager for the fighter. What do we need to do? What should we do now? Okay, we're going to do Ether on the Red Mage so we can do more tempers. Oh, I have tempers on the blue. You know what? Screw it. It's the final fight, except for the Black Mage. I have haste on the fighter, but it fell off when he died. I think the temper boost stays. Wyatt, thank you for the follow. I'm glad you've been enjoying your time here so much. Thank you. Hope you understand that I'm slightly distracted right now, but I do appreciate everyone that follows you guys. It really means a lot. Alright, tempers back up. More tempers for the fighter. Okay, we're fine. I cured the wrong person. I'm the dumb. Okay, good. We're doing good damage now. Everyone's at full HP apart from the fighter. So, fighter attack will go... You know what? Screw it. Use it or lose it. X-Potion it. Screw it. Let's go ham. You know what? I'm going to temper the Red Mage to see if we can get it up as a secondary combatant. Excellent. Best roll we could have gotten there. Free turn to just wail on him. Is this game turn-based? In real-time strategy, like, this is turn-based. This game is entirely turn-based. The turn order is based on your agility stats, and then they add a random number between, I think it's 1 and 24, and then that determines who goes first. Alright, we're in good shape, Copium. Let's script more Proteros, and let's see how much damage the Red Mage does with a few tempers under his belt. That's not bad. Another flat! Please no! Don't kill anyone! Okay, we're good. We have heals under our belt as well. We have healing items we can use. Alright, fighter attack. White Mage, Healager. We'll go High Potion on the fighter, and High Potion on Chat. Come on, we must be so close. We cannot be too far off. That is disastrous. That means he can basically one-shot us now if he hits us with a melee attack. Because he's hasted. We are going to try to dispel that. I've never actually used Dispel in my runs. I'm going to hope that this works. And you know what? Screw it. Let's throw 2 slowers at him as well. Yeah, there's a heal. Okay, please work. This is disastrous. This is absolutely... Okay, you know what? we're fine coping. Invisima's fine. Invisima's fine. That does things. That's a spell that does things, right? We're not in trouble. Sure, blink, why not? Don't you dare put slow on my fighter. You absolute jerk. So despite how cool Invisira looks, it actually isn't a very good spell. I am just coping right now. Just coping. We're going to stack as many... I'm just going to stack as many defensive buffs as I can get away with, basically, and hope that it's good enough. You know what, let's try Flare. Let's see what Yomi's Flare does. Probably like 500 if even. That'll do decent damage, but we have got our ribbons. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I see you have found the strat. I know the strat before. I think this strat is not as good as I thought it was, is the thing. You underperformed, yeah, it's your fault. Okay. Another heal Arga. That's our last heal Arga, so we're gonna need to... We're gonna elixir on the White Mage to refill her MP. And, you know what? Let's keep throwing out the White Robe. Yeah, that's about what I expected to happen, yeah. And now he's lost all his buffs. Snooze the ad again because I do not want to add during the climatic fight. All life on you. We're gonna go elixir on the White Mage. Don't kill the White Mage. Okay, thank God. Actually, that was perfect. He injured the White Mage. We're gonna fully heal him with the elixir. Outplayed. Totally calculated. In no way was that pure luck. Alright, so Red Mage is now super squishy because he's got no defensive buffs. What do we do here? Approach sure. Approach you know what? Screw it, let's go back to the Tempers. Earthquake can't hit, that's great. We're all immune to instant death, so that free turn, which we really kind of needed. Starbright, thank you for your subscription! Thank you so much! Your subscription may give me the power to defeat chaos, I hope. No, so I do appreciate your subscription. Thank you so much, Starbright. Really appreciate it. Okay, you know what? More white. You can do some damage. Let's have you do some damage while we do White Robes. Come on. We're doing so much damage now. 2,600 per hit. Oh, sure, I should have killed the fighter! Okay, if he attacks the fighter, we may be in trouble. Okay, no, yeah, he definitely lost the temper. That definitely doesn't worth it. Okay. We need everyone to focus on healing the fighter, because if the fighter dies, we are extremely screwed. One hit? Okay, good. The Invisira? Okay, the Invisira. Let's go! Invisira spam for the win! We have done it, guys! We have successfully killed Chaos! It has been done! Ah, man! I can't remember the last time I beat Chaos on my first try, because in this version of the game, his AI script is pure random. He can just spam flare. Whew! The time loop was severed at last. The endless struggle that raged 2,000 years has ended. Yogi, thank you for your cheer! And peace prevailed once more. Chaos is gone. Congratulations. The light of the four crystals will restore the forces of wind, water, earth, and fire. This one's very slow. It was a mere trick of fate that had given rise to the chain of Garland's wrath. Counting hasting early is almost as worse. Yes, almost worse, yeah. If you're doing a solo run, like a solo type run, like all white mages, him haste is basically a death sentence. It's awful. Magnified by the four forces meant to guide our world, that trick of fate also gave birth to the fiends. Monsters had run rampant as the world sank into darkness. But all that is now past. four forces flowing as they were meant, the warriors prepared to cross time and return to the world they knew. A world where Princess Sarah, Queen Jane, who I honestly did not know have had a name until this playthrough, and even Garland himself awaits. Makes you wonder, do you think Garland's a good guy now? Or is he still a jerk? What's to think about? When was this fateful day that sent time spiraling into a loop? None can say. He's probably still a jerk. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, Dr. Leon! Thank you! Thank you for the bits and thank you for starting a hype train! Thank you. It seemed the cycle into which time had fallen would last forever. But the bravery of four young travelers changed that. They took the forces that filled the world with darkness and used them to bathe the world in light. More like Garland, he's nuts! Got him! None will ever recall the struggle the four endured, or the breaking of the chain means that it never existed. And those weird things like time loops, no one remembers any of it. But within the tales of fantasy that people tell, the memory of their deeds lives on. Didn't the original FF1 ending close with the heroes of light are now just a legend of the people with no origin for their story? I'm misremembering that. I couldn't tell you, ID. I don't remember. It's been a hot minute since I last looked at the NES version, I'll be honest. Tales of dwarves and elves and shining civilizations that reached for the heavens even as they fell. And now their return is upon us. Whew, we have done it, guys. With the memory of their struggle buried deep in their hearts, they will quietly watch over our world. This, of course, is where we get the term Light Party in Final Fantasy XIV. Warriors of Light, there's 4 of them. Remember always that the forces of the world must be used as they were intended, but the power of light must never be used for dark, and that the true crystals reside in your heart. Like they reside in your heart? That doesn't sound very healthy. I don't think they should be there. For you are the warrior who crossed time. Ah, we're getting meta. You are the bringer of light. Whew. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I feel like I might have overclocked myself slightly during that last 5 hours. A bit worried for a minute there, but we pulled through in the end. You have to look both ways before crossing time. Can't escape from crossing fate, I can tell you that much. Whew. Leaning back in my chair a little bit. So guys, that was Final Fantasy I, the Pixel Remaster. Thank you for joining me on the journey, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. This game is a game that is very near to my heart for a few reasons. This is the first Final Fantasy game, not the first one I played, but the first one I actually finished. I actually finished this game on, I think it was Final Fantasy's 25th anniversary. So it's kind of a weird coincidence like that. I'm not going to act like this game is the best game. The fans across the globe, both past and present, and to the crew who brought the originals to life, we offer our profound and heartfelt thanks. And we get the credit sequence. And this credit sequence here, it does roll on for quite a while, I ain't gonna lie. But you know, we can just sit back and think about what we've done today, guys. You know, we took down the evil Tiamat, went back 2,000 of years through the Shrine of Chaos, fought Garland and Chaos himself, and despite his best efforts, we overcame it. Chit chat stream. I've got a plan. I've got something in mind for that actually. But guys, I'm not ending the stream yet. We're gonna go for a little while longer yet. Maybe an hour, maybe even longer. I've got something in mind. But with the credits rolling, and these credits will be rolling for a while. I think this credit sequence is extremely long. I think it's about 10 minutes long. Well, thank you, Myrna. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. This game, not the flashiest, not the coolest, but I like it. With the credit sequence rolling, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take another little short break. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go and refresh ourselves. Oh, thank you for the green lighting. We're going to go ahead and refresh ourselves. Because I had something planned. I prepped something just in case we got this far. I wasn't... Again, it's been a while since my last one, so I couldn't remember how long this part of the game took. We're in about 3 hours, which not too sad, I'd say. So I've prepared something for you all. I'll meet you all back here in a few minutes. I'm gonna run a little ad. So please feel free, take a drink, get a snack, whatever you might need to do. As we're gonna wrap up Final Fantasy 1 here. I'll meet you back here shortly. And I'll have a little surprise for when you do. So don't go anywhere. See you soon. as I said, this is a pretty long credit sequence, I'm going to be real. So I'm actually going to we're just going to get rid of the game for the moment. Actually, yeah, give me 1 second. I just realized there's something I need to do real quick. Won't be a moment. Sorry about this. Minor technical mishap here. Just a moment, please. This one. Something I had forgotten to prepare was all. Do apologise. I think. Oh, hold on, now let's. Sorry about this. It's fun. We're just enjoying the nice sounds of the. We're just enjoying the nice sounds of the very nice version of this particular cover. Oh, it's this one I need. That's what I need. Sorry about this. There's some clicky clacks. Impromptu ASMR. There we go. That should do for now. Alright, so I have prepared, as I alluded to, something for us to do now that we've finished. So to that end, I'm going to get rid of the game for the moment. I'm just going to minimize that. Actually, you know, I'm going to just minimize it for the time being. I'll let it run in the background, but on my end of things, I'm just going to mute it. Because you can save your completion data, and I want to save my completion data. It's just that the game's taking too long to finish. I'm going to close the game audio, the game video rather, and game capture is here. Technical difficulties? Oh, I think not. We are not. There are no technical difficulties to be had here. But you see, I've prepared a little something for us, as I said. You guys should be able to hear some music playing. Might be a little loud. Turn that a little bit. There we go. No, that's not playing. I'm playing. 1 moment. Why is this not playing? Yeah, How strange. Try that. I was trying to get some Firefox audio going. I swear I had this going, but I can't work out what's gone wrong with it. What about the program that your active sound source is aimed at? Let me try that. Properties. That. No, it's not picking up. How strange. How bizarre. It'd be application capture, right? Or application audio capture is what I should be using for this. How odd. Tell you what, I'll do the janky solution of it. I'll just turn on my desktop audio. I don't have anything. Yeah, I don't have anything specific that will be making noise in the background. There we go. How's the volume? Loud, bit quiet. Sounds okay. Should be quiet. I don't want it to be interfering. Try a bit loudish? No problem. That should be a bit more backgroundy, hopefully. Is that sounding better there? Too loud, too quiet? You guys tell me how you think. Bit loud or bit quiet? Is it a bit loud, guys, or is it a bit quiet, or is it okay? What do you think? Slightly loud? Okay, I'll just turn that just a little bit. Just a little bit. That should do. That should do. Okay, so is that better now where we're at? Yeah, it's already on -21, funnily enough. I could bring it down further, or just a hair further. There we go. That should be enough. I just wanted something in the background because I didn't want to be sitting here in silence, because I have prepared, as I said, I prepared something for us to do, this little fun activity to wrap up with. And the thing I prepared is, I'm hoping this works now, should do. There it is! We're going to be doing a Final Fantasy tier list. I'm just going to change my screen real quick. Alright, let me just change the category, because we are just chatting basically right now. There we go. Done. There we go. So, I've wanted to do this for a while, and I couldn't think of no better... I just need to put my controller down. I could think of no better occasion to do this than having completed Final Fantasy I, where it all began. As long as the 3DS Fantasy Explorers game is bottom tier. So this is... I did not make this tier list. This is just a tier list maker I found online. We have every single mainline Final Fantasy numbered title here, as well as a few others that personally I don't really agree on our mainline, but they're here, so we're just going to deal with that, and we'll come to it as we get to it. So let's start with criteria first. I'm considering these games in the time period in which they were released, not in terms of as generic overall experiences, because as much as I love Final Fantasy I can't with a straight face sit here and tell you Final Fantasy I is a better game than, say, Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV. He's actually... Yes, shut up, Piers. So yeah, I'm going to be considering these games in the context of when they were released. Which one are you counting 7 as? I'm counting it as 7. I'm not counting it as the remake. The remake's actually not on here for some reason, which is a bit curious, but yeah. So I'll be counting them with that, and this is my personal tier list. You're free to disagree. If you do disagree, feel free to voice your opinions, but at the end of the day, this is my tier list, and this is what I think they go by. So let's start off with Final Fantasy I. Excuse me. So Fantasy I, the story is barely there. It's paper thin, you have to practically go looking for it. And in the NES version, half the game doesn't work. If we were judging this on the NES version alone, I would have to give points for that. However, that's clearly a bug. That's clearly not a feature. It's clearly not designed to work that way. So what does Final Fantasy I have going for it? Well, you've got 6 classes, which gives you a huge amount of customization for your playthrough. It's a choice that you'll be feeling through the entire playthrough, even at the very end. In fact, especially at the very end if you have no tanks. I don't think I can say this game is quite S tier, because it's not perfect. Even if we count for the fact that things are bugged, if we ignore the bugs and just take it on the design doc as it is, you still have facts like, well, you can still get the gauntlets very early on, and the healing stuff, and the healing helm, and at that point the game basically becomes press A simulator. The difficulty spike is kind of all over the place. The Earth Cave is a bit of a harsh spike, the Lich can be a bit of a spike, and then the game's pretty easy right up until you get to the end. And even then, Chaos in the NES version is not too hard. They buffed him for the version that I was playing. So with that in mind, I'm going to put it solidly in A tier. It's a great game, not a perfect game, not a must-play game, but it's a solid, good game. If you like the genre, if you like Final Fantasy games, I think you could play this, and I think you could probably have a good time with it. If you can get past the parts that are a bit more accounting for taste, like the lack of any obvious story or well-developed characters. Speaking of characters, Final Fantasy II. Oh boy, Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy II, whoopsie, my hotkey sets that off. I should focus a different window. That's fine. Final Fantasy II is the first Final Fantasy game to introduce named characters. While the sprites may have been very similar to the NES sprites, they were unique characters. You didn't just have the fighter, the thief, the black mage. No. You now had Firion, who was a specific character. You now had Guy, who could speak to beavers. A very important character trait, as I'm sure we can all agree. But the characterization may not have been much, but it was the first time they did anything like that. And that has to be respected, if nothing else. I say if nothing else because 2 has a lot of problems. 2 has quite a lot of problems. Oops, that keeps setting that off. My bad. I should probably just ignore that. Just beavers. Guy, the character Guy in this game is kind of like, how do I explain this? He's like the big, dumb, stupid one. He has bad grammar, but he speaks to beavers. It's strange. As a JoJo stan, I could say that, yeah. You know what happens when it leaves on the bottom? Oh, it disappears on my... Okay, fine, whatever. So, that's the good part of Fantasy 2. It also has a lot of customization. You can make any character into basically anything. Party members aren't restricted in terms of what weapons they can equip, what armor they can equip, what spells they can learn. You could take Guy and turn him into a wizard, or you could take Firion and make him a healer. Lots of options. Problem is in how the game handles that. This game does not have levels. Your characters do not level up. Instead, you will gain stat boosts to stats based on what you did in combat. Kind of like Fire Emblem early on. I don't know early Fire Emblem that well, so I'm not sure. But what I can say is, yeah, Jack, that's a good point. A lot of good ideas could not meet the potential. So it's not like IVs, it's more like, okay, so say you're in battle. If you make an attack action, you might gain some strength. If you cast a spell, you might gain some MP. Problem with this, among many things, to gain HP, you have to take damage. And in older versions of the game, I say older versions because I believe this has been fixed in the Pixel Remaster. If you take damage, but then heal that damage before the battle ends, the game doesn't remember that you took damage, so you won't get HP boosts. So the game actually rewards you for not healing. It also means that at the start of the game, you can get a lot of stat boosts quite easily by going out into a field, finding the weakest enemy you can, and have your allies beat each other up, then kill the enemy and get the HP boost that way. Pretty dumb. I will say for this game, again, it has good points, it has good things. There are characters in it, the story is certainly improved, and I have to give a huge shout out for one thing in particular in this game, Minwu. Minwu is an NPC that you meet in this game, and I adore him. He is my favourite white mage in the entire franchise, because unlike later Final Fantasy games, where they decided that white mage and healers in general had to be the girly healer girl class for girls, Minwu, he ain't about that. He is a man, he is ripped, he walks around with his abs on display, he's got nothing to hide, and he is, funny enough you mentioned Fire Emblem, he's kind of the Jegan of Final Fantasy 2. He comes into the party at the start of the game, very overpowered, and he will carry your ass through the start of the game. Also, introduction of Chocobos and Cid, correct. So this game does do some things good. But the gameplay, I'm not a fan of. The other thing this game does that I find utterly inexcusable, I don't think anyone can defend this. The dungeons in this game have a lovely trick they like to play on you. You're walking through the dungeon, fighting some monsters, having a good time, and you come across 4 identical doors in the wall. There's no signs, there's no hints, just 4 doors. So you pick a door at random. Upon entering the door, you find yourself in a small room. An empty small room. Not only is the small room empty, you are directly in the middle of it. About 4 steps from the door that you came in. Also, this room has incredibly high encounter rates. It's just a trap room to waste your time. Exactly. Dungeons that randomly punish you. And the game loves this. They do this through the entire game. And for that reason, plus the gameplay problems, I'm going to put it in C. It is serviceable. I wouldn't outright call it a bad game. There's certainly things you can like about it. but it's definitely probably among the last Final Fantasy game I would ever recommend anyone actually play. Unlike our next number, Final Fantasy III. So Final Fantasy III, much like Final Fantasy II, was originally not released in the West. It was originally on the Famicom, and there were plenty of English patches you could download if you had the right tools to, play it in English. But we didn't get this game officially until the Nintendo DS. And the DS version has some interesting quirks. You can actually get the DS version and the Pixel Remaster both on Steam. They both play a little bit differently. There's not huge changes among them, but there are some small things, such as so there is a game on the Advance that might be called 3, but in the West, Final Fantasy VI was called Final Fantasy III for the longest time. So that's probably the one you're thinking of, unless they've changed it. As far as I know, we didn't get an advanced release, over here at least. So Final Fantasy III, what does it do? Well, the original version, you're back to blank slate characters. You just name your 4 characters and off you go. The DS version does give the characters names and faces and a little bit of personality, but it's not very in-depth. It's still not a game to play if you like this, if you're here for the story alone. Said story is fine, it's serviceable. I'd argue it's a bit weaker than 2 in that regard. 2 had a bit of a stronger story, but 3 absolutely kills it in the gameplay. Final Fantasy III has a job system, and it's one of the best in the series. It was a huge inspiration for ones like 5 and 10-2 that came later. You can change any of your character's jobs on the fly. You can go to, so you'd be a fighter, and then, we're going in a dungeon where all the enemies are very strong against melee attacks. Okay, I'll change my fighter into a black mage, and they can just do some black magic for a little while. Or, there's a door here that's locked. Well, the thief class isn't that good in combat, but I'll just change one of my white mages into a thief, pick the lock, and there you go. That was another thing they had. They're all very small things, but stuff like the thief be able to pick locks. Small out-of-combat things that made the classes a little bit more interesting. This game does, however, while I like this game a lot, I think it's very good. I finished this one. It does fall apart a little near the end. The end of this game becomes a bit of a slog. The final dungeon, which Final Fantasy XIV fans may recognize some of the names I'm going to drop here, the Labyrinth of the Ancients leading into the Crystal Tower, is an absolute marathon. And while the Pixel Remaster does allow you to save anywhere as a quick save, it doesn't change the fact that it is a hecking long dungeon, and it is a slog. Plus, the final boss itself is very lame. She just does like one attack. Sane! Oh, Sane, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome to our Final Fantasy Tierlist. We've finished up our Fantasy 1, so we're just going through. I'm just giving my thoughts on the other games. So, with that regard, 3 starts very strong. Falls off near the end. There's also a couple of parts where the game design is not very clever, insofar as there's a couple of dungeons that basically mandate, hey, you need this class or you lose. For example, there's a dungeon full of enemies that only can be harmed by katanas, and the katanas can only be wielded by the Dark Knights. So you need Dark Knights, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. But it's still a lot of fun. It's very tactical with the combat, and it does encourage you to try different things, even if there are some times when it kind of suggests very strongly that you play certain classes. It does also, again, as part of it not sticking the landing, at the end of the game, if you do the optional hidden dungeon, the Secret Land Eureka, which, yeah, that's what the Final Fantasy XIV area was named after, you can unlock 2 hidden jobs, the ninja and the sage, and they just make every other class irrelevant. The sage class just is the best caster in the game, they can just use any magic, and the ninja class is just the best fighter in the game, they can just use any weapon. That said, I'd be lying to say I didn't like it a little more than Final Fantasy 1. I'm not going to put an S tier, but it definitely beats 1 on the tier list here. Final Fantasy IV. Now we're getting into stuff that Final Fantasy is more well known for. Long stories, very complicated characters and drawn out plots. Granted, this is still an SNES game, but it's definitely a hecking big improvement over what 1, 2, and 3 were doing. This is a game that stars the Dark Knight Cecil, who, I'm not going to go through the whole plot, but just to jog memory to anyone that's bad with Roman numerals, you start as Cecil the Dark Knight, who early on in the game realizes that maybe the powers of darkness aren't actually what he needs to be able to save the people that he cares about. It's got a very colourful cast. You've got memorable faces such as Kane the Dragoon, Teller the Sage, who says the iconic Spoony Bard line, and of course said Spoony Bard himself. Anyone that's up to date with Final Fantasy 14 right now, they're currently doing in MSQ a very, very Final Fantasy 4 inspired plot. So it's been on my mind lately. It has some interesting things going for it. So you have your unique party members, and your party members do rotate out. I think there's about something like 9 or 10 party members that you can have. Is Helm winning? We actually did win. We actually have won. We have beaten it, and I'm just going through my Final Fantasy Tierlist right now. So yeah, 4, you have all your unique characters, and that's great. It does mean you can mix things up. The story's pretty interesting. It's got some unique things going for it. It does do a lot of that Final Fantasy tech plus magic thing going for itself, which is very nice. Some of the characters aren't the most deep, though. Some of them are a bit shallow. The gameplay's fine. This was, if I'm remembering correctly, I may be misremembering this. I think this was the last one where the battles are still turn-based. So I may be remembering that. No! I think this is the first one where they weren't actually turn-based. This was the first one where you had the real-time battles, because the very first boss... Yeah, this was the one that ended in 80, because the first boss actually uses that mechanic. The very first boss, the Mist Dragon, will turn into mist, and if you attack it while it's mist, it will counter-attack. So you have to wait it out. So in that regard, very instrumental for the series. I don't quite like it as much as 1. I don't think the pacing's quite as good. Some of the characters aren't particularly helpful in battle. It's good. I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm going to put this at I'm going to put this tentatively at the bottom of A for the moment. I could be convinced it changes down the line depending on how the rest goes. Miss Dragon sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. It really does, yeah, you're right. So now we have Final Fantasy 4 the After Years. I'm going to be entirely real with you guys. I have never played this. As far as I know, this was originally a Nintendo WiiWare title back in the day. I don't know anything about this game apart from a friend of mine who said it wasn't particularly good. I believe there's some weird plot where Cecil becomes a Dark Knight again, which I don't like at all. To that end, I don't like what Dissidia did with Cecil. In Dissidia, Cecil flip-flops back and forth between being a Dark Knight and a Paladin. And I'm just kind of like, doesn't that defeat the entire point of his entire character development in the start of Final Fantasy 4? Yeah, weird, yeah. So with that in mind, although I haven't played this one, I'm pretty confident I'm going to start this one in D2 and call that good. I can't imagine many people are going to argue about that. Final Fantasy V. Final Fantasy V. Final Fantasy V. This is going to S tier. This is an easy S tier. Easiest S tier of my entire life. Why do I love Final Fantasy V? This game does everything Final Fantasy games I want it to do. This has a fantastic job system. You have characters, much like the re-release of 3. You have 4 characters. They've got personalities, bit paper thin, admittedly, but they have their own unique outfit with every single job they play. So, for example, the main character, Bart, or Butts, depending on which version of the game you're playing, if you turn him into a black mage, he'll have a different outfit to Galuf, the other man in the party. You can also learn abilities from jobs and carry them into other classes. And this system is so good. It is so good. You might, if you first look at this game, you might first think, oh, this seems fine, but what's the point? Think outside the box. There's a lot of things you can do with this battle system, and if you know what you're going for, and if you get clever with it, you can absolutely snap this game in half. I finished this game for the first time earlier in the year, and by the end of the game, I had very little trouble because I had worked out the combos. And you know what? I love that. I love finding combos in games. It's why I love Yu-Gi-Oh! It's why I love Pathfinder 1st Edition. I love finding these weird and wonderful combos that can just break things wide open. If you want a personal bit of advice, my favourite thing to do in this game, very early on, so hardly a spoiler. The very first jobs you get in the game include the monk, the black mage, and the white mage. If you level the monk up to, I think it's job level 2, you unlock the unarmed skill, which you can put onto any other class. And at that point, you go black mage or white mage. Your white mages and black mages don't need weapons. They just punch things. Save all your spells for when you really need them. It's really good. It's a really fun system. Critiques of this game, because there are some. The tone. It's very all over the place. There are times when this game wants to be very serious. People die. Bad things happen. And there's also times when it's extremely silly. I would say this is probably the most silly and light-hearted of the Final Fantasy games, generally speaking. The characters have very over-the-top emotes and reactions to things. But I like that. I like light-hearted games. If you're going to play it, have fun with it. Try's over here trying to download Helm. Yeah, if you were going to take any recommendations from this that you haven't played today, 5 would probably be one of my strongest. Not the strongest, but one of them. Let's move on to Final Fantasy VI. This one might be contentious. I'm actually not that big of a fan, and I know that's kind of a bit of a strange take. Usually, from my personal anecdotal experience, when I ask people their favourite Final Fantasy game, usually it will be 7 or 6. For the longest time, it was always 7, but there was kind of this weird resurgence where people remembered 6 existed. I don't really like 6 that much. Here's where I will hold my hands up and admit. The last time I played 6 was a very, very long time ago. I was very young, and I definitely did not understand all the systems. But I tried it a few times, and I kept getting stuck in places, kept getting confused. I owe it to myself, and I am going to, one day, give 6 an honest good shake. But let's go through with what I do know about the game, because although I've not finished it myself, I have seen the game all the way through. I've watched Let's Plays of it, so I know the game even if I haven't played it. The things I dislike with 6, I don't like the bloated cast. There's so many characters that not all of them get equal screen time or equal development, and I think it harms the game more than it helps it. Final Fantasy IV has a similar issue, but with Final Fantasy IV, the characters rotate out a lot more regularly and a lot more permanently than in 6. By 6, you can have I think that by the end of the game, you can have 20 characters or something like that. And it's also kind of they have their own unique skills, but you don't really use most of them. Just getting the best weapons and going ham with attacks is kind of really good. I also don't like just the aesthetic. It looks a bit grimy, personally. Oh yeah, you're not wrong, Jack, yeah. That being said, I'm going to be fair to 6. Because although it's not my favourite, I'm not going to be disingenuous and say this is a bad game. Just not my favourite, just not my cup of tea. I want to put it square in the middle of B. I will replay this game one day, promising that to you guys, promising that to me. Maybe I'll even stream it when I do. Might be fun to go through a game I'm a bit less familiar with. But I will definitely go through this at some point, and who knows? Maybe when I do, maybe I'll reevaluate. But for now, I'm just going to leave it there and B. I think it was kind of comfy. Alright, so here's the big one. Final Fantasy VII. I don't think it's possible to be a human being on the internet and not know Final Fantasy VII. I have a funny story about Final Fantasy 7 and 8, which I think I've mentioned before, but I'm going to tell it again because it's a funny story. I used to get a monthly PlayStation magazine that back in the day they would have cheat books on the front, which would also include things like, what's the word? Things like guidebooks, walkthroughs of certain things. I had a guidebook for what I thought was Final Fantasy VIII. So I'm like, awesome, I have Final Fantasy VIII. I'll use this guidebook. I'll play through it with this. So I'll load up Final Fantasy VIII. For the first time, mind you, I'd never played the game before, and I open the guidebook. I read the guidebook, and it says, loot the potions off the guards. After beating up the other guards, take their potions as well. I'm just sitting here wait, what? Guards? Potions? There's school. What guards? And I somehow gaslit myself into thinking that the guidebook was just for some reason randomly incomplete, and that it was starting the guide from the assault on Dolet, and that those were the guards I was talking about. and I thought that the mecha spider was the scorpion they were talking about. I was just so confused. Parkour Carnival, welcome! Welcome. Having a great evening. We're just going through, we've finished Fantasy 1, so I'm just doing little Fantasy Tierlist for some funsies. And try to play people try and hear me try to save their live stream from the guy. But basically, yeah, I realised my mistake after the Scorpion debacle. But yeah. So I never played 7, and I don't know what's in the hype, but I think it's cool that it's had an impact on gaming at all. Correct. So here's the thing. Here's where I have to be fair to the game. 7 is not my favourite. Not even close to my favourite. However, when 7 came out, there was so little like it. This was pretty much the first JRPG in 3D that we got. You gotta remember, back then, the previous Final Fantasy game that we got was called Final Fantasy VI on the Super Nintendo, and suddenly now we are on 7 on the PlayStation. I remember adverts back in the magazines at the time. They'd have like renders of the CGI, and they had the caption, "Somebody get the guys that make cartridge games a cigarette and a blindfold." I remember that one very clearly. They weren't shy. They knew they had tech, and they were pushing it. And this game, okay, has it aged poorly? Kinda, yeah. The original translation is pretty awful, and all of the people look like Lego men on the world map. Aesthetically, it's not a pretty nice game. But this is where Final Fantasy hit its stride. This is where we got the tropes, like the anime protagonist with the huge sword. I mean, Cloud Strife single-handedly, his design is so iconic, it single-handedly defined like the mental zeitgeist of what a JRPG was. The gameplay, it's fine. It's more of the same. You know, it's more Final Fantasy. Everyone's got their own unique stuff. Less unique, though. One of my personal complaints about 7 is I wish the characters were more individual. I know they have different stats, and I know they have different limit breaks. But at the end of the day, you're still going to be using the same commands with them. And that is a thing I do give it a little small black mark against. That said, do you want to forgive me and for invoking Brentalfloss for a moment here with his Final Fantasy VII with lyrics videos. But in the end, despite the trials and endless side quests filler, few folks would have played number 1 through 6 if 7 hadn't been so killer. I want to put it at the top of A. Again, this is not my favourite Final Fantasy game, not even close to it. But it is certainly the most important Final Fantasy game. This game didn't do well. I reckon there's a very good chance that we don't have any of the other games on this list. I'm going to give it another replay someday. I've nearly finished this one. When my experience with 7 was, I got to the final disc 3, I got to the final dungeon, and then for reasons I honestly can't remember, I stopped. I genuinely don't remember what happened. I can only imagine it was yet another case of me getting distracted by a different game, putting it down and never picking it up again. So there's 7. Next up, Final Fantasy 8. I'm gonna be real here. I actually really like the setting of Final Fantasy 8. Final Fantasy 8 setting is entirely my jam. One of my absolute favorite aesthetics is modern society, but with magic and demons and stuff like that. Stuff like Arknights, you know, they've got guns and body armor and tanks, but also there's like cat girls and demon girls and things. So 8 doesn't go quite that hard, of course, but I like the concept of it. I like how relatable the world of 7 is, or was, I suppose. Kind of interesting how the stuff in 8 was very high-tech for its time, and now it's like, yeah, that looks ancient. So I like the setting. How are the characters? Well, one of them likes trains. That's a thing she does. Yeah, I don't really care for the cast of 8. Quistis, or Quistis, or however you want to pronounce her name, I like her design. She's a very attractive woman. Selfie's kind of cute. But the characters are also kind of obnoxious in one note. Also, who the hell in charge of Galbadia Garden decided, hey, guys, we have this really, really important... Oh, sorry, minor spoilers for Final Fantasy VIII, but I'm sure you guys don't care. Who decided that we put this very very important mission, this extremely important mission, this absolutely vital mission. We need a sniper for this mission. I know, why don't we send the guy who historically has never successfully taken the shot? What? Oh, Zod and Stretch, you guys are great. Thank you. Thank you for being here. As I always say, if people are having fun here, that's all I can hope to achieve. So, yeah, the characters in 8, they're kind of bad. Story in 8, kind of bad. Well, at least the combat's good, right? No. Have you not played this game? This combat's terrible. Final Fantasy VIII had the junction system, which requires you to draw magic from your enemies, and then you equip it to your stats to boost your stats. Neat idea, but what it devolves into is just every single time you're going to have a fight with a new enemy, you stand there doing your little idle pose for like 10 minutes while Zell just draws 50 billion copies of fire off of them. The GFs, the Guardian Forces, are kind of cool. Nice animations on them. The game looks okay. Again, for its time. I'm sure most of you have seen that one famous meme image where Rinoa goes up to Squall and says, "Oh, you're the best looking guy here." And then he's got like his 5-pixel face. For its time, it looked okay. But the gameplay, yeah, it doesn't really hold up in my mind. Also, this game does something that I don't think any game should do. Level scaling. When Pokemon Scarlet and Violet came out, I saw a lot of people complain that the levels don't scale with you. Oh, if you do this gym last, the enemies are like level 5, so why even bother? Good. That should be how it works. The whole point of gaining levels is to make it easier to overcome challenges that were difficult before. If the enemies scale with you, that just discourages you from leveling up. And in an RPG, which, let's be honest here, let's be entirely real with ourselves here, everyone. RPGs are functionally just interactive menus. Let's be real. If leveling up isn't fun, what's the point? So with that in mind, all that said and done, I'm going to put 8. It's better than 2. But I don't know that I could deign to give it a greater compliment than that. In fact, I ignored the gyms and did all the times fair. That's fair. And yeah, I am perfectly fine with that idea of come back later, this fight's now easy. Good. I left that fight for a reason, because it was too hard for me at the time. And you know, Jack, that I won't argue. I don't think there's a single game on this list that I would say is a bad soundtrack at all. I mean, yeah, pretty much everything here is fantastic. All right, let's get to Final Fantasy IX. Whoops! Shot right to the top of the list. How did that happen? Oops. My mouse slipped. No. Final Fantasy IX. So, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. My favorite take on Final Fantasy games in general comes from Pro Jared at the end of his Final Fantasy IX retrospective, where he said the following. Final Fantasy VI is my favorite one. Final Fantasy VII is the most important one. Final Fantasy IX is the best one. And I fully agree. Although in my case, depending on what day of the week it is, 9 may be my favorite. So why is 9 so good? 9 is the most Final Fantasy game out there. If you can think of something Final Fantasy is known for, it is probably in 9. You have your iconic black mages in the form of the character Vivi. You have all your iconic summons. They play a major role in the story, in fact. It's a very big plot point. You have airships, you have technology. You have weird and wonderful races like the rat folk of Burmecia. I think they're just called Burmecians. How's the combat? Well, the characters are more like Final Fantasy IV, but they flesh them out in a way that's much better. Each character has their own unique moves, and they are more fleshed out in that regard. Like Vivi, he will never be good in melee combat, but he's a great black mage. And then you can augment them with abilities from their equipment even further. Is this game perfect? Oh, definitely not. Absolutely not. This game is 100% flawed. The battle transitions take forever. Battles in general are far too slow. If you want to get everything, you have to grind all of your equipment to get maximum AP. There's a lot of side quests that are extremely unintuitive, and one of the best weapons in the game is locked behind speedrunning the game at like, I think you have to do it in less than 15 hours or something. But I don't care. This game is fantastic. This game is amazing. if you have never played a Final Fantasy game, if you take nothing away from this, it is that you need to play Final Fantasy IX. And Jack, yeah, you are right. It is arguably the most similar to FF1, and that's why part of why I think it's great. Honestly, the point where Final Fantasy numbers finished being their own identity, I wonder if it's peak. Give it a play. Give it a play, honestly. If you want to play 9, there are a few good mods that you can put on for the PC version. Yomi, I bullied Yomi into playing this a while ago because it was one of the few Final Fantasies that she hadn't played. And she had, I forget what it's called, I think it was called the Memoria mod, that included things like widescreen resolution, higher resolution on the pre-rendered backgrounds, stuff like that. Granted, that does not color my opinion of the game. I like the game even without those mods. That being said, if you do play this game, I do recommend those mods, and I do recommend, very much so, turn on Guaranteed Steel. Just trust me, you'll thank me for it later. So let's go to my favorite 22-year-old video game, Final Fantasy X. I apologize for just making all of you feel old right now. So Final Fantasy X, first Final Fantasy game on the PS2. How does it hold up? Pretty good. Pretty good game. I'm gonna put it about here. Definitely better than 4. I'm not going to argue that 10 may be better than 1, but I like 1 just a little more, just for its simplicity. 10 is a bit more of a project. Considering that we're now at the point where Final Fantasy games look beautiful. They've got gorgeous CGI animations, full voice acting, facial mocap, all that good stuff, which is great. It does make the game slower though. If you replay Final Fantasy X, you've got like a good 2 hours of cutscenes and basically tutorial fights before you really get proper control of Tidus, or Tidus, or whatever you want to call it. But this game does do some things fantastically. You get your unique party members. Admittedly though, it doesn't do it as good as 9, because the sphere grid system means that you could turn Yuna into a fighter, or you could turn Tidus into a black mage. The problem with this game though is, you ain't going to be using them. If you're playing this game seriously, you are going to be using exactly Tidus, Wakka, and Riku, and nobody else. Because Riku has the best overdrive in the game, Wakka has the best overdrive in the game, and Tidus, well, he's generally good, but also he's the only other guy that can fight underwater. So you need him for that. And that is one of my black marks on this game. The underwater battles, very cool idea, but making it so you're limited to only 3 characters, bad idea. Oh, that's thank you. But this game still has a lot going for it. It's a fun time. I finished this one again, first time this year. And I had a great time with it. I enjoyed it. I would recommend it. But not my favourite. Oh boy. We're approaching the hot take. We are approaching the hot take. Warning, hot take incoming. Final Fantasy X-2. Where does it go on the tier list? Is it going to D? No. It's climbing, it's going up. Is it into C? No. No. B? It's better than 8? Surely it's not better than 6, no? Surely it's not... it's better than 1? Where's it going? It's top of A. I will defend this one to the death. Final Fantasy X-2 is a good video game whose only complaint, whose only problem is the fact it is called Final Fantasy X-2. Now, does this game have flaws? Absolutely. 100%, 110%, 150%. But I want you all to just, if you will, indulge with me a small thought experiment. Let us imagine a world where Final Fantasy X-2 exists, but the names are different. Instead of Yuna, Riku, and Pain, I don't know, we'll have Sarah, Jane, and Anna. Instead of it being called Final Fantasy X-2, we'll call it, I don't know, Sky Quest. If this game released in this situation, if X-2 was its own game, completely unrelated to 10, I don't think it would be considered a great game, but I think people would be far less critical of the game that we got. Let's explain why. X-2 The story, yeah, it's pretty meh. It's pretty mid. 10 did not really need a sequel. No one was desperate to know what happened after 10. It ended quite nicely. And I'm not going to defend the story. The story's kind of meh. Pretty mid at best. Maybe even subpar. But Yuna's always a fun character. And her development here, yeah, you could argue it's a bit weird that she goes from, full-on shrine maiden to suddenly walking around in booty shorts, but it didn't feel too unreasonable for the setting that they're in. Because always fun, and Pain, she's got a sword. I mean, swords are pretty cool, right? Without swords. Anyway, story's mid. But what this game makes up for is in the gameplay department. This game took the Final Fantasy III job system and they ran right off to the races with it. It's actually got fewer jobs than 3, I think. Slightly fewer, I think. But just like 3, any character can be any job. You get rewarded for sticking with a certain job by unlocking more. And this battle system, honestly, is one of the best in the series. It really honestly irks me a little bit that people don't talk about how good this game's battle system is. But that being said, it's not a perfect game. The Chapter 4 of this game is basically pointless, but a grueling slog that you have to sit through if you want to get 100%. And getting 100% in this game is an obnoxious chore. You literally need a walkthrough, following it step by step, bullet point by bullet point, and if you miss one step, whoops, now you're done. You've missed out on 100%. And the really weird thing is, as far as I know, as far as I can recall, this is the only Final Fantasy game that tracks progress as a percentage. They never did it again. I know it's not on the list, but where do you put FF7 Dirge of Cerberus? It's a tough one, because it's not really it's a shooter, and it's not really an RPG. I nearly finished that. I got a bit bored of it. I'd say it's like very mid. It's not incredible, it's not bad, it's just, it's fine for what it is. It's a moderate third-person action shooter. I don't really like Vincent too much, so it didn't really do too much for me, admittedly. 8 out of 10, yeah. So, that's where 10-2 sits. Final Fantasy XI. Do we have anyone in chat that's actually... Don't lie now, I'll know if you're lying. Has anyone in chat actually played Final Fantasy XI? Any of you at all? Anyone at all? Nope. Haven't had a chance to yet. Sane's played a little bit. Sane. Well, Sane, since you've played it, I have to say to you then, War, LFG, Dunes. So, that was my experience of that game. So, Final Fantasy XI, MMO. We need to, again, very important here, we need to consider the context of this game. Sane remembers. So, for the context of 11, this was before World of Warcraft. Need to remember that. That's very important. This was before World of Warcraft came along and showed everyone, hey, this is how we do MMOs now. This is how MMOs work. This is how they're fun. 11, as a result, doesn't do any of that. Doesn't do anything that we think of as modern MMOs. The combat, extremely slow. Extremely slow. Most of your damage will be done through auto-attacking. The traveling, most of it is painful on-foot walking. Or jogging, I should say. If you die, you lose experience. You can level down in this game. But, I'm not gonna lie. Although I didn't play much of this game, I only got to about level 20. It was level 20. I don't mind it. It's not my cup of tea. It's definitely a very acquired taste for the gameplay. You could go into this and bounce right off of it. But you could go into this and get sucked right in and then lose yourself for entire hours. Fun fact, actually, Final Fantasy XI's launcher used to have a window, I think it still does actually, has a window that pops up when you log in. And it says, basically, Final Fantasy XI is a very fun game, but please do not let your real life suffer as a result of it. Final Fantasy 14 doesn't do that. So, I can't hate on this game because, again, we didn't know how MMOs worked. Another thing this game as well did is it brought people together, kind of. And I know any MMO can do that, but by comparison to like your modern MMOs, your World of Warcraft, your Final Fantasy 14s, there's no duty finders. There's no, like, systems in place to ensure that you can get the content you want to play. If you want to go to Valkron Dunes and you want to fight monsters to level up, great. Find some people that want to do it. Speak to them. Invite them to the party. Organize a strategy and form a hunt party. It forced people to cooperate, and it kind of, in a weird way, stopped people from being jerks. Because, think of it this way, if you were in the party and you were disruptive, or you were rude, or you were an asshole, that word will get around. People won't invite you. And when there's not a duty finder or a party finder enforcing groups, you might not find a friend anymore. So with that said, I'm going to put 11 in the B tier. I'm going to put it a little bit above 6. Again, personal taste. I don't like 6 as much. But that might change. We'll see. Speaking of things I don't like as much, Final Fantasy 12. This is another one of my I need to finish this one day, and I need to give this another fair shake. I played this. I'm sorry, Say. This is my tier list, though. You can make your own one sometime. I'd like to see yours, actually. It's always one thing I love with Final Fantasy is how everyone's tier list looks different. I'd be interested to see your one at some point. So 12. This game often gets referred to as a single-player MMO, and that's pretty fair as far as like explanations go. It really does feel like you're playing a slightly faster version of Final Fantasy 11 a lot of the time. But the problems I have with the game, well, Zordon, you love the characters at 12. You're not gonna like what I'm gonna have to say now. I don't find any of the characters in 12 to be particularly interesting, with the exception of exactly Balthier. Balthier, very handsome man, very charismatic man, best character in the game. Problem is that the second best character in the game is Bosch, in my opinion, and that is extremely fun. Okay, Zordon, I need you to think with your mind, not with your junk. I don't care for the Vieira, I'll be real. They're fine. Bunny girls, whatever. Okay, maybe a weird take. I always thought the Vieira had kind of ugly faces. It might just be me, but their noses, they've obviously got like a slight bunny look on them. I always thought it gave them a look like they can constantly smell shit. Like they've constantly got their nose wrinkled and turned up like, oh, what's that smell? So what about the gameplay? Well, this game got a lot of memes made about it back in the day for the license systems, where you have to unlock the right to use any equipment. And yeah, that's just dumb. I have no follow-up, I have no original months, that's just stupid. It wasn't a fun system, it wasn't a clever system, it wasn't like there was some sort of tactical, oh, I'll go down this one. No, it's just you go down, you pick what weapon you want or whatever, you just follow that route because you want the better weapons. Why would you not? It wasn't very clever. Now, I will say, they did do a re-release of this game with a job system of sorts. I have not played that. I'm judging this based on the original release on the PlayStation 2. Yeah, exactly, Jack. The updated version I've heard helps, but I've not seen it myself. So I'm basing this on the original PS2 version. And the other thing with this game that gets memed on a lot for is the story. This is an uncharitable take on it, admittedly, but the meme about this game's story is it's basically Star Wars. You can just play Mad Libs with the plot of Star Wars and describe this game. Which that's not a good thing or a bad thing, but it's not exactly the most original thing. With that in mind, for me personally, 12... Well, it's definitely not in D tier. It's not that bad. It's not that terrible of a game. Definitely better than 2. Oh man. I think that's where it goes. I don't like 7 much, but I would rather play 7 than rather play 12, so I think I have to put 12 there. Which is a bit of a shame, because 12 is on the same list as 6 for me, where I would like to give it another try with a bit more of an open mind and a bit more of a understanding of game mechanics. But for the moment, I'm going to just leave it sitting comfy in the middle of C. This one's an easy one. Final Fantasy 12 Revenant Wings, bottom of D tier. So, when it comes to Revenant Wings, I would be very surprised if most people have heard of this game. I'll be honest, I don't know why it's on this tier list. I don't even know if this is canon. Revenant Wings was a turn-based strategy game on the Nintendo DS, where everyone was super chibified. It's got nothing to do with Final Fantasy games. It's just a very slow, very plodding, real-time strategy game. And I don't like real-time strategy games. I didn't like 12 that much. And it's about Van and Penelo, who have basically no personality, so... Yeah, that's a quick, easy one. I want to see after the bottom that's right. Yeah, I've not played it. It's one of the few I have no desire to try. So, 13. Yeah, this one's also pretty easy. Definitely, I don't know if I put in D tier. I have to say it's better than 2. I have to say I like it a little more than 12. But I think that's where we stop there. Everyone knows the meme of Final Fantasy 13, I'm sure by now. It's a final hallway 13. You know, or that great old JonTron video that he did about it. The game's playing itself, John. 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 Yeah, okay. And let's be fair. Let me be clear, be fair. The game can play itself. It shouldn't. And yes, Zordon is one with lightning. It is the first one with lightning. Now, the thing about 13, it can play itself. If you take control, you can make the game do better than auto. But the fact you can do it on auto, first black mark back against the game. Oh, you know what? I've got an incoming ad break. Let me just 1 second here, guys. Going to get a bit of technical difficulties. Oh, I can't. I've got no snoozes left. That's unfortunate. You know what? I'll just keep an eye on things. That's fine. Just put this back up. There we go. So, Final Fantasy 13. Okay, well, I see people about the characters, so let me talk. Here's my take on the characters of Final Fantasy 13. There are exactly 2 characters. Ashray, welcome! We're having a great evening. We're going for a Final Fantasy Tierlist right now. So there are exactly 2 characters in 13 that I think have 2, actually. We're going to get an ad soon anyway. So I'm going to play a little minigame with you guys. We're going to take a very short break. We're going to take a little short break. As I go for my break, I want you guys in chat to guess which 2 characters you think I'm going to say are the good ones. Okay? I'll catch you guys in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Alright, we are back. Sorry if I don't know if you guys were left waiting for a little while there. On my OBS, it said the ad break ended about 30 seconds ago, but the Twitch number was saying it was still going, so I wanted to err on the side of caution. I didn't want anyone to feel like they were missing out on anything. Thank you. So let's see what guesses we had for our characters. We had, let's see here. That wasn't too big, that's fine. So we had Hope and Saz, Lightning and the Comedian with a Pistol. I thought I saw one more. Maybe I missed it. That's alright, I'm probably just missing it. But anyway, so the two characters that I like in this game, you guys got one of them, and the first one is Saz. I think that's a very... Yeah, the Chocobo, Chocobo Chick, that was the second game, I think. But yeah, the guy with the afro, yes, his name is Saz. Saz, I think everyone agrees, is a good character. I don't think anyone has any arguments about him. He has the most real reactions to anything. At the very beginning of the game, when the very first boss appears, Lightning, they see this giant mecha scorpion, and Saz goes, "Run!" Lightning draws her gunblade and runs towards it, and he goes, "I meant the other way!" Very good reactions. So Saz is good. The other one, this one might surprise you guys, and I'm willing to defend this one because I think this is a potential hot take of an opinion. I like Snow. The big muscle head who just punches things. Yeah, he's a complete dumbass. He's got the IQ of room temperature water, but I look at him as a nice guy, like a good guy, who is just trying to do the best with an incredibly bad situation. Does he do dumb things? Oh yeah, 100% he's a complete buffoon, but I don't think he's a bad guy, and I don't think he's a bad character. I think he's just acting how someone would reasonably act in that situation. Everyone else in the game is terrible, though. Lightning has the personality of white bread because it's bland and boring. Hope is absolutely insufferable. I get it. I get why he's insufferable. I still don't want him in my party. Get the hell out of here. Vanille is everything that is bad about the Genki Girl archetype, in my opinion. And Fang exists, I think. I know there's a lot of people that are really horny for Fang. Don't personally get it myself, but you do you, I suppose. But I could not tell you anything about Fang other than that she has an accent. That's all I could tell you. So the story. This is actually my biggest thing with well, no, that's a lie. This isn't my biggest thing. This is one of many things I have with this game. The gameplay, whatever. I don't love it. I could see where you could like it. The progression is terrible. They got rid of the level ups in exchange for the, what I call it, Crystarium or whatever, which is just level ups with extra steps. Now you have to hold A just to level up. Why? What does that add to the gameplay? Nothing. There's no meaningful choices here. It's just watching it spiral up. But for my reckoning, the biggest sin the game has is the story and the presentation of the story. And what I mean by that is, a lot of this game's story is not told to you directly. You don't see it in a cutscene. An NPC doesn't tell you anything about it. Because there's no towns to investigate or anything, a lot of this game's story is just dumped in the data log. And frankly, that is not counter storytelling. If I have to go and do required reading to understand your game's story, you have failed as a story writer. Try again. My other gripe with the story, and you may have heard this one before. This is not my own original take. This comes from the Spoody one, from his old video. The whole plot of this game focuses around the Fal'Cie, which are these ancient, godlike, alien entities. These things that force magic powers upon the l'Cie and to make them do their will. But because these things are such ancient aliens and so bizarre to our understanding of how things work, they can't communicate their desires clearly. The best they can offer is a hazy mental image that will give the l'Cie a vague idea of what they want them to do. And they had better do it, because if they don't do it, they get turned into a robot zombie for the rest of their lives. Sounds pretty good. One small problem. About halfway through this game, you find a Fal'Cie that just speaks English. The narrative has just collapsed. Why don't they speak English? Is it better than Sun and Moon? Oh, that's tough. I don't know actually. I actually don't know on that one. But yeah, things I will say for 13's favour, it looks nice. Graphically, for its time even, it looked very good. This is going to be a really weird compliment to make, but it's something that I've always felt. Lightning's jacket, she's got like white sleeveless jackets. The rendering on that is really nice. I can kind of feel like I could imagine exactly what texture that feels like. It's a weird complaint, but it's one thing I noticed and I couldn't unnotice. Music's also not bad, not incredible, not the worst. The battle theme's pretty decent. But overall, yeah, not a great game. 13-2, I have never played this game, and I'll be real, I don't know enough about this game. I passed up on this game because I didn't like 13. And since I've done so, every time I mention this game to people that have played 13-2, they always come at me with the, oh no, honestly, it's way better than 13. Like, trust me, way better than 13. I don't know. I'd like to believe that, but I haven't played it for myself. So to be entirely fair to it, I'm just going to dump it in the bottom of B and call that good. This one, on the other hand, though, I know where this one's going. Show the bomb. Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13. She sure does. She kept the receipt for it. This game... Why does this game exist? Why does this game exist? I have seen parts of this game played through, and the gameplay seemed... meh. Apparently this is actually by... I think it was the same gameplay designer who did 10-2, which is astonishing because that game was good. But what I will say is... Alright, I'm going to spoil the ending for this game. If you somehow can, this is your warning. Final Fantasy 13, Lightning Returns. The very end of it ends with Lightning getting isekai'd into our world and you see her get off a train. I'm not even joking. That's not me being snarky or sarcastic or taking it out of context. It's literally what happens. Also, they turned Hope, who was like a young man in 2, for some reason they turned him into a kid again, and I don't want to know the reason. I can only assume weird ones. I don't want to know. But yeah, I've never played this one, and I'm unlike 13-2, but I might give it a try down the line potentially. I'm happy to pass up on this one. Fantasy 14! So, we have a lot of 14 entries here. And these are here for every one of the expansions and every one of the versions of it. Fantasy 14 here, in this one, represents version 1.0. And yeah, this goes to like the top of D. It's really bad. It's very, very bad. I didn't play 1.0, but I've seen enough people that have played it. Hey, you got yellow mode. Nice. I like the yellow one. Yeah, I've seen enough people play 1.0 in like archival footage to know this is a bad game. If you never played 1.0, consider yourself lucky. It had features such as experience fatigue. That's right, you can only earn a certain amount of experience classes per day. Why? What is the purpose of this? It just slows things down for no reason. It also had features such as deceleration. What I mean by this is, if you were running in that game and you stop moving, you actually don't stop dead. Your character will take a couple more short steps before they come to a complete stop. This is not good in an MMORPG, especially one that is asking you to dodge area of effect attacks. Terrible. But the biggest sin this game had, this game killed people's graphics cards back in the day. The 14 development team really wanted the game to look nice, and to their credit, it did look really nice. It looked too nice. There were more polygons put in certain geometry. The iconic one they give as an example is a pot of flowers. Had more polygons than a player character. I feel like you don't even need to know anything about coding to know that that's not good. So like Dark Souls, if you run the two extra steps on the mountain. Exactly like that, yeah. And they had acceleration as well. You couldn't just move from 0 to full speed. You had to take a step or two to get up the speed first. Again, in a realistic game, that can go fine. MMO gameplay does not work that. Yeti-sama, you have yourself a great night. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. You rest up well. Thank you for being here. Hope you had a great time. 14, the original version as well, had other weird quirks to it. The Rogadin race and the Mikote race were gender locked, which is a holdover from Final Fantasy 11. Basically, in this game, there were cat girls, but no cat boys. And believe you me, some people were really upset about that. That's a minor gripe, though. The environments were very boring. If you look up any of the areas of this game, they were literally just square tiles. I had copied and pasted. It was terrible. Then we get to Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. And that's going right up to the top of A tier, I think. Yeah, definitely better than 10-2. So, if you have not heard of it, we are referring to the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, which is an unlimited free trial that now is up to level 70, including both A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heavensward, and now includes the second expansion Stormblood with no limitations on playtime. A Realm Reborn took 1.0 and tore it up. And I mean that literally. At the end of Final Fantasy 1.0, when the game was so bad they knew they had to do something, Square Enix had an event at the end of the game. An event that literally changed the shape of the game for years. They had an event where the second moon in the sky, known as Dalamud, grew big and red. And over the course of the week, like the month or so leading up to it, weird things would happen, like the GMs would mess with the players, spawning monsters in towns and stuff like that. And at the very end of it, Bahamut burst out of the moon, nuked the planet, mega flared everything, and then that was it. Final Fantasy 1.0 had ended. And in its place, we got A Realm Reborn, which was not just a continuation spiritually, it's a continuation literally of the story. The NPCs in the game refer to those events. They took place at a place that in universes called Cartano. They made it into a big story point, and they did a great job with it. This is my favorite MMO, and it's not even close. ARR, A Realm Reborn, had all of the basic classes that the game had. It had a lot of dungeons, a lot of bosses. Was it perfect? Nah, definitely not. The very first start of the game, the balance was all over the place. The warrior job class at release was basically unplayable compared to the paladin. And there was a lot of jank. There were things like the healers were expected to do damage, but they needed to use a specific skill to do damage that stopped them from healing. You could argue, and I wouldn't even argue against you, that's meant there was a level of skill to be expressed, but it's more jank than it is skill. Overall, Realm Reborn, fantastic experience. If it was not so good, I would not still have an active subscription to this game. Then we got our first expansion, Heavensward. This was a pretty big event. I don't know, though, if I liked it as much as A Realm Reborn. The content during the main scenario of this expansion wasn't my favourite. The tone's a bit grim, everything's a bit bland, a bit... Ishgard, the zone where you go to, is very icy and very miserable. The post-launch content was pretty good. The Alexandra raids are some of my favourite. Overall, I'm going to put this up to here. It's not as good as they are on the whole, but it followed up a strong lead. I wish I could say the same for Stormblood. This is the second expansion that recently became part of the free trial. Added the Samurai and the Red Mage job classes, which are still very popular to this day. I actually quite like Red Mage. But I don't like Stormblood. Without going into too many details or spoilers, the plot of Stormblood focuses around two very different plot beats. One taking place in the very Japanese part of the game setting, and one taking place... where was it? Sorry, I think I need to reboot a second here. Where was the other one? I'm suddenly forgetting it. Oh, Alamigo, right, yes. I know I didn't. Yeah, so one of the plot beats was very focused on the Japanese part of the game setting. The other plot beat was focused around a very different area known as Alamigo, and the main scenario suffered for this. The two stories on their own were fine, but you were going back and forth so much that it was hard to stay focused on one of them. It's still good. It's still definitely a good game. I think I'm going to put it just above Final Fantasy IV. Probably my least favourite of the 14 expansions, but that doesn't make it by any means a bad game. Shadow Shadowbringers. This expansion was pretty good. They pulled the isekai on us. This is without going into too many details, this is the isekai expansion, and I'm not the biggest fan of that thematically, but I will say, as usual, the team kill it with the aesthetics, with the, what's the word I'm looking for here, the compositions, the music. This game's composer absolutely smashes it every time. In fact, the music we've been listening to is a lo-fi version of Final Fantasy 14 music this whole time. I think probably I'm going to put this one actually... I'm going to put it actually above ARR. Even though the isekai concept is not my favourite thing. And I say isekai, it's not literally isekai, it's a bit less silly than I'm pretending it to be, I'm just broad strokes. The presentation of Stormblood, of Shadowbringers was fantastic. The music is some of my favourites, some of the bosses are extremely memorable. It's just a very well put together expansion. It builds upon it, and yeah, it's good. Also gave us the Gunbreaker and the... What's the other class we got from Shadowbringers? What was it? It was a DPS class. I can't remember what it was suddenly. There's so many classes in this game that I kind of forget them after a while. Dancer! Thank you, Zordon! Yes, Dancer! Right, yeah. That's why I forgot it. I don't particularly like the Dancer class too much. It's fine, it's a bit boring though. So yeah, we got the Dancer class, which a lot of people were excited for. People were clamoring for Dancer for ages, and yeah, it's not my cup of tea, but I'm happy for them that they got it. And then we come to Endwalker. This is the current expansion of the game. This came out 2021, the end of 2021, and we're currently still in it. The Viera class is what about math class? People mean about that math boss. It's not hard. If you think that boss is hard, then you just need to get good. So, Endwalker. It's definitely going to be an A tier, right? Definitely going to be an A tier, right? Maybe not. Maybe not in A tier. B tier? No, it's not going to B tier. We're putting this in S tier. We're putting this above Final Fantasy V. If you've not played it, then it's hard for me to express to you why I love this expansion so much. I came back to this expansion, and admittedly, part of this is probably my sentimental part of it. I came back to Final Fantasy XIV for this expansion. During Shadowbringers, that was when I had decided that I didn't want to do hardcore raiding anymore. I had a whole team that we'd been raiding with. They called it a static, you know. And we would meet up twice a week for 2 hours, which isn't that much compared to some people. And we would run the hardcore content. And I got burnt out hard. I'd been doing it for a few years. And the last fight that we did in Shadowbringers, we got on it for 4 months, and we still didn't get it consistently. And this is going to sound a little full of myself, and I do apologise. I don't mean to sound smug or superior or anything like that. It's very frustrating if you're playing a cooperative game, like a raid, and you are consistent. You can do your part of it right, but other people in the group can't. You know, it's nothing against the people I raided with. I love those guys, and I'm still in contact with most of them. We're still good friends. But it drove me off the game. It burned me out the game really hard, and I quit the game for over a year. I came back to it for Endwalker, and Endwalker sucked me right back in. I can't tell you exactly what it is. Maybe it's just the situation that I was in when I came to it. Maybe it's just... I don't know. Maybe just the aesthetics hit right. Maybe it just appealed to like part of the fan service in me. But I think overall, the reason why I like Endwalker is because it tied up a lot of loose ends. Again, it's hard to express without going into details and without going into spoilers, but by the time you've gone through 4 expansions, because 1.0 doesn't really count. You know, you start in A Realm Reborn as just adventurer, and by the end of it, you're a hero. You know, you go through Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, 4 expansions, and the base game of story. By the end of it, there's a lot built up, and there's a lot of things in Endwalker that got decent payoffs. And for that alone, I can't, in good conscience, rate it lower than this. I like Final Fantasy V a lot, but Endwalker, it got me. Got me a little choked up at some points even. Maybe it's just me being sap, but if you play Final Fantasy 14, if you get to Endwalker, I hope that you can... hope maybe you'll understand what I'm trying to get at here. But suffice to say, great expansion. Next we have Dawn Trail, which I don't know why it's here. Dawn Trail is not out yet. This is the new expansion that we know very little about. We don't even know what jobs we're getting here. So I'm going to just kind of leave that one there. It doesn't feel appropriate to rank that one. So let's get back to the actual games. Final Fantasy 15, or as most people know it, Boy Band's Vacation. So I know some people that like this game. I know some people that really like this game. I'm not among those number. The setting could be nice. It does have some of that Final Fantasy VIII energy, where you have that kind of modern take on a fantasy setting. You know, there's cars and, you know, diners and jukeboxes and whatnot. But I didn't really care for the cast. And most of all, I did not like the gameplay at all. They went for this very weird hybrid of action RPG. I'm just going to say this. In this game, you hold circle to dodge, not tap. You hold it. That is not a control scheme that is written by someone who is well. That is a control scheme written by a sociopath. If you liked it, more power to you. For me personally, I bounced off this extremely hard. I did not get far, I'll be honest. I think I got to maybe chapter 5, if even that far. I don't like it at all. I'm going to put this one... because I think it's not necessarily a bad game, but it is a game that I don't like, I'm putting it at the bottom of C. At least with 2, although I don't like the gameplay, I can understand it and see the appeal. 15 I just did not enjoy. Oh boy, and now we are here. We are here at the end with Final Fantasy 16. This is the newest title that came out this year. I bought this title on launch day. I did not like this title. I really, really, really did not like this title. Final Fantasy 16 is not a Final Fantasy game, in my personal opinion. Now, you can clown about it. Oh, but it's got Final Fantasy in the title. Who are you to say what is and isn't a Final Fantasy game? The developers say it's a Final Fantasy game, so it must be a Final Fantasy game. Okay, let's think about this, shall we? Let's talk about Final Fantasy games. Did you know, in pretty much every mainline Final Fantasy game, there is an item that is used to replenish hit points, called a potion. And in pretty much every Final Fantasy game, there is a stronger version of that potion, known as a high potion. Do you know how high potion is spelt in Final Fantasy games? In every single Final Fantasy game, at least in the mainline ones. Oh, Toxic Slime, thank you. You came in while I'm being spicy, but thank you. In every single Final Fantasy game that has a high potion in it, it is spelt H-I-potion. In Final Fantasy VI, it is spelt H-I-G-H space potion. You might argue, Helm, that's an extremely, extremely nitpicky thing to go on about. And you'd be right. This is absolutely 100% the most petty and trivial complaint about Final Fantasy 16 anyone has ever had. But in my opinion, it is emblematic of the fact that this game is not a Final Fantasy game, but a fairly mid at best third-person character action game that just happens to have a Final Fantasy flavor to it. I'm going to start with the non-spoiler stuff. I will go into spoilers near the end of this. I will be sure to give plenty of spoiler warnings. Everything I'm going to be talking about first is gameplay. My gameplay gripes with this game. In this game, if you've played the demo of this game, you might be misled into thinking this game is pretty good. I thought the same. The demo is pretty spectacular. Graphically, this game is gorgeous. I will never dispute that. This game looks beautiful. I would have any of these, like, pretty almost any screenshot from this game would make a good desktop wallpaper. But if you play the demo, you've pretty much played the game. In most third-person character action games, your Devil May Cry's, your Bayonettas, your Metal Gear Risings, you acquire more weapons over the course of the game. Sure, in Metal Gear Rising, it's only sub-weapons, but it still improves the combos you can do. In Final Fantasy 16, you have exactly one weapon type at the start of the game, which is a sword. Perfectly normal sword, nothing wrong with that. That's it. The only weapon type in this entire game are swords, which is, swords are fine on their own, but there's not like heavy swords, light swords, no, just sword. They all play the exact same. There are a lot of swords in this game. There are, I'm gonna hazard a rough estimate, maybe about a dozen swords, maybe more, but all they do is modify the stats, the numbers, how much damage you do. Well, that doesn't really matter. If I'm improving my damage at the same rate the enemies are improving their HP, I'm not doing any more damage. I'm just keeping up with them. What's the point? The one thing this game does do in progression is it does give you access to more abilities. Over the course of the game, you unlock more cooldown abilities. Think of them as something like in a MOBA, like a League of Legends, or actually more like in something like, say, Overwatch. They don't use any resources, but they just have a cooldown. You unlock a lot of these. By the end of the game, you've got maybe about 20. But you can only equip 6 at any given time. And you can only have access to 2 at any given time. You have to switch between presets. These do also come with a new active ability. It's kind of hard to explain without going into too many details, but basically the circle button gets a new function. But these functions aren't anything groundbreaking. We're talking like, oh, instead of your circle button being a dash, now it's an instant block. Which that's kind of neat, but it doesn't make up for the fact that the sword is just all you have. And the sword is rubbish. All the abilities do tons of damage to enemies, and the sword does basically nothing. What else can I talk about this game's gameplay? Well, honestly, I'm struggling because that's about it. There are level ups in this game. You do improve your stats, allegedly. You can change your equipment, but all of it doesn't matter because all it does is change your numbers. And in an action game, numbers don't matter as much. If I'm playing a game where I'm doing well, I can just dodge the enemy attacks. And does it matter if I've got 15 defense or 30? It's a crying shame. The presentation is, again, fantastic. The characters are non-existent. There is exactly one good character in this game. His name is Sid. He is fantastic. Every scene Sid is in, he steals the show. Everyone else, completely bland. Not to say they're poorly acted. The actors do a great job, but they've been given nothing to work with. The main character's love interest in him, in my personal opinion, have no chemistry. Yeah, Sid, yeah. The classic Final Fantasy Sid. He's got a great voice. The Sid's voice actor in 16 is fantastic. Very, very good voice. My other complaint about this game. Magic. That thing that Final Fantasy is very famous for, magic and summons? Yeah, you don't have access to that. Well, you kind of do, but not really. You have access to a magic button, but the magic button in this game, if you've ever played Devil May Cry, remember how you can fire your guns, but the basic guns, the ebony and ivory, don't really do a lot of damage, they're just kind of pea shooters? That's basically the magic in this game. There's no resources for it, you can cast it whenever you like, but the only form it takes is blast. Just a single projectile. You can change the element of it by changing your equipped abilities, but as far as I could tell, that never made a difference at all. Throughout the whole game, I did not see any indication that enemies had elemental affinities or weaknesses, so why bother? In fact, don't bother using the magic anyway. It does hardly any damage, just like ebony and ivory. The tone of the game was the absolute kiss of death for me. This game is really, really, really dire. And what I mean by that is, everything is miserable. Everything in this game is miserable. Nobody is happy in this game. Everyone sucks. Everything sucks. The world sucks, and you're going to be forced to deal with it. But magic, you would think, right? Except no, in this world, people that can do magic, for some reason, are branded and marked as slaves. Because, that makes sense. We should enslave the people that can throw fireballs. Wait, something like what I said doesn't sound right. This part isn't spoilers, by the way. You are told this very early on. This is a big part of the game's setting that they are not shy about telling you. And like I said, it's just so dire. I like light-hearted settings, and not everything has to be as whimsical as Final Fantasy IX. That game is a little bit, arguably a little bit too storybook at times. But 16, everything sucks in the setting. It really does. No, Stratos, no. Fire Emblem is light-hearted compared to 16. Fire Emblem has characters that smile and laugh, and fun things happen. You know, ID, a lot like Avatar's live action adaptation. I've not seen it, but you might be right. So let me put this on the tier list real quick. You probably know where this is going. Yeah, we're putting this. I'm going to put this lower than a game I've not even played. That's how little I like this game. Now, I will say, I'm judging this game in the context of when it comes out. Like I said, this game is a Final Fantasy game released in 2023. It is the 16th game in the main. You know what, Jack? You know what? I like that idea. Hold on. Add a row below. Boom. Red. Black. Ah, wait, no. We're editing this one. Hold on. Oh, shit. That should be green. You can be green. Edit this. Boom. Oh, that doesn't show up at all. Hold on. Let's make it like a grey. There we go. Boom. There we go. There we go. Special tier just for this game. I'm judging this game on the basis of this is a Final Fantasy game in the year 2023. At this point, we know what a Final Fantasy game is. We've played a load of them. We can see them right here. This is not a Final Fantasy game. Now, at this point, guys, I am going to say I am about to go into major plot spoilers for Final Fantasy 16. I will be talking extensively about the ending of this game. If you still, despite my bitching, have any desire to play this game, this is your warning to evacuate the area and avoid spoilers. By staying in the chat, by staying in the stream, you are agreeing that you consent to spoilers and that you will not complain about being spoiled. If you do leave, thank you for staying this long. I hope you've had a great time. All right. So spoilers of this game, commencing now. First off, for context, I have never seen Final Fantasy, Game of Thrones. I have never watched it. Why are you talking about Game of Thrones, Helm? We're talking about Final Fantasy 16. Surely you don't need to talk about Game of Thrones. Well, you would think that, wouldn't you? I have never seen Game of Thrones, and yet even I, with my absolute non-understanding of Game of Thrones, I recognize 3 plot beats in this game that were exactly stolen from Game of Thrones. Or I found out later were. And I'm not going to act like this is some smoking gun. Like, yeah, sure, games and media can have different, they can have similar plot beats. If we were complaining about that, then surely Final Fantasy 12 was literally the worst thing ever, right? Because it's basically Star Wars. But the thing is, the development team the developer was very open about the fact that he made the development team watch Game of Thrones. And this game stinks of Game of Thrones. It's the same sort of tone. Everything's, again, dark and dim and dire. To give the game credit, there are exactly 2 parts in this game that if you do not play this game, which if you're here and you are taking the spoilers in, I'm assuming you're probably not going to, 2 parts of this game I strongly recommend you do look up because these are the best parts of the game. You can ignore everything else. Look up the Titan fights and look up the Bahamut fights. Purely from a spectacle angle, don't worry about the context. Forget the context, fuck the context. But from a spectacle, very fun to watch. As far as the actual story itself goes, like, oh boy, this is an absolute train wreck. The whole story begins with the idea that your character, Clive, that you play as, by the way, very, very heroic, cool name, Clive. I literally work with someone with that name. It's not a hero's name. Clive is, throughout the course of the game, pestered by this being called Ultima, and is teased as being a mythos, or a muthos. For some reason, this word mythos, even though it's an incredibly important word, the voice actors cannot consistently agree on the pronunciation of it. Great AAA game, by the way. Anyway, it turns out that the long and short of it is that Ultima is going to turn Clive into a new summon and then take over Clive's body because Ultima's body is destroyed or decaying or something. I am grossly oversimplifying this. Now, this plot could be fine. It could be normal, but the problem is that it's in this setting that doesn't warrant it. The rest of the game is all political drama. There are entire hours of cutscenes about just boring politics that don't come to anything. There is a point in this game where you see two armies clash on a battlefield, Odin and Bahamut overhead having a fight where Bahamut's throwing down mega flares and Odin's got his sword, he's sweeping across the sky. And you never take part in this. They put all this effort into developing this. You don't see this battlefield. You never take part in this battlefield. You are told about this, and you never see it. Halfway, about a third of the way into the game, Sid dies. The character Sid, he dies. And Clive takes on his name as his own because he's kind of this revolutionary leader. Again, fine. That could work. That could be fine. But again, the game maintains this plodding, slow, political pace that doesn't really lead itself to a story about revolutionaries, in my opinion. Like, you're not out there going out and overthrowing the man and sticking it to them. You're there, like, scurrying about like rats, doing all this guerrilla action. And it just makes you don't feel like heroes, in my opinion. The end of the game is where I take the most umbrage. There's a thing they drop in the game at some point, which is the idea of Akashic. And Akashic is a condition, I guess you could say, that humans or monsters can suffer where they're basically too doused in magics and they basically turn into zombies. In gameplay terms, this manifests as them being blue. I'm not exaggerating or for comedic effect. All the Akashic monsters, everything you fight for the last maybe 25 to 30% of the game is a palette swap of a monster you've already fought, except now it's blue. I think there's one unique enemy I can think of in the last quarter of the game. And then you fight a blue version of him as well. Yes, Master, yeah. In fact, the final boss, I am not kidding you, the final boss of this game is a palette swap. Because when you get to the final boss, you get to fight against Ultima. Except Ultima has his own body that is better than yours, as far as I can tell. So Clyde turns into Ifrit, and Ifrit fuses with the Phoenix. So you've now got winged Ifrit. Okay, that's fine, I'm cool with that. But Ultima has his own winged Ifrit body that he fights you in. He does fight you as Ultima, and then, strictly speaking, the very final phase is against Ultima as Ultima, but it goes Ultima, blue Ifrit, and then a recolored Ultima. So his phase 3 is a recolor of his phase 1. I will say, to give a little credit, the final boss encounter, spectacle-wise, is kind of fun. You kind of have this clash where you've been collecting all the elements over the course of the game, and he sends fire at you, so then you beat him with your fire. He sends ice at you, you beat him with your ice. That's fun. The part that I really hated of this game, but I did not... I mean, I was playing the game out of bitterness at this point, admittedly. I had long since decided that I hated this game, that I was playing this out of spite. The very end of the game, the final part after you beat the boss... Oh, no mischief, have a great night. Hope my bitching wasn't too distracting. The final boss of the game, after you beat the 3 phases, you have a QuickTime event. Because this game loves itself some QuickTime events. Do you guys remember years ago when we all collectively decided that QuickTime events were bad, and now they've been creeping back in again? Am I the only one that's noticed this? But anyways, this game loves itself some QuickTime events. And the final QuickTime event of this game, and this one is me being petty again. I can definitely see how someone would see this in the exact opposite way that I see this. At the very end of the game, when you're fighting Ultima, the finishing blow, Clive he's just Clive at this point. He's not Ifrit anymore. I mean, he has the power, but he's turned back into Clive. He punches Ultima square in the side of the jaw, and it's a QuickTime event. You mash the button, and then you get the big pop-up, 999,999 damage. And that's the finishing blow. And I'm just like, I get it. I honestly do get it. I get what you're going for. I 100% understand. This game does not warrant that. This game has been too dry, too serious, too edgy to suddenly end on a haymaker that does more damage than any god ever did. And the real punchline is, the whole game, the whole plot of the game, you are actively removing magic from the world. There is no airship in this game. Actually, I tell a lie. There is an airship in this game. You find it very early on. It's a crashed airship. And Sid says to you, imagine how great it would be if we could get this airship up and running again, see it flying someday, eh? You never do. You never do. The airship becomes your base eventually, but it's still just a crashed, broken old hull of an airship. Leviathan doesn't appear in this game. They reference all the elements and how every element has its, they call it, what do they call it? Icon. Basically, it's summon, you know. You have Ramu for lightning, Shiva for ice. There is one line of dialogue in this entire game that acknowledges that Leviathan exists, where an NPC says, oh yes, Leviathan the Lost. He's so lost, not even the final boss remembers him. The final boss uses every element against you except water. So yeah, Zora, that's the whole point. The idea is, if we remove the magic, then there will be no reason to enslave people for being branded. Never mind the fact that the branded can throw fireballs and could overthrow these people any minute now. And the final cutscene of this game, the absolute kick in the teeth, the absolute knife in the back, in my opinion, is the post-credit scene. At the end of the game, Clive is shown to die. People that have magic in this setting, if they use it too much, they turn to stone. And the very last cutscene you see before the credits is Clive looking up at like the sky, which is clearing, and his hand is slowly turning to stone. He's finally succumbing to the effects of it. And then in the post-credit scene, you see a family, happy family, a woman, not a woman you've seen before. Two boys, they're playing, they got some wooden swords. One of them's going, I'm Ifrit, I'm going to use a fireball on you. No, I'm Bahamut, I'm going to block it. And then the mother says to the children, kids, come in, stop talking about that silly fairy tale. And you see the kids put a book down with the title, Final Fantasy. And maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just because I'm just a little bit invested in this series. Maybe it's because I put 10,000 hours into Final Fantasy 14. Maybe it's because this series has been something that I have been so close to ever since I was a small child. But it really felt like the developers were saying, hey, you know what? All that cool stuff about Final Fantasy, you like the magic, you like the summons, you like all the cool shit? Yeah, fuck you. That's not Final Fantasy. This is Final Fantasy. Miserably dying on a beach while your brother is dead. Because his brother dies as well, by the way. So yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I am very passionate about this game because I don't want this to be the direction the series goes. And I have this horrible feeling it will. Oh no, Zon, you're fine, honestly, it's fine, no worries. I don't want this to be the direction the series goes. This series has so much potential and so many good things. This ain't it, Chief. This ain't it. Also, not plot related, the side quests in this game has side quests because it's a RPG allegedly. I'm still looking for the RP in the G. Maybe I'll find it one day. But the side quests in the game are trivial, and I don't mean that disparagingly. Like, sure, side quests. Oh yeah, side quests, the hottest part of the game. No, nothing like that. The side quests are literally go here, talk to someone. Go here, maybe kill an enemy. Go here, talk to someone. In an MMO, like Final Fantasy 14, this is possible. In a game that is expecting you as a single player to give it your full attention, not so much. The only saving grace of the cutscenes is, the side quests rather, is that at least the side quests that give you upgrades mark themselves. And believe you and me, there aren't many of those. There are 5 side quests in the entire game that give you upgrades. One of them gives you your chocobo, 2 of them upgrade your inventory, and 2 of them, I actually don't even remember what they do. It's another upgrade of some sort for your inventory, but I can't remember what the difference is. There are side quests that can unlock new weapon recipes, but again, who cares? They're all the same, they just do more damage, they're just stat sticks. And as part of my ongoing crusade in this game, the love interests. None of the characters in this game are good. None of them are good, apart from Sid. Sid gets a pass. The love interest character in this, her name is Jill. Her design's fine. Nothing wrong with the design. Bit bland, but not offensively so. When I realized I didn't like this game, I started a fun mini-game with myself, which is, how many things can I say about Jill's personality? What things do I know that Jill likes that aren't specifically the love interest character, his brother, and his pet dog? Because, you know, that's kind of a given, right? By the end of this game, and granted, I didn't do all the side quests, so maybe there's some plot-critical Jill lore that I missed out on. But the only thing I can say conclusively, having finished this game, is that Jill likes bread. That's all I got. That's all I got. Thank you, Yomi. Very appropriate for how my rage right now. So yeah, I don't like Final Fantasy 16. If you somehow play this game and enjoy it, then do not let me stop you. Don't let some rando on the internet say you shouldn't like something just because they don't. I've seen loads of people talking about this game that love it. Couldn't be me. I've seen people going, "Oh, this is so great, I never played Final Fantasy because it was such weeb shit." Well, did you consider that maybe the fact it was weeb shit was what got it this far? I mean, just saying. Final Fantasy VII is the iconic weeb shit. Let's be real. Everyone knows Cloud Strife, even if you've never played 7. He is basically the anime protagonist. And if it wasn't for 7, we probably wouldn't be here today, talking about this game. If 7 hadn't been out, we wouldn't be here. We would never get to 16. We might not even got as far as 10. So to see 16, at least intentionally or otherwise, shit all over the legacy of Final Fantasy, yeah, suffice to say, kind of made my blood boil just a little bit. I've heard they're doing DLC for it, and I wish them the best with it. But in my personal opinion, Final Fantasy 16 is less of a Final Fantasy game than Stranger in Paradise. How much of it is really weeb shit, honestly, as a whole? It depends on your perspective. I know some people that will not play Final Fantasy 14 because they look at it and say, "This is way too anime for me, I'm not playing that, that's some weeb shit." Or I know some people that will look at Final Fantasy 9 like, "Oh, the main character's got a tail, oh, what is some kind of furry? Ugh." You know, or, "Oh, this looks like kiddie stuff." What people consider weeaboos, you know, there's no hard guide for that, but I can, you know, a lot of it I can see the argument for. Funnily enough, actually, Kingdom Hearts. I'm not going to go to Kingdom Hearts. That'd be a whole other thing in of itself. Kingdom Hearts, I had a friend who was big into Final Fantasy, refused to play Kingdom Hearts. He said, "I won't play Kingdom Hearts. The Disney stuff is too silly, I'm not playing it." And I said to him, "Well, look, I like Kingdom Hearts. I don't think the Disney stuff gets in the way too much. Give it a try. See how you feel about it. You know, maybe you like it." I lent him my copy of Kingdom Hearts, and I messaged him that evening. I said, this was back in the days of MSN Messenger. And I messaged him saying, "Hey, did you start playing Kingdom Hearts? How did you feel about it?" My friend's entire critique of Kingdom Hearts, the only thing he said about the game, in terms of whether he liked it or not, and I'm not even mad about this is just funny, his whole critique of Kingdom Hearts was, "He runs like a knob." Which, yeah, sure, why not? Meanwhile, Final Fantasy was following up a D&D, even tripping off monster characters and names based on anime. Yeah, right? I mean, it's definitely got its own way these days, but heck, the anime is why I love it. I don't like Western-style stuff. Dark Souls, Dark Fantasy, I don't like the aesthetic. It just turns me right off. That's part of why I don't care for the aesthetic of 16. I'm not going to say it's a bad aesthetic. It's not my cup of tea. But the way that it disrespects the source material, the fact that it kind of forgets so hard where it came from, And the fact that the gameplay is just so mid, honestly. Like, even the parts that it does competently, the action combat, the regular enemies don't have enough HP, and the bulky enemies have way too much HP. Kingdom Hearts is a documentary worth of explanations and oh yeah, I bought the Kingdom Hearts rhythm game recently. Well, I say recently, when it came out, I should say. I don't have a great history with Kingdom Hearts. I like it, but what I mean to say is I've only played Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2. And a little tiny bit of Birth by Sleep, a little tiny bit of, was it 356/2 days or whatever it's called, and a little tiny bit of Kingdom Hearts 3. And Kingdom Hearts 3 is the worst game in terms of I want nothing to do with you if you don't know the lore. Like, I've never felt so unwelcomed into a series before as Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, I'm like, oh, I've played Kingdom Hearts 2, so I'm sure I know what comes next. No, I don't know what comes next. Apparently, there's now this guy called Vanitas who I've never heard about. Also, apparently Sora has the power of waking now, and that's a thing they need to recover, and yeah, Kingdom Hearts does a terrible job of onboarding anyone. All this goes around to say, Kingdom Hearts, the rhythm game, shit you not, has lore. And not only does it have lore, it has plot critical lore. You better have played another 357/2 games. God. The funniest part to me, though, about the Kingdom Hearts rhythm game at the end is the whole point is that the plot, air quotes, is Kairi is going into Sora's memories to try and work out where he's gone. Sure, why not? Seems reasonable. At the end of the game, she comes to the conclusion from someone she talks to that Sora is not in a world of light or darkness. And then another NPC, I think it's one of the organization guys that's alive now, because sure, why not? Gotta capitalize on those teenage girls somehow, I suppose. One of them organization members, guys, says, oh, well, that's strange, because every world in our universe is a world of light or darkness or somewhere in between. If he's in a world that's not of either light or darkness, he can't be in our reality. He must be in a world of unreality or fiction. And my takeaway from this is Kingdom Hearts 3 is going to literally be Nomura's fanfiction about his own game. The man needs to be stopped, no matter the cost. I mean, Kingdom Hearts, for what it is, the games are fine. I did not like 3 much. It was just push triangle to win, which I know is a common competitive of 2 a lot, but yeah. So guys, this is the tier list completed. One of these parts took significantly longer than everyone else's, but hey, the 16 round has been a long time coming, and now if I ever need to give a full explanation of why I don't like this game, I can now link the VOD. So I'm going to go, and I'm going to bring us back to our chatting scene. First, I think we can start wrapping things up, so please mind your hands over the doors. There we go. We got music on. Good. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that tier list. That was a lot of things. Okay, maybe a quick look at what you sent real quick. ID. Just a second. This is cringe. We blame ID. What have you sent? Oh, that was fantastic. I'll check that out later. I don't want to spend too much time looking at this, but I've got the alert, so I will definitely check it out afterwards. Oh, thank you, ID. That was incredible. And break starting in 5 minutes. Let's just snooze that because we're going to wrap up anyway. So guys, I hope you guys all enjoyed. Today. I definitely have some takes on this game. I think on the series, I think that are quite unusual. But you know, that's the great thing about Final Fantasy, isn't it? It's like Gundam. It's like any series that's got a lot of entries in it. You know, people that like it can like different parts of it, and that's part of what makes it so great. So, guys, just to unwind a little bit and recap what's going on. So, down the week. Thank you, Leon. Thank you, ID. So, for down the week, guys, just a reminder, on Friday, we're going to be doing Master Duel, and we're going to be doing Viewer Duels. So if any of you guys play Master Duel and you've got some fun decks that you'd like to show off, do whatever you like, you know? If you really want to play Runic Stun, I will sigh and groan, but I will allow it. You know, pretty standard stuff. Bring whatever decks you like. If you want to play Max C, play Max C. Master Duel is the format we are in, and Master Duel has Max C at 3. None of my decks have Max C, so feel free to bring it along as well. And then on Sunday, we're going to be doing a little bit of Gundam Battle Operation too. Fun little mech game, it'll be a bit of a later one as well. But I had a lot of fun with it last time. I definitely didn't focus that well because I was distracted by a chat. I may try and focus up a little bit more, but we'll see. We'll see. Bringing the birds. Oh, it's Flues! Fluanderies! More like Fluanderies nuts! Got 'em! Oh, I couldn't help it. So yeah, that's going to be the plan going forward, guys. As always, plug, shell. If you want to keep up on my schedule, it's always going to be pinned on the top of my Discord, on my Twitter. That's the way to keep track of what's going on with things. And there was something else I was going to say. Oh yes, and small thing I mentioned before, but if you missed any streams and you'd like to catch up on things, maybe you want to catch up on some of the earlier parts of the Final Fantasy run, I do have a YouTube channel. It's very bare bones, admittedly. I haven't put a lot of work into making it all pretty and whatnot, but I'll do it eventually. But if you want to catch all the VODs when they eventually get moved from Twitch, they will everything will end up there eventually. So if you want to subscribe, you can get the VODs. If not, no big deal. No harm, no foul. For now, though, let's see who's on the lineup. Now, who can we raid? Oh, you said the small thing is on. Oh, thank you. Oh, I see who we can raid. We've got a Hazy online, and Hazy is lovely. We like Hazy. Yeah, I think we're gonna raid Hazy tonight. So I'm gonna get ourselves screwed on because we ain't got 2 on before the ad. So please mind your hands behind the closing doors. I don't have let me have a raid message in mind for tonight. I guess you know what? No, I can't think of a raid message tonight. I'm trying to think, wait too long because I know that adds a lower engine. Just say something nice. Well, you know what? Okay, raid. There we go. Raid. If you've if you happen to have the sub and you happen to have the emotes, then throw a heart emote at the end of it. Mouth is not based on the Zaku. No, it's actually just vents on the side. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to send you guys off to Hazy. Please say something nice to her when you get there. She is lovely. And I will see you guys hopefully on hopefully see some of you for some duels and Master Duel later in the week. You all have a great night, and I'll see you all later. Thank you for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure.